noise. Speak the speech I pray thee, trippingly from the tongue, etc., etc. Man has to be conscious of his own spirituality before he will recognize it in somebody else. And that, to me, is why the white man will always fail with his religion. Because he doesn't have the spiritual qualities within himself to identify with another.
John has said he's used them to control deliberately.
Yeah.
It's definitely a white supremacy thing.
You studied
Everything
the
about
Empire after, during Constantine and after Constantine.
And that was a terrible man, Constantine.
Yeah. Who was the pope that gave out the papal bull? Who's the one that gave out the papal bull that said anybody who was other than a Christian could be made a slave for the redemption of their soul?
No, his words are, you are both, speaking of Spain and Portugal,
yes,
you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people.
That's it. That's it. That was the Pope now. That was a good Pope too.
That's the 666 talking about. That's the 666 talking about.
Orange juice?
Just about half a glass.
You know, this was a good Pope now.
The Medicis, who's supposed to be so bad with the Borgia, who was really a
murderess.
This being a murderer, she slept around with the popes.
They made her a pope for a few months, didn't they? Yeah, they made her a pope for a few months in the period when her brother, one of them, didn't get ice quick enough.
Well, Constantine, look at this guy, because Constantine
was a heathen.
Imposed the doctrine of what people believe to be Christianity today. Now, this was a dude who killed his wife's father, killed his sister's youngest son, killed his favorite son because he was a just and brave warrior and therefore threatened him. Right? Now, this is the father of Christianity. He dictated this whole notion of the Trinity. You know?
Father Western Christianity.
That's what they call it.
Isn't that a trip? And to top it off, he wasn't even a Christian.
He was a heathen.
Right, because
his wife made him a Christian.
Because see, he had committed so many crimes that he did not want to take on Christianity until his death, so that he could be forgiven for everything he did, because he knew right up to the time he died he was going to do wrong.
I hear you. I hear you.
But you know, I wonder who was he waiting for to forgive him? What was the forgiveness came from?
Yeah, that's
he didn't believe in God. They don't believe in no God today.
They still really
They don't believe in no God today.
The European became a Christian for political reasons. He remains a Christian for political reasons.
That's exactly right.
And we act as though he believes all of that.
And we believe it.
And we believe they believe it.
A white church is an icebox. They're cold.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Jimmy Swaggart is a good imitation of a bad Baptist preacher.
That's true. That's true.
Good imitation of a bad Baptist preacher.
That's
right. What?
Jimmy Swaggart.
Jimmy Swaggart. Oh yeah.
Southern.
Well, all the styles that them white evangelists use come from the black ministry.
Look, if you can't get your gender problems straight, I know you can't get
the
your
story
spiritual problems straight. Well, these people. And I don't think Baker was even a good imitation of the imitators.
No. He was an artificial imitation.
I think he was a vaudevillian.
Yeah.
Showman.
Yeah.
Well, you can say that for Billy Graham too, with his screaming and shouting.
Billy Graham's a con man.
And he's a politician to the bottom line.
He's a millionaire, you know.
Multi-millionaire.
Oh yeah.
You want to hear a tale? Someone I knew as an artist in the village in the days of the hippies and the dippies and so forth, and he said a person he was associated with worked with Billy Graham, and they had to count the money that came in the envelopes. It wasn't people. It was a bunch of trained chimpanzees that was in this here room.
I can believe that.
And they would open the envelope. They did not trust people. And they would open the envelope, and by what denomination it was, that money was going in these various baskets. You hear me? And the few people he had to trust to get the money out of there to count was less than if he'd have had 100 people down there counting money. So he's got 3 people he can trust, right? 3 people he can trust. He can watch those 3 a lot easier than he can watch 100. And this woman was one of the tally people who did the computing of the money as it came through her, but she was behind a shield. So she never touched the money. It was only there. And how do you think they counted it? They weighed it. They actually weighed the bills. By the gram weight, they could tell how much money it was.
Well, Billy Graham.
Now that's
in the South.
That's
Billy Graham.
Christianity.
Billy Graham had a huge tent in the South, and had a rope down the street down the
line.
and all the blacks would sit on the left side, and all the whites
on the right.
would sit on the right. Now I was in Florida preaching. Captain Coolman and Billy Graham sent for me. I was people just coming. So Billy Graham was in Africa, and Billy Graham sent a wire to me. I was in Florida, and said, Reverend Brown, well, we want you. Could you come down and help me in this crusade? Because I was crusading then. And I told Billy Graham to go to hell. He's not gonna use. I'm not a house nigga. You ain't gonna use me. I know he want me to use me against my people in Africa.
It's been done before.
I told Captain Cool the same thing.
Emma Waters until she died.
I know.
Who's that? Oh yeah.
Emma Waters.
The black churches buried her.
Emma Waters sinned until she had nothing to sin with.
Yeah.
Then she found God.
Well, his eyes is on the sparrow is what she wrote. And she wrote his eyes, Graham's eyes
But
wasn't on.
you know, I was supposed to interview her for that book.
Oh.
What book was that?
His eyes are on the sparrow.
When she heard that I knew Earl Dancer, who had milked her out of a lot of money, Earl Dancer was her manager longer than anyone. Just a black con man. But why she take up with these black pretty boys?
Because they got the slick line of jive for these women. I've been around show business people most of my life. And I'll tell you something. It is hard for a woman that's in show business to keep her head on straight. She's got everybody out there adoring her, glorifying her, seeing her other than a woman. She's a goddess image to them. Now she's got nobody to be human with. She's got nobody to relate to on a real emotional caring level. So here comes Slick John Willie, and he hands her this story on the day. And you take women in show business, the most difficult thing for them to have is a meaningful, emotional relationship with a man. Or a woman for that matter.
Well, I know some who just gave up on men.
Why shouldn't they? They'd misuse themselves behind every man they was jugging around with.
But I know, but Gil Noble in New York used to go all the way to New Jersey to stop this man Tresvant from beating up on Sarah Vaughan.
All right.
And he could do because Gil Noble is 6'3".
Well, he's he's
And
a pretty street person too.
Yeah, they hung over 200 pounds on him.
Yeah.
So if he tell Tresvant, if you hit her again, you know, you got to deal with me, he gonna lay off.
Now, to show you how these things are in this violent deal, somebody called me up one time to come over there to the Waldorf to stop Jimmy Brown from beating this judge's daughter from Philadelphia. Now, you know Jimmy Brown ain't gonna listen to me. They know that they've given up an inch, and there may be 10 more miles to give up, and they know that the road is not backwards anymore, Dr. Clarke. They know that they cannot go back, go forward. They're eventually going to have to give these black people their job. Black people are going to take it.
But you know what the conclusion's been? The conclusion is among the people in economic power, they concluded that incorporate the African worker into. But they've also concluded that they're going to continue to hold on to the economy. Give the blacks the politics. And whether that deal goes down, and whether that deal goes down determines whether or not we get our liberation. Because if it does, ain't no liberation.
And the material will still be exploited.
There are too many blacks who will become contented on that level.
Suck it on the sugar tit, rot your teeth, Dr. Clarke. You know that.
We won't move any further.
Well, the Indians on the reservation are still there for the same reason, thinking they got something more than they really ever had.
But you know, I've been doing research. I have a speech that I give on King and Malcolm, but it's a book that I'm working on, John. And so far, I've come up with 22 unities, profound unities between King and Malcolm. 4 to 5 profound differences. 22. And one of them is over the most profound issue that's plagued black people forever. What's the course of direction for the black liberation movement? But because we have seen each other through their eyes, the Europeans' eyes, we have not seen what's right course. And then when I was telling John this, and John said, well, yeah, Elijah Muhammad, Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, they were all about the same thing.
Yeah, the same, using different words,
Yeah.
but saying the same. So it's not a matter of either one or the other.
It's any means.
Which one is appropriate, given the time, given the situation.
But you know why we haven't seen it? One, we bought into the Europeans' idea of conflicting opposites. Wherever there's difference, they have to be in conflict. And two, we haven't bought into the idea that the governing law of the universe is unity. And if you know that, you can take the most opposed forces, like the Soviet Union and the United States. The reality is they got more in common than separated. And what's happening now is they're breaking bread over that. Huh? Before they deliberately focused on the differences. But because we've internalized the Eurocentric view, we haven't seen what's right before our eyes.
I was at Camille Clarke's party and talking to Henrik Clarke. I said, I would not be surprised if the day will come we will not see the Jews and the Arabs in the same political bed against the blacks. He walked away shaking hands. Oh, John, now come on, I can't take that. I mean, I have great respect for you and I just, that's just pure nonsense. I said, look, Professor Clarke, historians do the same thing as lawyers. They cite a precedent. When the Africans and the Arab lost Spain, where they had installed the Jews as the grandees, as the money managers, both the Arabs and the Jews turned on the Africans.
That's true.
The Jews helped to set up the Dutch East India Company and went to Harlem, gained control of the gold and subsequently the diamonds. The Arabs continued the East African slave trade.
That's true.
And when black eunuchs, castrated blacks, brought higher price on the market, on the slave market, routine slaves, they were sold by Arabs and Jewish agents. That's my precedent. Never mind argue with you. Deal with my precedent.
It's already happened. And then the Jews turned over all those maps into Africa to the Portuguese. And
Yes, that's what Prince Henry the Navigator got. The famous Catalan Atlas, which gave them a basic outline of the trading posts in inner West Africa.
That's one thing.
Coastline.
That's one thing I want to do while we're here is I want you to give me a list of books that I need to read on European history. You know, on how they consolidated their position, the whole thing. Because the point you made a number of years ago, we must not only master our history, we have to master theirs too. And in the process, we'll see it in a different way.
Then there's something we really should look into. See, it's hard to get students to look into something which hadn't got the word black in it and nothing to do with us directly. And yet it has something to do with us in an indirect way that is equivalent to being direct, you know. And it's hard for them to really look at it. Read Spinger's Decline.
Oh, I read that.
Read Spinger's Decline of the West.
Very
Decline
important.
of the West.
Man and the techniques of the
Now,
decision.
while I'm going over Rome, I'm saying that once you understand the unworthiness of people to rule, your freedom starts there, at that point.
And Spengler makes a real good point in Decline of the West when he says the European is no longer in a creative stage if they ever were. He said ours is the age of techniques. He says I
I can't find it now because my store went off.
But you
15
think,
cents a volume.
wow.
It was, discounts from some estate.
Yeah.
That was the best on Europe I've ever read.
I've got some books
Scandals on the Courts of Europe.
Scandals.
on the, and
Scandals of the
I've got one is the
What issue?
morals of Europe in the 13th century. It's like 8 books. And this gives the whole sociological, cultural development and transformation of attitudes from the time of the Romans going into England, from the time of Claudius all the way up through common people. Printing
That's why the church, that's why the
Yet they
state
gained
both
control.
came
The
out.
church gained control
Yeah.
of the printing press.
That is right.
This is when Father De Las Casas wrote his devastating book on the destruction of the indigenous, the West Indies. They had it locked up in Rome. I'm getting it. No damn these.
You know, Spengler does a good thing in comparing the Romans. He talks about the Roman period. No great art. Because he called it the civilization, the creative phase.
It was mechanization. So mechanics.
Well, they're turning out mechanical people.
But they had no humanity.
Well, that's why I said they never expressed common sense.
Because of the French did not have the matrilineal. So many French came to power who were just downright idiots.
Yeah, yeah.
From king. Here's a king playing with a yo-yo. Here's a king that want him to produce an heir to the throne, and he can't stand women no kind of way. He hires a buck from this for him. Then he becomes embarrassed because his baby looks like the buck.
Yeah.
He had the man killed. The man did a job. You hired him to do a job. He was a stud. He hired him to do a job. He did the job. There's no reason to kill. You got to kill him. When you say, do, you clear what you
Shit.
But they have, no one looks at philosophy.
That's what they've always accused us. We're thinkers. See, we are thinkers in the sense that
You know, was insight. He was wrong about the period of time. He said the European, he thought, lost their creativity when they separated reason from emotion.
Yeah.
Now, it didn't. Because if you look at classical music, it's an intellectual music. There's no emotion in it.
No, let's get closer to it. Look at Benny Goodman's imitation of Jack.
Not on the emotion.
it's not the creativity.
Soul.
That's right. And you must have that within yourself to prove.
I talked to Red Allen one night. He was at the Metropole. He must have been down on his skids because at the Metropole, the naked women dance over the bar to get men to buy more drinks. You know, and NBC had a studio upstairs. So I'm coming out my lunch hour, and he's standing there. I said, "Hey, Red, what's the secret of you in the horn?" There ain't no secret, Johnny boy. I always play this horn the same way. So, but my gal's sweet, I play one way. And she's evil, I play another way. Had a good steak, I play one way. Had a bad steak, I play another. But I always play the song the same way every night, Johnny.
There you go.
And what you're talking about here, when Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am."
Oh, yeah.
To me, that was the destruction
sure.
of his common sense altogether.
And that's a
If you-
logical line,
It
straight
is.
from the Greeks.
It's straight from the
Said
Greek.
that God
But the
was
Greeks
reason.
lifted it out of Africa and only took that one part because in the African philosophies, they said, yes, I think, I also feel. And in my feeling I think, and in my thinking I feel. The two are not separate. They're not divisive.
But,
You cannot separate. When you start doing that, then you're going to turn out the Frankenstein monster.
I think Senghor really got off the boat when he said that emotion is Negro, emotion is
Emotion is what?
Greek.
Reason is Greek.
Reason is Greek.
Emotion is Negro.
Yeah. I think he was.
Yeah, but he was out of the club,
yeah, I
right?
think so because
But that's a logical buying in to the dude you're talking about.
Sure.
You know, logical buying in.
that's all he's got left. If he feel and emote these feelings into a creative, artistic form, what has he got left but
But
the
here's the
intellectual,
cold shot.
abstract knowledge?
Here's the cold shot. I mean, at Aristotle, Aristotle brought this to a high level. That's the lower mind. That's the
right.
logical mind. But that's not the higher mind.
No.
The higher mind can tell you things that don't appear to be true, that are the lower mind can deal with easy stuff.
That are intuitive.
Which our folks
Instinctive.
operate on. By the way, Sitting Bull. Sitting Bull. Sitting Bull was a warrior priest. Do you know he had a dream? And based on that dream, he laid out a strategy. A dream. And based on the dream, he took 5, 10, 15 on that. That's the creativity that we're talking about with
In that religion say
the universe is nothing but music. Planet emits a sound, right? That's why the highest level of the mystery was the musician, because he had mastered she had mastered everything else, because that's the thing closest to the God. Look at us. I don't care how bad a speaker is. Put them up against Aretha Franklin. Put them up against one person. They don't have the consciousness that they should have, right? But that's a high expression
of the sound. And what is to the planets? Pulses. Now, I found strange. They did research recently, and they took the radio information and spectrum at the sound of these planets. All of these planets gave the water.
Yeah, I'm going.
The sound of Mars was deep.
You read right now?
The sound of Jupiter was like that. There's a book out on this here, and this was on.
What time should I be ready to go?
John Holtz.
Oh, you should be ready. This is Dr. Clarke, Dr. Ben calls their counsel.
It is.
Anything your heart desire, don't be sure. See, God is poor.
Why shouldn't we be?
What did you want me to do?
Called Doc.
Who you want me to call?
Picture of Malcolm.
Is that something?
You know, you're one person who could be on that thing to talk about Malcolm. He's in jail.
Who?
Ferguson.
No, you know what?
Herman
I
Ferguson.
don't know whether Ferguson is up to it.
But you know,
I don't know whether Ferguson knows where he's going now.
Oh,
And I don't even know why Ferguson came back to the country.
none of us know.
yeah.
And I'll admit that some unanswered questions bothers me. He had a high position.
In
Yeah,
in Guyana, he was an interior colonel.
that's literally
He was?
Yeah,
cabinet.
he was in the he was like almost a general. He was a
Why
diplomat.
would he come back is right.
He had the rank of a general.
Yeah.
He
That's
had the
true.
house of a general, the chauffeur of a general, everything. He could come back here and go to jail.
Job on that.
What's the point?
Well, the way I got it from Wyoming is that he said that white boy who was underground for 12 years came back and they gave him a sham trial and cut him loose.
Sure, he was white. They're not going to do the same
This
thing
is
to him.
okay.
What made
So
him
he
think
said that he felt that they would open those archival files on the COINTELPRO, and then the truth would come out.
They
I would
haven't
be-
done that to Geronimo Pratt. What makes
Look,
you
I
think-
would be
Well,
sure
the
that
Ruben
before
Moore
I
and
come
Geronimo
back.
Pratt is now up for that, though.
I would be sure that before I came back.
He took the chance.
I wouldn't be coming back with a gamble.
Well, Geronimo Pratt's been there for how long now? 18
issue of the 21st century and the future. Some have said that it is indeed possible to envision now a world in which there are black people, but a black race no longer exists. Would you speak to that?
I think that people will. Well, I first place, I don't buy the idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think the people of Africa will exist as long as any other people exist. What people are inferring that we will be integrated into other people to such an extent that we will no longer be identifiable as a distinct people. Well, in a world that's supposed to be a melting pot, we are the least meltable of the world's people.
Right.
So we've been in the pot a long time without melting. We can stay in the pot a long time, much longer without melting. I see African people as taking on more distinction and not necessarily losing the distinction. I see some loss of distinction. I see that emergence of a neutral African person who is neither black nor white. But I see certain realities bringing that person back home.
Okay.
Because there's some food for the soul that he can only get at home, no matter how far he wanders from home. I see no future for African people short of some form of world nationalism based on our Africanity and based on a recognition of our culture and its distinctiveness, the distinctiveness in music, the distinctiveness in entertainment, but the distinctiveness in thought. People have a difficult time thinking of us as thinkers, and they quite forget that over half of the history of the world was over before any of us knew that there was anything in the world called a Europe. And that we indeed did a lot of good thinking, and that during this period and before any interference with Europe, we had built enduring societies. And there was no word for jail in our language because no one had ever gone to one. No word for orphanage because no one had ever thrown away children. And no word for old people's home because no one had ever discarded mother, father, and grandmother. But we had created a society that was basically humane, and that every element that we now recognize in Christianity existed in that society, but not under that name. And every element now recognizes democracy exists in those societies without the use of that name.
But as we move towards the 21st century, you indeed would be the first to argue that we are in a struggle over our minds, over our identity, and over our own self-definition of who we are and where we're going.
We are in a fierce struggle, worse than 2 world wars multiplied. Because in the 15th and the 16th century, when the European colonized the world, he colonized information about the world. He colonized image. The most disastrous of this colonization for us and the most beneficial for him was to colonize the image of God. When he convinced us that the image of God looked like him, he convinced us that the image of good also resembles like him. We must free ourselves from the mental enslavement of these images and look at ourselves and see pictures that pleases us. And if we fail in that regard, we will fail as a people.
Well, how do these neutral Africans fit into that as you see it? I mean, Where are these neutral Africans?
But
Who are they? How many are they?
There are Africans who so taken with European education, European values or lack of it, that they don't seem to be wholly on either side. There are Africans who have lived outside of that culture and cannot adjust to the re-entry into that culture. When I say neutral Africans, I'm talking about Africans all over the world. I'm talking about a case like Jamaica, where the class and color situation retards the very progress of the nation and keeps it from being the great island nation that it can be. It has a large intellectual class, it has a large technical class, but it has only a very small class committed to the nationness from an African vantage point. But they are, if they have any commitment at all, it is reproducing the decaying and unworthy forms of that colonial master. And these forms were never designed for us in the first place, and will not fit us and will not liberate us, but go toward the continuous enslavement of us. You go to Jamaica, you find people talking about their Dutch uncles and their Scottish grandfathers, everything except Africa. And you wonder, say, how did this island produce a Marcus Garvey who looked at Africa internationally and called for the redemption of Africa and the return of some of Africa's finest colonies?
Or can this island produce another Marcus Garvey?
I doubt it. Then I doubt whether any great idealist will come from them under the present mental condition. If you elect a con man from Boston who passes himself off, a Lebanese con man who passes himself off as one of you, who literally studied Jamaican folklore, Jamaican East, Jamaican music, and wormed his way into your society, raped your treasure, and became rich because you were hung up with some illusion that out of many comes one, but you're not too clear about who that one should be.
Right.
If you're going to make a nation of predominantly African people, and you say out of many comes one, you must be clear what that one should think about, how that one should look, and the direction that one should be pointed to. And Jamaica is not too clear about that. What we're talking about now is a dangerous and delicate thing, because in a lecture on the Caribbean mind away from home, I said that the Jamaicans have been physically bastardized, and the Barbadians have been mentally bastardized. So what we're dealing with is the bastardized mind, which is just as dangerous as the bastardized. The bastardized human being can have all kinds of manifestations.
Right.
And we know from our own experience that there are many blacks who are almost white whose commitment was just the same as the blackest of the blacks. And we also know from experience that some of the blackest of the blacks have been traitors to our cause. So we cannot measure our people based on color gradations or hair gradations when we look at the performance of them as against the color. We can find loyalty and treachery on both sides. But when we deal with the bastardized mentality, which runs through both of them, then here is where the great danger is. You got 1 foot in Africa and 1 foot in Europe. You are not going to go successfully toward Europe or Africa. If you're going to be a successful European, you have to come, your foot have to be solidly in Europe's direction. you're going to be a successful African, your foot must be solidly in Africa's direction. And what you have to understand with your split loyalty between the two is the European has designed no society with a hiding place for anyone to be socially comfortable except another European. And that none of us will ever be socially comfortable, politically comfortable, and culturally comfortable outside of the orbit of African people.
And what I want to push you on is the question of what gives you the hope that African people of the world today understand that. When I look at a country or like Brazil, where you have 60 million blacks who will argue with you that their oppression is a function of color and color has nothing to do with race.
Well, you have the largest African nation outside of Africa, numerically, in Brazil. And politically, you can, as of now, write them off as an arm of African world liberation.
Correct.
But how do you convert them
Exactly.
or move the liberation bandwagon without them?
That's
Can you
the question.
afford to move it without them? And if you dissipate so much energy trying to convert them, I'm afraid the wagon will move without you.
Right.
And so the idea is, let us take forward the people willing to go forward right now.
Okay.
And we have to deal honestly with what happened in the Caribbean islands after the concept of federation failed. What happened in the United States after the concept of the civil rights movement failed. And what happened in Africa after the independence explosion, because there is not one nation in Africa with a government modeled on African values and African procedure of governance.
Right.
Not one. Ghana could have been that nation had Nkrumah listened to his teacher, Joseph B. Danquah, who wanted a traditional state and saw no contradiction between affecting a wedding between a traditional African state and a modern state. And his idea was that with a traditional African state, the CIA and the British intelligence and the FBI would not have been able to overthrow such a government because they would not know what the bolts and screws are.
Right.
And we have to go back. We might have to step back in order to step forward, because somewhere in the journey toward liberation, we reached a fork in the road and took the wrong turn. And I believe the wrong turn in the United States was a misinterpretation of what integration was or should be. In the West Indies Island, a misinterpretation of the nature of partnership with your former colonial master. And in Africa, a misinterpretation and a misconception of parliamentary procedure as envisioned by your colonial master, and the assumption that you can take some of the framework of your oppressor and use it in your new drive toward independence and liberation, when you needed to do almost a complete house cleaning, to throw out everything. You needed to have enough nerve to throw out his textbooks, throw out his Bible, even throw out his food taste. You need to throw out his potatoes, go back to your yams, you know. You need to.
Well, let's talk about this point about alliance, because you have all too often spoke about the failure of us to understand the nature of an alliance. And when you talk about the global world and the African identity and the global world of the 21st century, what is it we need to understand about alliances that allows us not to make those same mistakes about partnerships?
Only two equals can make a successful alliance. If I make an alliance with you and you break the rules of that alliance, I must be strong enough to exact some punishment on you, from you, for having done so.
Okay.
And if that is not the case, I have no alliance, I have an agreement. An agreement made is an agreement that can be broken. An alliance makes, a true alliance, makes both of us dependent on each other to the point where both would think twice before betraying the alliance. All right, now let's say, suppose we did have an alliance with a European nation, and they're getting so much gold from Africa, they're getting so much bauxite, they're getting so much manganese, they're getting some copper from Africa. This is the blood of that industry, and they break the alliance. You close the door and say, you get nothing from me until you give an account for breaking that alliance.
And first we have to claim control over those resources.
Once we gain control over those resources, and once we develop a successful agriculture, we can turn to the ally and say that without you, my people will still eat, they will still go to school, they will still wear shoes, and that let's see who can suffer the most now that the alliance is broken.
Okay, and I think I hear you say that consciousness and identity and the idea about who you are will precipitate those physical resources in terms of who claims it. I mean, you have to first have a mission about who you are in order to claim something for yourself.
Once you have that mission, who you are, you will not let foreigners manage your wealth.
Right.
Because that wealth is the birthright of your children.
Right.
And you must preserve that so that they can in turn preserve it for their children.
But we get confused over internationalizing. I mean, we're so confused over it belongs to all of us and we must share it with everyone.
Well, we must not share. Look, when I say all of us, I mean all of us within this nation. I don't mean the whole world. You know,
I understand what
we
you
are really internationalists, and we're humane people.
Mm-hmm.
But the world is not structured that way.
To accept that, to accommodate that.
Yeah, because or to recognize our humane effort in that regard. We have done this before. We have said, come in and share. All right, now look at the coming of the Boers to South Africa. Mm-hmm. The little people that they call Hottentot and Bushmen, the Cushion Sand people. Said, all right, there's plenty of cattle. You need some cattle? Take some. You need some land? You got more than we're using. Give you some land. We notice a lot of you have come without women. You've come from a long journey. Take some women. The African is a perfect host. He's a perfect humanitarian. There's something unique in his character that has never been shown in another people, no place in human history. And the African has to first recognize his uniqueness and recognize this great strength. It's also part of his political weakness.
Exactly.
Once you understand that and begin to develop the essential selfishness of survival, he can do that and still keep his humanity by not losing what is political naivete.
Let's turn to that through the South African point in time, the crossroad that we see in South Africa.
Now, the first place the political naivete in South Africa reverberates throughout the whole of the African world is the assumption that apartheid is the main issue. It's not even a minor issue. Because they can destroy apartheid tomorrow morning. It would not give the African 1 pound of gold. It would not give him 1 inch of the land that's been taken away from him. It would not permit him to go to a single hotel. So the real issue in South Africa is Western or European or white control of the mental wealth of South Africa. That is the headquarters for the control of the mental wealth of the non-Western world. That is the blood of the industry of the non-Western world. And the African is naive enough to think that if the capitalist world is against me, the communist world is for him. And he fails to understand that the European wants to control him and the wealth of the world, be he left or right. And the racism and the European desire to control does not stop at the door of communism, socialism, or Christianity. And this is why he's naive. Now, I hope Nelson Mandela is strategizing and begging for time when he said, I'm against black dominance and white dominance. I hope he's begging for time. Now, if he if he's telling the truth, and if he convinces a whole lot of people that this is the true case, we're in trouble. Because what is needed and what must be ultimately called for is a South Africa as African ruled, as France is French ruled, and as English is English ruled. So that no matter who stays in South Africa, they stay under African rule or they go out. And so if they stay under African rule and the Africans want them there, all right. Otherwise, they go out. There are no terms. Now, his praise of ANC and relationship to the Communist Party, I hope, is a form of charity, a form of strategy. Because the Communist Party in South Africa is the most racist communist party in the world that has worked against the South African black laborers for all these many years, that has betrayed them on cue, in terms of their benefit to do so, that destroyed the great trade union movement built by Clement Kadele, and that the destruction of Clement Kadele's union is the cause, and the weakness that set in then is the cause of the extensive past laws being passed in South Africa, because they grew fearful of the African, organized. The same as the massive slave revolts in the first half of the 19th century, caused new codes, black codes, all kinds of codes against blacks to safeguard against uprising. Kadele's union of 500,000 Africans unionized, demanding decent wage in their own country, frightened the rulers to the point where they put additional restrictions on the African to keep him from ever again emerging as a power force in Africa. And for a South African communist, for any kind of communist, to forget this, and for Nelson Mandela to forget that he left the home of a communist family and was turned in or was caught an hour later when he had been eluding the police for years. So now, I have no proof that they turned him in, but there's a possibility that they did. Because the communists are traditionally anti-nationalists. When it comes to Russia, they seem to make a few exceptions, but the communists are traditionally anti-nationalists. Because the communists are saying politically what the Christians have said: there are no other God before me. There's no other ideology that you need to consider, not even the ideology of the maintenance of your own culture.
What is it about our people that prevents them from claiming their Africanity and always choosing between one of the European
Some foreigners' toys,
right.
I put it, some foreigners' toys,
Right.
is the assumption that there is a universality, and that he's part of a universality and need not practice the essential parochialism that I call the essential selfishness of survival, which every people on the face of the earth who are intelligent practices. I mean, Marcus Garvey said it crudely, but maybe correctly, race bugs. And this is the point that it loses us. The minute we become internationalists. And when we get to a position of permanence, we got to wear the conqueror's clothes. We have the conqueror's ideology. And we think the conqueror means what he says when he said democracy and Christianity. It's like with integration, we thought that to integrate and to go to schools, and to be able to go into hotels, we had to dismantle all the small, very clean, inadequate, but very functional hotels in the black community. We also had to stop eating in nice little restaurants where those sisters could put a dish before you that would make a king envy. Now, all these were useful things built because Jim Crow had made it a necessity for us to institutionalize something among ourselves or have nothing. If you can't eat in no restaurant downtown, you become a captive customer in restaurants in your own neighborhood. But at least some of them were decent and clean, and the waitress was hospitable, to you. I'm saying that having justice and having integration, having the right to go elsewhere and maintaining these restaurants was not a contradiction in terms, because Italians maintain Italian restaurants, Jews maintain Jewish restaurants, Chinese maintain Chinese restaurants. It's part of an industry of survival. The Chinese, his restaurant and his laundry, who are running them, not his big intellects who are running bigger.
More importantly, they maintain a sense of community and a definition of kinship around which they organize.
And also an apprenticeship where not of the untrained workers and newly arrivals can get their job skills together before they move to higher things. So we have no place where conscious of design for our young people to sharpen their skills before they move to higher things.
But how do we claim our young people who do not even know that they are not free?
Well,
we've got a generation of children.
But more than a generation. At least two.
At least two.
Two that we know about. Someone asked me this question, and I wasn't too cool or too cautious at the time. And I spoke hastily, but yet I spoke honestly. I said, burn the Bibles and break all the televisions. I meant what I said, but I think I should have qualified and said it in a better manner.
Qualify that for us.
I should have qualified it, because the Bible has given us an image of whiteness as good, with all those white angels, white Jesus, white Moses. And it literally told us that by projecting white with a cloak of holiness, they've told us that black is not good.
Well, I don't know if the Bible has done that, but those who have been in control over the Bible
for the
last few centuries,
those who have been controlling the Bible, those who have used Christianity politically, have done this.
Exactly. They have de-Africanized the biblical truth, the historical truth.
They've de-Africanized humanity.
Exactly.
But then we don't seem to understand this is what is done now. The picture of Christ, Michelangelo's picture, the picture of the Last Supper, is Michelangelo's painting. Now, who knows whether Joseph was sitting on that side or Peter was sitting on that side? Who knows one way or the other? They said what Michelangelo told them to say.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Michelangelo's cousin posed for the picture of Christ. Now, who knows whether Christ looked like Michelangelo's picture? Well, he came from that area of the world that is predominantly populated by non-European people.
Of course.
So I never get into any argument about whether he was black or Because the first person don't give a damn. And then I asked the question, was he Greek? No. Was he Roman? No. Then he was one of those other people. And all these other people was part of the world's first international melting pot. If he didn't belong to the two people who came from Europe, he belonged to one of the mixture of people in that area. None of them were white.
We're white, of course.
And even today, those same people are not considered white.
Exactly.
So a white face don't necessarily get you into the white race. That's the relation. That's the dilemma of some Jews. That's the dilemma of some Arabs. It's the dilemma of some Latinos. But that's not our dilemma, because we have never defined any people based on race, because race is a European invention, 15th and the 16th century. And we are the victims of the invention and not a creator of the invention. So what we have to tell people, you turn to the people who define the concept. I'm a victim of the concept, so therefore I'm not defending the concept. And if you're a victim and hurt by the concept, then turn to its inventors and not to one of its victims. But we have not faced down people in the marginal area between black and white who make prostitutes of them out of themselves, trying to belong to the white club, who don't want to impress the members of the white club by downgrading us.
So let's come back to this issue of maybe perhaps distinguishing between religion and spirituality, because part of the African humanity is certainly the dimension of spirituality.
Now
and that cannot be separated.
And I have been dealing with this for a number of years, and a few people are beginning to hear what I was saying, that the Africans did not create any religions in the form that we know it. Foreigners created religions for political purposes and turned one against the other. And finally, a smart political foreigner came along and created a branch of religion and said that this is the true faith, which means that the other faiths must be false. Then another one that said previous to that, we are God's chosen people. And they never explained what they were chosen for. Now, if God chose one people over another, and if God, as the Boers define it, ordained them to rule over the lesser breeds, and as the Pope defined it in 1555, addressing himself to Spain and Portugal, and said, you are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people, then you are saying that God has stepchildren. And you make him into a bigot. And if you make him into a bigot, he is not an all-loving God dispensing favors equal to all of his children. And you're saying that we are his favorite children, and you're outside of that field. Now,
so one thing we must do to reclaim our youth is to get them to envision themselves as God.
And realize that the African, before the formation of religion,
Political religion,
created a universal spirituality that recognized and respected all life. And if you wanted to pray, you could pray to the water because God was in the water.
right?
Pray to the tree because God was in the tree.
And you could pray anywhere at any time.
But most important, because God was in you.
That's right.
God was in you.
That's right.
Now, some people come along and say, God is in me,
But not in you.
not in you because you have no soul.
Right.
And yet blacks seem to make a cult out of joining religion, like the Mormons. They said they have no soul.
Right.
So if I have no soul, by your definition of soul, what am I doing
Why am I sitting there?
with you?
That's right.
Because I feel that I have a soul, I know that I have a soul. I'm more humane than you. You're doing things I wouldn't dare do. And if you have a soul, and if you're the favorite of God, and I have a soul and I'm not the favorite of God, then God is partial.
Right.
And God is prejudiced.
Now, Dr.
Then
Clarke,
God
that
is
might
not
be
God.
an easier challenge to do than to throw out the television.
Yeah, then
Now,
God.
how you going to throw out the television?
Well, I was speaking symbolically because what the powers that be has been saying to us in the last 500 years is that God favored them over other people. That if God is doing for them what they said is doing and not doing for me, then he's not God. Because a God is not a beggar. But they are fashioning God. They said, man, God fashioned man in his image. They are refashioning God in their political image and with their political intent. They're making God a partnership in their criminal activity on the world.
And their technology and control of images becomes the flip side of their political religious expression.
Yeah, if you control what you see, they control what you think. They control what you do about yourself. Van der Cook has said a race is like a man that loves its own memories, reveals its own history. It can never fulfill itself completely. What they know that we do not seem to know is that you cannot successfully oppress a consciously historical people because they would not permit it. And to prepare you for oppression, they must first remove you from the respectful commentary of history and tell you that all history is dependent on them and that the world waited in darkness for them to bring the light.
To you.
Yeah.
So would you just comment before we close on the future of the African world as we're at this crossroad?
I think we reached a juncture in our historical journey at the fork of the road where we misread the signboards for the different roads going in different directions. And we might have to come back to the fork of the road and read those signboards again to find out which road leads us home. We might find a signboard that reads Pan-Africanism, African nationalism, African unity, and the love of African people for African people. And we might have to start with a mirror and love what's looking back at us.
And love what's looking back at us.
And say to that person looking back at us, you and I will start a revolution
By loving one another.
by loving one another. And we can change the world by first changing ourselves. We will start our revolution tomorrow, but the best revolution, if you're sincere, you start it today.
Thank you, Dr. Clarke.
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly.
1910 books. And he just
Laid it out.
He laid it out for what it was, the reasons it was caused this way. Yeah. Craft and he's not accepted in the white world because he tells too much of the truth.
That's right. He tells the truth.
Allen Boyd Kuhn is not accepted because he tells the truth about the Bible and how they stole the concepts out of Africa.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing that's so peculiar, in the books that they have the 7 commandments, the other books say that there was like 300 commandments. And these were the books from the
Now, Moses extracted the 10,
Yeah.
admitted that Moses extracted 10 good ones.
Yeah.
But there were others, man.
I learned.
What time is your engagement?
Oh, 7:30?
7:30.
7:30, isn't it, for him to
Get
speak?
back to this.
What time is it?
7?
I don't go.
7 o'clock?
No, not yet.
Or
Quarter
the
to
Charles
6.
speak.
It's
It's,
quarter to
5:30.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
fine.
need
Well, I
to
can get
rest.
back now.
You all gotta go home?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go. I'll bring old piece up to the
Is it? I can't come. I gotta go.
Yeah.
This is the third time this has happened.
She lectured me. Third time she lectured my college and I wasn't there. She lectured another time in New York. I wasn't there.
And
Now this time I'm here in Chicago.
And that's something.
All this was set up before I knew about it. Now I'm doing the regular business. I'll get the tape and get back to you.
Oh, yeah.
Get back to you.
Because he has your phone number.
Yeah.
And address and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll make the audio off for you. Clarke.
Yeah.
We'll make the audio.
Of this one
Yeah,
here.
we'll do it two ways for you because some of your friends and other associates might want to see it.
Video
So,
as well.
yeah. Have a video as well. And you can just pull the audio off of the video we have for it. You just plug in your tape recorder into your VCR, what's the sound out. Just put it in there and put it right into your tape recorder. And you can run right into the
So like I said, if I want just the
Yeah,
audio.
you want the
Right.
audio.
Yeah.
Get a good sound level off of that.
This is not a bad room to do. It's
No.
kind of thing.
No. But next time, gentlemen, I'll tell you all something about doing this room and doing it right. You what you call wash the walls with the lights. Face these lights against these walls, and you'll have a reflective light factor on the subjects, and it will not have any of the glare that you're getting this way. It's called light wash, wall wash.
Right,
Just-
that's, see, that's what this light's supposed to be for.
yeah, just
Right,
just face it to the wall, and then you'll wash the light
When
and
the fourth
diffuse back.
people start their work, I'll get back to you.
Huh? Before what, dear?
When the fourth people
Oh,
start their work.
absolutely. And I may be able to help get some students to, some serious students who can commit some time. That's gonna be a lot of work,
Yeah.
a lot of work.
What time you gonna leave in New York? Or when are you?
I think it's 8 o'clock.
Nothing is on.
Oh, they fight there? Yes, sir.
Look at that.
Thank you. I thought I was thinking my chest
What
out.
was it for? Who took it? What was it for?
Right.
Do you know what it was for?
My office ain't too far from the street. I don't know.
Do you know what this was for, Minister Brown?
Well, it's, I don't know what it's for, but it's studying the inheritance.
No, it was a spoof on the mummy's hand. It was a spoof on the mummy's hand.
I just come to New York. I'm in college.
You know, don't you remember the movie with Abbott and Costello and those people in the mummy's hand? You remember, don't you, Dr. Clarke?
Yeah.
We're not black folk in that.
That's right. That's why I said it was a satirical spoof on it.
But it's a good,
You know what?
It's a good film.
So bad.
Yeah, I mean, they got a handsome brother there. They got a sister with her jerry curls.
Like you all doing.
You know, it's all Hollywood glamour.
You know what I mean?
He got on his clock boots, you see? His ever-ready flashlight.
Yeah, I know you learned it.
What,
I know you had one. Hard work.
You know, I mean, to me, I just don't like things about us satirically depicted, that's all.
awful. And the church.
That's supposed to be the inner tubes of the pyramids, the inner tubes where they're searching. And he's dusting off to get the sand out of the glyphs to read them.
That's where.
It's hard to see.
This here is the snake of life, which is the Egyptian right there. Yeah, this is the balance scales. This is the Ra, the sun, the sun god. And this
I
is
went over to one of those local school council meetings last night, and they haven't spoken a word yet about children. They arguing over
king.
the Bennett, over who gave it to them, full authority to do this. I mean, it's built-in failure, just to destroy these kids.
That's all it is. And then, you know, they turn to school.
But it's easy to learn to read.
That's right.
Because there's only
Instead of turning over to professors.
That's right.
18 sounds.
Damn, what school is
Is that
that?
all? That's
17
right.
sounds to it.
Well, you know what thing I had to
Speak.
speak, I hate it.
You know,
You had to do that for him?
Yeah. I didn't
You
like
have
it,
a
but
few.
you gotta have a
That's right.
You know, if you study Egyptology,
And you might got 2 sons starting to
it's another thing to do.
ain't
You're
no-
young enough to do it.
This is one.
Oh, where, no,
He's
you,
starting, I think, no, in his, you're not in his.
I teach over there too.
Yeah, they're gonna start the
they'll
college
start
going
there.
like, yeah, man. They're going to college and they can do college.
All the faith,
Get-
huh?
Yeah, get your grip.
That's right.
Then you go on his eye, I'm saying. That's the only truth. These kids don't believe that. See, they think they can get in them streets and you hit, with these girls and they gonna make it. But I think that it's not like that. It's
So
not
you
like
all made a
that.
tape for me, huh?
No, I mean, we did, we're going to.
Oh, you got, okay.
That's why I was saying if they had a VCR.
Oh,
What I'm
yeah.
gonna do is run it off at, while we're here, that you can use one of his VCR and make a copy, and then I'm gonna have to leave it with Reverend Brown.
Oh, you gonna be back here?
I live here,
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just going to New York to, speak at First World, is that what I'm going?
Oh,
Wherever he's sending me.
We got a whole series with just all women.
ah,
And I said, let the sisters have a range. Barbara Sizemore is in the series. Somewhere in April. Wiley.
Press Wesley?
She'll come back in April.
oh. Then where is she speaking, where are y'all speaking at?
First of all,
Oh, then that's unfortunate, but I thought it was on Saturday.
on Saturday.
I done lost the date when you come out here.
Well, usually you
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
You know that. Is that your Katusha? Ring your name? Ivor? See, let's see. Can you say it? Can you say it the way they sound?
Now, I've got to take this off, take the plate off.
Eva. T and a snake and the bird.
Now, one thing,
Yeah,
this,
yeah, this here broke off.
I didn't break it.
No, this broke when you touched it. That's your name's good. So you still, in other words, you're using it now, you just go around. You don't have it on for activity. You don't leave this on when you're transporting, do you? Yeah. Yeah. It's a good unit. See, you got the bubbles balance it too.
Oh, yeah.
That's what that's
I
for.
forgot I hadn't used the phone on that.
That balances it off.
You're in New York, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I've got a couple of students who usually do this for me.
It's a good try.
What is this particular complex?
You mean the office complex?
Oh, this is office.
Yeah, it's just about, the second floor is a black architectural firm. And, the first floor is my company and 2 other businesses. You know, the Chamber of Commerce is here, the oldest black chamber of commerce in the country.
Oh, yeah?
How long? Yes, 100 years old.
100 years old. Yeah, I saw the name out there. They got 2 floors.
It's the oldest in the country, I understand.
And who did they start it with? Under an insurance line or?
With 1901, they.
No, I mean the businesses that they started with more or less.
Oh, well, you know, there was always a black community. In fact, I just did some history on black Chicago, and you had proportionally more black businesses 100 years ago than you do now. That's right. They had a black business directory in
There's a book called The Guarantee.
1913. They had far more proportionally than we have now. We have given up on being controllers of our communities.
Well, that's not exactly fair.
Oh, I know. It's not exactly sensible. Self-destruct.
It wasn't-
Yep.
It's against.
It began yesterday, and the lectures are at 7:30 each night. Yesterday, Dr. Brown spoke on the man, the mind, the spirit. Tonight's lecture, we have Dr. Tashaka, all the way from California, and he's speaking on African origin of leadership. Saturday, we have the world-renowned historian and lecturer, Dr. John Henrik Clarke, and he's speaking on Malcolm X, a radical black ministry and historical view. We're not going to have a lecture.
Open up telephone lines and also basically give those of you a chance in the live audience to pose any questions or comments to Dr. Clarke about his discussion today. That discussion again from the last chapter of a forthcoming book, which is now in pamphlet form, called Can African People Save Themselves? Let us welcome back Dr. John Henrik Clarke in the talking room. WRID, New York. Dr. Clarke, when you were talking a few moments ago, I guess when you touched on the issue of knowing our history, being in this particular month of Black History Month, which of course was initiated by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, I've heard some people from time to time have a criticism about this being one of the shortest months of the year and winding up being that month, but I don't think that Dr. Carter G. Woodson had in mind that we were only going to study our history in 1 month of the year when he initiated Negro History Week some years ago. Your thoughts about this issue of our history being studied all year round as a part of our natural way of life?
Well, I've been an advocate of all the year round, all along. Now, Dr. Woodson, because Abraham Lincoln's birthday comes in February, and so is Frederick Douglass's, he wanted to have a week, really, embracing those two birthdays. He wasn't precise about when Lincoln was born or Douglas, because they wasn't too precise about it themselves. But I think the idea was good, and the idea of the week set the month in motion. I think history is a consistent thing like living, and we should have history at our breakfast tables and have it at home in our churches. I would replace history with the Sunday school lessons, and instead of having Sunday school lessons, I'd have little printed lessons on history. All these social organizations and fraternities and sororities, instead of all this stupid initiation and sororities and fraternities go through, you get in based on how much you know about history. And if you want to get into, tell me about Queen Nzinga and her battles with the Portuguese. Tell me about a king named Shamba Balongan Go in the Congo, who, after they drove out the Portuguese, he took the Congo to its golden age. Tell us, what is a golden age? Name 5 books about Shamba Balongan Go. The rumor is that, the assumption that Chaka, the greatest of the Zulu warriors, fought white people. Do you know that most people got the information wrong? Chaka fought no white people at all. He fought other blacks in order to consolidate South Africa to save it from the whites. We get so many things wrong so easily because we don't read. Now, don't read the book, we don't read a book on the subject. We call this cocktail history. You know, your undergraduate degree is one cocktail, and your graduate degree is the second cocktail. Your graduate, your PhD is the third cocktail, and then you know everything. And you read one book.
You're listening to WLID New York. We continue in the Talking Drum with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. The series again, Can African People Save Themselves?
I think if we're going to save ourselves, we got to first understand ourselves. We must understand the African freedom explosion in the world, in the Caribbean, and in Africa. Remember now, in spite of all the talk about blackness and the Black Revolution, and need for a black university. There's not a single black state in the Caribbean islands or in Africa. They're all imitation European states. We must bring into being the role model of an African state based on African values and African tradition. Our enemy fears a people with a value system more than they fear a people with an army. And when a people destroy your value system, they destroy something among you more valuable than your defense system. We have to regain our value system. People must say, I don't do that because we're just not that kind of people. And mean it. We have to restore some of the things we had in this country, in Africa, and in the Caribbean islands. The fact that everybody looked after everybody. If you understand that, it was kind of a community enterprise. If this little child, he hadn't got his clothes fastened, everybody's concerned about it. Until he gets to get himself straightened out and somebody wipes his nose and, you know, and they tell his mother's kid was out here unkept. Who was responsible? Whole community zeroing in on a single little item by a little child who didn't have a clothes button. That was humanity. Now we say, touch my child, I'll kill you. I mean, he should be touched. We have to get back to the point where everybody's concerned with everybody.
Now you're coming.
And we might have to have a block by block organization. We see a stranger in the block, say, hey, what you doing here? He might bother somebody he ain't got no business bothering. If he's seeing a lady in the block, ask the lady, is he straight or not? No. Who is he? It seems like an interference with your privacy, but we got along a little better when people cared enough to interfere sometime, because sometimes your privacy needs to be interfered with to your benefit. So to save ourselves, we must get back some of the old community values we used to have. I came from a family of 9 children. I was never at home when a child was born, because on the eve of a birth, one of the neighbors took the children and kept them until the birth was over. Nobody asked them to do it. They just did it. In the neighborhood, if there's a feud between 2 ladies, if there's a serious illness, the feud is off. And the lady she's been feuding with starts bringing her soup. And once she's well again and on her feet, then the feud starts back again. But nobody struck at you when you had serious difficulties. And when the community reprobate, the biggest drunk, liar, womanizing the community died, he got a decent funeral. We say, it's out of our hands. Now, let God take care of it. That was part of our humanity. I noticed this when my stepmother died. As children, we said, she's not going to die anyway, she's going to evil away. Finally, she eviled away. Went out to the funeral, everybody singing her favorite song, that she cannot be replaced. Her seat in the female amen corner should never be occupied because she's irreplaceable. I wish somebody would replace her. The biggest witch in town. But she's dead now, so nobody's thinking about how hard she used to whip me. It's all over now. It's forgiven. Then having studied African culture on the spot, and having studied the culture in New Orleans, the backwoods of Alabama, I know that we are beautiful people and we've got a lot that we can use to save ourselves, but we've thrown so much away. We need to regain. There was no such thing as an invitation to a wedding.
it was assumed that the community is invited. So the community came. It was assumed you're gonna bake a cake. So you bake a cake, it was too much cake. But everybody had plenty of cake and some to take home. And nobody got hurt. And sometimes there's some confusion as to who's gonna fix what. Then everybody fixed and it was too much, and so everybody took some home. But the bride and the groom didn't pay the money. No, weddings cost thousands of dollars. It cost nothing. That was our humanity. We have to get it back again. In this country, the Caribbean islands, and then we have to stop telling lies about each other and our respective development. The Caribbean islands, you had a majority. In Africa, you had a majority. There were certain things expected of them that they have not delivered. We in this country could not have delivered the state. No matter how wise we were, we could not have delivered the state against the odds that we have always had arrayed against us. We expected Africans who had enough number to gain control over the state apparatus. And that hasn't been done because too many people have been imitating the concept of government as laid down by their former colonial masters. We have to free ourselves from this period of imitation. We've had a generation of imitations. We have not looked back creatively. This is why we have not successfully looked forward. Had the members of the civil rights movement looked back at that 19th century, that was 10 times more radical than they were.
Sure.
They could have built the 20th century.
That's right.
They didn't look back to their foundation. So they couldn't build for the future because they didn't know the past. And ultimately they end up betraying each other. We have to look both ways, but we cannot ignore history. We cannot ignore that clock that we need to tell our time of day. And people who came before. We cannot ignore the fact in the 19th century we produced ministers 10 times more radical than Martin Luther King. Henry Holland Garvey, Rangel Ward, these men around Douglas. And at the end of the century, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner.
That's way back.
Because we have a revolutionary heritage among the ministry, as well as a revolutionary heritage among the people. Slave revolt, 250 slave revolts on record. We had the most successful slave revolts in the Caribbean islands, because in the Caribbean islands they could maintain a cultural continuity, an African cultural continuity. They wasn't broken up so often. Slaves were bought in large lots and they generally kept the lots together. The slave master thought they could work them better that way. They were right, but they forgot one thing. They could revolt better that way.
That's right.
Because they kept their language together. They kept their drum together. They kept their habits and their custom together. This is why the first clear nationalist in the Western world, would appear. He would come from Jamaica, but he was sold to a plantation in Haiti. Woodson. He called for a black heaven and said if he found his slave master at the pearly gate, he gonna slay him right in front of the angel gate. So we talk about the Haitian Revolution. We give credit to Toussaint, Dessalines, and Christophe, as we should. But that revolution was set in motion by two slaves formerly from Jamaica, Macandel and Boatman.
Right.
and Jamaica fought longer and harder than Haiti and did not become free because the British could destabilize the revolt in between. And it takes 10, sometimes 20 years to mount the momentum for a revolt. Haiti's revolt unfolded over a 20-year period. And each time one leader fell, another one was right there to take his place.
Beautiful.
And it worked out that way. It had nothing to do with who was braver. Haiti was fighting that old silly, neurotic, fascist Napoleon. England had freed some of her soldiers from fighting the Spanish, plus the fact England had an internal army in Jamaica, and the descendants of that internal army is still in Jamaica and still causes some trouble that a whole lot of people won't talk about because they're a little bit ashamed of it. That is the Jamaican mulatto who had made up his mind where he belongs. He can't be English. He don't want to be Jamaican. He's contemptuous of being African. And he stands in between. But these are some things we whisper about and dare not discuss openly. But in a true fight for our existence, we have to tell all the fractions and the halves and the almost whites, come in the house and stay, or go out and stay. We haven't got that nerve yet. We cannot fight a true revolution with people with split loyalty. See? You either have to be for our cause or against it. And if you're against it, you have to suffer the consequences.
Go ahead. That's it.
We might have to start dealing with the so-called black conservatives. Here, we have to deal with the bastardized mind as against the physical bastard. We must deal with the mental bastard. We must deal with who are black and loyal to whites to the extent that they would betray us.
Dr. Clarke, could you, for a moment, take us into Brazil? It is an area in terms of South America that not many people really are clear about in terms of Palmares and Quilombo and that whole situation.
No, Brazil was the great human laboratory during the period of slavery and after it, because, see, when the Pope said to Spain and Portugal, you take the East and you take the West, and you two Catholic nations stop fighting among yourselves, Spain got more than its share. Then when Portugal approached the Pope, the Treaty of Tordesillas, 1493, gave Portugal, Brazil. Brazil was so big the Portuguese couldn't manage it. Then there were two Portuguese slave trades, one supplying Brazil, one supplying the general Portuguese slave trade. Brazil was so big, many Africans in Brazil bypassed the auction block and went straight to the forest and the hills. Were never slaves. See, and here they found two distinct African cities, Palmares and Bahia. Palmares lasted about 110 years. And another thing, the Portuguese scraped the human barrel. Took the poor Portuguese, the wretched of Portugal, the wretched of the whites. And when they got there and announced to these wretched people who hadn't been treated too well in Portugal, all of this is for the mother country. They said, the hell with the mother country, this is for me. So they began to separate Brazil from Portugal. There was a shortage. The Portuguese petitioned the Catholic Church for the right to marry the black woman. And married the black woman, she wouldn't marry them unless she was free. So you have the beginning of a free black woman, then she not only, she connived to free certain members of her family. Then convince the Portuguese that you're going into the hinterland, you got labor. The only way you can control them, you got to free them. So you see, the beginning of the Portuguese, the free man in Brazil, who would feed the revolts in Palmeiras and in Bahia. And out of these relationship between the Portuguese man and the African woman, two other rulers of Brazil emerged. Pedro I, Pedro II. There's a book by a man named Ramos called The Negroes in Brazil. Worth reading. The best known work on Brazil is by their greatest living writer. He must be 90 now, but he's still alive, Gilberto Fryer. The masters and the slaves and the shanties and the mentions. He's really the greatest documenter on Portuguese history. There's a work by Price, Richard Price, called Maroon Societies in the Americas, dealing with runaway slaves who formed secret arms, including in the United States. It's assumed that maroon societies existed only in Jamaica. They existed all over the Americas. They're best known for their existence in Jamaica. But Brazil, one of the largest countries, a country with a majority black population, but they managed to convince the black population that they have no problem. And that is their problem. Being convinced that they have no problem. No one has explained why they're on the bottom. If they have no problem, well, everybody else got more than they've got. But they're stirring now. They've got people in the Senate now, and one of them is a personal friend of mine, a great artist, do Nascimento, Abdus do Nascimento. And I think he's doing some great things. He's a good writer. The one item that you might not approve of it is that he's married to milk instead of chocolate. We'll let that one go for a moment.
Dr. Henrik Clarke is in this live at the World Famous Apollo Theater. I think it's January 3rd. We will break for a moment. We'll come back with the conclusion of Dr. Clarke's talk and also the chance for you to talk with him directly at our center stage microphone and of course on our telephone line too. More when we come up in the GVE at the Apollo on Top Radio 1190 WRIO. Great crowd here. Good to have you with us on 121st Street. Quick note, we'd like to actually acknowledge the presence of the students from the Liberty Partnerships Program at Orange County Community College, Newburgh Extension. We are pleased to have them here today. Let's give them a big round of applause. It's good to have students with us, especially during this kind of time period as well. Also, an announcement, the Grand Council of Guardians is presenting a Gift of Life blood drive. This is going to be happening on March 9th between 10 and 4 p.m. at the press room at 1 Police Plaza on the 2nd floor. Due to the demand of rare blood traits that are found uniquely in the African American community, the Greater New York Blood Bank has made an urgent appeal to the Grand Council of Guardians to solicit donors from the membership. Again, all uniform and civilian members, family members also who give blood will receive half-price entry to the NYCPD Guardians Association Oldies with Goodies Night over at the Mark Ballroom. There will be more details to follow, but again, keep that in mind, March 9th, 10 to 4, the press room, 1 Police Plaza, a Gift of Life blood drive. We continue with our talking drum during African History Month. Our guest today, Dr. John Henrik Clarke, who concludes in the last few moments before we begin to take your telephone calls and talk with you directly on his lecture, Can African People Save Themselves? Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you very much. We, of course, need to look at Brazil because it is the largest African country outside of Africa. It is the one country in South America where an African can become head of state legitimately without a coup. I mean, if they all voted, they could just vote him in because they got the numbers. It's just a matter of a political awakening. But we also need to look at the rest of South America. Guyana is a part of South America. Look at its background and its revolts. Look at the so-called Bush Negro revolts in Suriname. All these things were well written about and well documented. Because I read so many books being self-educated, self-educated mean formally educated people read what the professors tell them to read. I read all of that in the book the professors tell them not to read because they're dangerous. All the more reason why I would read them. So a good self-directed education is far better than some formal education. Now, I'm not telling anybody not to go to school. By all means, if you can get 2 PhDs, get it. It's just an academic passport. It's a work passport, and it makes things better for you. And you don't have to have any sense, but but if you throw up a certificate up that's a PhD, you got the job. In some cases. So I'm not knocking it, but I'm telling you it's not essential to having great information, because the people who set in motion this inquiry into our history were people with the minimum of formal education. J. Rogers didn't finish high school, and he did more work on the black personality and human history than any man who ever lived.
Okay.
Charles C. Seifert, another one, from Antigua. Of course, Jamaica, a lot of Jamaicans don't know that J. Rogers was Jamaican. Seifert, who did a lot of work that didn't get published, including extensive work on the African contribution to the brotherhood of man. A lot of Caribbean scholars and South American scholars have done excellent work. We need to study. We need to study Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And his PhD thesis, Slavery on the Upper Guinea Coast. We need to look at Raphael Powell, another forgotten Jamaica. His work, The Human Side of a People in Their Right Name, because he was the first person to repudiate and debunk this word Negro. It shows that it had no meaning what we are concerned. We need to read Richard Moore, and a new book on him by his daughter, his son-in-law, Richard Moore, Harlem Militant. We need to read his little work, The Name Negro, Its Origin and Evil Use. Well, we can put down some of these papers that slander and insult us, along to read some of the things that will make us feel a sense of pride in ourselves. Then we need to read some of the monumental work written on our cause by some neglected white writers. Joe Massey's 6-volume work, Egypt, Light of the World, Book of Genesis, Book of the Beginning, Natural Genesis. Long before Parnell's work called Black Athena, There were pioneer black writers doing the same thing. Nobody paid the slightest bit of attention to it. Now that a white man writes a book on the subject, everybody's doing cartwheels. He takes a lot of his information from Dr. Ben. You read his work, but you don't read Dr. Ben, who he took the work from. If you think I'm scolding you, you're right.
That's good, you need to be scolded.
You really need to read our writers, read all good writers. But you start with our writers. They have to eat too, they pay rent. Tom Edison don't make no exceptions. He's a writer, I'm gonna let him use his lights free of charge. No such thing. But take a little time and pay a little attention to what I'm doing. And all this talk about Malcolm X, and if you forgive the modesty, I did a halfway decent anthology 20 years ago that now been reissued. The situation hasn't been changed. I didn't feel called on to change a word of it. Because what I said then is still true. Would appreciate it if you read that. You know, I got an old beat up brownstone, but I still pay mortgages and water. Would appreciate your patronage.
Dr. Clarke, what's the schedule for the book that you mentioned, which is coming out again?
Well, he said May or June. It's the African World Press. He's also bringing out a book of the lectures of Dr. Ben and I delivered in London, New Dimensions of African World History. We've added material to it over and above the lectures. And that's supposed to be ready in February. Now he said March. And of all things, a lot of people don't know, I used to be a poet too, so thanks to a lady from Barbados who lent me $360, I had a book of poetry published in 1948 that's now going to be reissued. The early poetry of John Henrik Clarke. That's supposed to be out in March also. So I'm going to have a lot of books in my 3 books on Harlem in the process of being ready to come out again. Harlem Voices from the Soul of Black America, Harlem USA, and Harlem a Community in Transition. So when you see them, and if your pocketbook is disposed to give me a hearing, I'd appreciate it. And
Go ahead, talk
Let us really express our appreciation for Dr. John Henrik Clarke today, live from the world famous Apollo Theater. Certainly one of our celebrated elders today. We will begin taking some telephone calls first. We have some people who have been holding on the telephone for quite a while now. We'll take those calls and then move into our live audience. If you have questions or comments for Dr. Clarke, you can line up at our center stage area microphone with whatever comments you'd like to share with him today. We'll start first with our telephone calls though right now, 692-9542 and 1-800-332-1023. You're listening to Talk Radio 1190 WLIB. I'm Amitabh Gary Berger. This is the GBD Live at the Apollo. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, how you doing? How you doing, Dr. Clarke?
fine, fine.
I appreciate you naming those books about what to get, what to read, and if you keep it up. And also, I'd like to ask, did you say, I don't know if you or Dr. Ben, one of y'all said that there were people before Adam and Eve, and if it were, if you know anything about it, what book could I get for that information?
I didn't say it, but it's true.
And what book, what can I find that information?
Any book on the origin of man will trace that. You can get Dr. Leakey's work, and Dr. Leakey's son's work called Origins, Robert Leakey.
And every time I mention that, it's hard for people that I say it to. It's hard, and then what I want to be able to do is to pinpoint that information.
Well, you can pinpoint it in these books. Dr. Leakey's African, the Evolution of Man, and John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization, his chapter on the origin of man. Now, if the Adam and Eve story is true, mankind is about 6,000 years old. Now, what are we going to do with the information that proves that in Ethiopia alone, functioning mankind is about 5 million years old?
To the caller. Thank you, caller. Talk Radio WIB here at TVD Live at the Apollo with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Go right ahead, please. Yes, good afternoon. Hello, you're in the air. Go right ahead, please.
Gary?
Yes, what's up?
Good morning, Brother Gary. And Dr. Clarke. It's one thing that I very rarely, if ever hear any of our historians talk about, and that is the amount and numbers of estimated Africans being eliminated from the planet, and the amount of Europeans that has been killed among themselves. I heard it once said that there was an estimated 100 million Europeans killed among themselves since they've been keeping records, and an estimated 300 million of us. I'd like Dr. Clarke, to speak to that. And one other thing, what did we do when the Europeans en masse invade Africa for the natural mineral resources? And what are we to do? And what is our people in the Western world going to do about loyalty then? And where would their loyalty lie then?
You're speaking from a military perspective.
That's right.
I understand. All right, thank you. Dr. Clarke?
Now, there have been several Holocausts in the world, and remember, no one has a monopoly on the word Holocaust. The Holocaust of the slave trade, if we're going to believe Dr. Du Bois's work, the suppression of the African slave trade to the United States, his estimation is from 60 to 100 million. There have been new estimations since then, using more scientific data, especially by young Nigerian historian Nkora, and he said that it could have been 200 million. And he's gone through the ship's logs and how many was taken out and how many was delivered. So his estimation is close to right. Between World War I and World War II, close to 2 million Europeans were killed at the hands of Europeans. Now, since colonialism, after so-called slavery, I maintain that slavery is still with us, that it was transformed but not eliminated. In the Congo alone, they must have killed 25 million or more, and that at least 50 million Africans died in the colonial system, not including those who died from starvation and deprivation. I maintain that Europe's impact on the world has been an act of protracted mud, and it still is.
Thank you for the call. The second question, of course, dealt with the issue of European invasion of Africa. We might want to call it part 2 or something, Dr. Clarke, but he's posing what happens in the modern age if we ultimately see a military invasion of the sort occurring right now in Iraq and Kuwait, occurring in Africa at this time. What happens to the loyalties of African Americans here?
I anticipate before they give up the great mineral wealth of Africa, especially Southern Africa, they will invade Africa using black troops. And I maintain that some of these black troops will be reluctant and some of them will kill Africans. And I say that this is an internal tragedy within our community. We better start dealing with it. We better start dealing with soon. Who is loyal to who? Because if this country turns on an African in Africa, we should not let him ever walk the earth in peace.
Amen to that.
Just maybe put an exclamation point on that in relationship to the initial conference that occurred, I think around 1884, where the colonial forces actually got together, had a meeting, and decided on how to carve up Africa. It's not a well-acknowledged piece of history within the educational system, but can you just briefly...
That's what Gary's talking about is the partition of Africa. the so-called scramble for Africa, when a degenerate king, Leopold, needed some money to support the various houses of prostitution that he frequented, and his insatiable taste for women and finery, needed more money than the state could furnish him. Called a conference to see what part of Africa he could get. He was helped by Stanley, or the so-called Stanley Livingstone fame. Now, if you believe the whole story about Stanley looking for Livingstone, then don't be my guest, because Livingstone wasn't lost. And when Stanley found Livingstone told Stanley to get lost. He went up in that Africa and hooked up with some lush and plush African lady, and he was happy. He had found a black paradise. The main thing is that all those nations in Europe with enough muscle, who didn't have enough of Africa, decided to make a claim. Portugal got more, France got largest piece, but Belgium got the Congo. The Germans got 4 big pieces. Tanganyika, that's what they call it, Southwest Africa, now Namibia, the Cameroons and Togo. Well, they literally split up Africa to themselves, and they had, no part of Africa was left free. Liberia has always been an American colony and still is. Ethiopia was so under the persuasion of the West that you could not successfully call Ethiopia independent at that time. Not thoroughly independent now. But the idea was to keep the wealth of Africa under Western control. And that little drama in the sand right now is to keep that area of the world under Western control. And the confusion is that the people of that area, because of their oil and their riches, got associate membership in the white club. They think they're full members in the club. And they were slave traders too. For 1,000 years before the Europeans came and started their slave trade, the Arab slave trade lasted 1,000 years. But the brothers who are Muslim don't study Islam, they study Arabism. And they're not Muslim, they're Arabists. But they won't deal with this.
We're live, the world famous Apollo Theater with Dr. Jonathan Clarke. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back with you inside the live audience and your questions and comments right after this in the GBE from Talk Radio WLIV. Let's welcome you back inside the GBE Live, the world famous Apollo Theater. And on Talk Radio WLIV. Hey, moving into your telephone calls just a few moments away, and of course, leaving some final opportunities for our guests in the live audience to talk directly with Dr. Clarke today as well. Greetings, brother. Your question or comment for Dr. Clarke?
I have a question. I'd like just a clarification. Now, from what I've heard, I'm trying to understand the best way for us to move forward as a people is to adopt some of the habits and the traditional interactions as a people. And based on that answer, I just have one other question. So am I understanding you correctly, Dr. Clarke?
We go back to some of the traditional things that held us together before our life was interfered with by foreigners. I'm not necessarily saying get another religion, because we had very good spirituality before the coming of foreigners.
Okay, now based on that answer, now obviously the state that we are in today, something at some point along our history had to have gone, drastically wrong. So we obviously can't adopt that whole concept and bring it back today, but what will we have to change so we will not see ourselves in the situation that we are internationally? What major thing do you think we have to adjust?
We have to face the world as a unified African people and stop breaking ourselves up in little segments, Black Americans, North Carolinians, Trinidadians, Jamaicans, all of that. We are not responsible for those slave ships put us down. Because the slave ships didn't bring any Jamaican, didn't bring any Trinidadians, didn't bring any black Americans, didn't bring any high yellows or low yellows. It brought African people. We have to learn how to be an African people again. We have to learn how to communicate with the people in Africa again. And the Africans have to, especially the European educated Africans or the missionary educated Africans, have to start being African again and not an imitation of Europe created by missionaries.
And that would bring us to the greatness that we once held.
That will introduce again the possibility. We cannot reconstitute any society in total, but we can reclaim the spirit of it.
Now just one
move from that point.
One other brief question. Now, do we have enough time? Because I mean, the bombs that we have in existence, will man destroy himself before we regain that? And that's my last question.
Take the time. Stop making excuses.
Thank you, brother. WYB, we're live in Apollo.
Yeah, Brother John Henrik Clarke. I respect your work and respect your mind, you know. I just want to say a few questions. You know, I feel that black people shouldn't be afraid of death because they syndicated death all over the world. Everybody can die. They syndicated funeral parlors, graveyards. Anybody can die. But our point is that we don't want to fail to realize that we don't want to tell the truth about the crook. The crook is the truth about the crook. The European was the crook. I mean, you know, I told them before the other day, the crooks do not wear sneakers. Remember that, the crook don't wear sneakers. He smoke a fat cigar, he got a PhD, and he got a big office building with a pretty car, and a chauffeur, and somebody doing his work for him. So once we realize that the crook is what he is, and we get our mind together, see, I found out one thing about us. When a person starts lecturing to people, first thing got to be done. You got to ask people that want to be free in the mind to stand up, that want to be free in the mind. Forget the body. First you got to free that mind, and everything comes through that mind. Once you free that mind, and then there's no problem about the brothers in Barbados, the brothers in New York, the brothers in South Carolina. The word won't spread, because everybody want to free that mind.
Let me jump in. Dr. Clarke, a response to that one?
Well, I have no problem with looking at people who use power to take more than their share as crooks. But I have some difficulty with people who make heroes out of crooks and will not use their own strength to remove the effectiveness of the crook, and will not do the best by themselves and their children. I think we waste too much time with sheer nonsense. Time that could be more productive. We waste enough energy on the dance floor to build 10 cities.
Let's go right to the line on it. Let's move on. Right ahead. Your question or comment for Dr. Clarke. Very quickly, please. Time is running.
I have said that a Chinese can have a PhD, but if you know anything about Chinese history or culture or language, he would not be considered educated. An Englishman can have a PhD, but if you know anything about England or English culture, he would not be considered educated. But an American black man can have a PhD, know nothing about his history, language, law, culture, not even about Charlie Parker. What do you think about that?
Well, that's true, because we're the only people who can be educated with no knowledge about ourselves. In fact, many times we are educated in order to escape from ourselves. We have to reverse the picture. I don't think you're truly educated unless you know your people's philosophy, people's folklore, know their history before slavery, and know their history as a consequence of slavery. And if you got that kind of education, the PhD is not essential to your education.
We have a young man with a question.
What can we do now?
We can unite right now, and we can stop telling lies on each other, we can stop fighting each other, and we can realize that we're up against the most evil monster the world has ever known.
Brothers and sisters, we're in our final few seconds. We have a telephone call standing by. We'll take that before we wrap up. Go right ahead, please. You're in the air with Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Yes, good afternoon, Brother Gary.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon to my hero. Dr. Clarke, I want you to join me in a prayer, and I don't usually pray. I want you to pray with me that Israel bomb Mecca and therefore bring everybody together in the final war so Africa can have its freedom. I want you to comment. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Pray with me.
Well, brother, this is a historical thing that I think let's stay out of it. If it happens, let's not accept any responsibility for it at all.
Dr. Clarke, you shared something with me. You shared something with me years ago, and I'd like you to comment on this. It was something you were talking about history, and how in certain dimensions of history we have to be careful looking for the good guy and the bad guy.
Yeah, because Hollywood has trained us to look for the good guy and the bad guy. And there are human dramas in the world, especially the war in the East right now, where there's nothing but bad guys. There ain't no good guys in it on no side. What we think is the good guy is the former slave trader. I would not be surprised if, inasmuch as now Russia has joined the whites, joined the Americans. I said this to Kenneth Clarke a few weeks, or must be a few years ago, and he went off. He was so livid with rage. I said, I would not be surprised to eventually see the Jews and the Arabs join in an alliance against the blacks. Then when he calmed down, I said that great historians do the same thing as great lawyers. They cite precedents. After the Africans and the Jews lost Spain, some Jews went to Harlem, joined the Dutch East India Company, became administrators of the slave trade. Many of the Arabs went back to Africa and reinforced the Arab slave trade. That's my precedent. It has already happened.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke, let us thank him for joining us. We're talking just today from the world-famous Apollo Theater. Brothers and sisters, don't forget to join us tomorrow. Dr. Betty Shabazz will be with us as we pay tribute to Haj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X. Thanks for joining us. Life is the ultimate trip. Once you learn to experience it, in the end, experience is the best teacher. I'm going to tell you, don't forget, Friday this afternoon with special guest Miss Phyllis Yvonne Sidley from the stage play Let Me Live, actor Robert Jason from the Office of Public Affairs Resources Administration, and Deputy Commissioner Mike Franco in their continued effort to stop the violence. And also the representatives from the Brooklyn East Senate Advisory Council, so stay tuned. It's bar time. Most popularly from 1 to 5 at 11:00 WRIP.
I don't know how much time we have until our interview begins with, I think the Parnell family is in the back, and Reverend Sharpton will be with us on the telephone. I think we might have a few minutes before that to speak on whatever's on your mind. If the microphones are here, are they up yet? Not.
Yes.
Is there one? Yes?
Yes.
All right. This is the day of Malcolm's anniversary of Malcolm's murder. It is also the first day of the rest of our lives. Anything you would like to speak on my African family, please come right up. Good morning, Sister Mary.
Good morning. I'd like to say to Malcolm a poem that I wrote. He was so beautiful and so much more than just black. The sun was not reflected in his blackness. His skin was somewhat fair. White ancestry whispered through his features and fought for recognition in his hair. And yet, he was so beautiful and so much more than just black.
Thank you. That's a good point. Our blackness is an integral part of us. I mean, it has to do with our spirit, but we are more than just that. We are much more than that. And that is, I'm glad, that's a bit of creativity, and she put it onto someone who has brought us guidance and inspiration. I remember not the first time, but when I first heard of Malcolm, I was kind of scared what he was saying. I really was. I said, I was in show business. I said, But in that fear, there was something else, because he caught me. You know, he made me stop and think. And the more I listened, the more I said, the more he made me slow down and listen and begin to think. And whenever I'd see him on television, it was a passion, you know. At that time, we had our people speaking so much truth. We pushed lies out. You know, we upset the system just by speaking truth. Can you imagine? And then when they wanted us to change, they sort of seduced us into giving us jobs, giving us things, now you have it, now cool out, relax. And as I said, we started to relax. Relaxed our minds, we relaxed our hair, we relaxed everything, okay? We relaxed so much we just went backwards. You know? Then suddenly in the 80s, we were saying, what happened? What happened? You cannot relax. Justice and truth does not just come easily. It's something you have to constantly work at, because it is something that a lot of people grow fat when there is no justice. A lot of people grow rich when there is no justice, on injustice. And we, as the oldest people who created value systems, have to hold those value systems, because that is what will keep us alive. You see what's happening with all these great folk around the world, destroying the world. Good morning, Brother Man.
Good morning, Emil. How are you?
Fine.
This morning, fine. This morning I was walking down the street, and I looked at the headlines of the Post, which I don't read, and it was very disturbing. They had that the GIs, they were in fear of dying. Yes, there's one over there. And that's really disturbing me very much, you know. And I have a cousin over there, and really, it's very sad. And I think that we should come out today at 3 o'clock and support the, the GIs at the state office from today at 3 o'clock in a rally.
Support the GIs?
Yes, not the war.
Not the war.
No.
And that's a paradox in a way.
Yes.
We support their coming home.
Right, that's correct.
We support their stopping this war.
Right.
Thank you for that, and I understand that feeling, that sorrow that you have.
Because the best of our men will be dead over there. The best of the men, like the educated ones.
Yeah.
And it's a shame, really.
It is, but we have to create an alternate. See, those brothers ran into the service because they had thought that they had no place else to go.
Right.
And where are our institutions which give them guidance? It hurts me walking down the street, see all the brothers, young brothers, standing on the street.
It does.
If we were organized, we would have some place where they could go. They would want to go. They're being trained and giving something to the community. That should inspire us to creativity.
Well, I think the churches should get more involved. The churches should get more involved in helping our young brothers and sisters out there, you know.
Yes.
It should.
Right. What can you do today to help?
What I make a lot of today and informing people to come out, the young people to come out today, yes.
That's good. But we have to start some kind of organization. Structure is what we need. Structure. Thank you very much for that, Brother.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I know things are on your mind sitting here, sitting back. Good morning. Good morning, Brother Ozzy.
I wanted to say something though. I heard the brother just now make reference of getting out there.
Yes.
So funny that we allow other ethnic groups to do things to us, and we're so crisis oriented. It shouldn't be that we have to get on a microphone. I was so proud and honored when I seen the Haitians, just one phone call, and they blocked that street up, across the bridge. All we have to do is do the same thing. If Sharpton calls us, Carson calls us, let's get out there. I think the next call should be March 18th or 19th. I'll know by Monday. Albany, New York, because as you just mentioned, there's no place for our youth to go. The governor has cut out every single thing for the black community. And we should get up there at least just to show our presence, let them know that we as blacks know what he's trying to do. And I have made my commitments that I'm going to have as many off-duty black police officers to come out and be the marshals and talk to those police so they don't realize those people.
Great. Great. We need to see you. That's very inspirational, the off-duty police, black police officers. We need to see more of them. We hear too much about those who are cooperating with this system of oppression. You know, this is the time for us to put on our marching boots, you know that, and keep them on. Go to bed with your boots on. You understand? Because there's so much happening. We have gotten out of the habit of moving. Some of us have. Now, some people here I see at different places, at rallies, at meetings, at organizations, they're organizing and doing things. And I don't want it to come in our minds right now and press us that we are not a people who have done this before. Throughout the years, we have been in the streets by the millions. Okay? This is nothing that we haven't done before. We just have to start it again. Start it again, but come out with plan, with organization, with strategy. And also, as I think Brother Maddox said the other day, with our leadership in one place, creating the plan and the strategy, and the soldiers doing what soldiers do. The generals do what they do, the soldiers do what they do. Together, there's victory. And we must begin to organize some more in that way. If you'd like to call in this morning, we would like to hear your thoughts also. The numbers here are 692-95426, 692-9542, or 1-800-332-1023, 1-800-332-1023. These are times when we need to love each other like never before. You know, if you love somebody, you take action. You know, love your people. Do we love our people really? It's hard after everything that's happened to us for us to really get out there and really put that into action. But this is what we have to do. It's action time, people. Action time. Organize, strategize, and action time. Correct action, just as they had in the old virtues. Brother Malcolm taught us a lot. Who here? I think everybody is old enough to have seen Malcolm. Let me see him. Did you all meet Malcolm? Did you all see Malcolm? Let me see the hands. Did you? Where did you? Come up, brother, to the microphone. Tell us when you saw him. Would you like to come to the microphone, brother man? No. Sister, would you like to come and tell us about when you saw Malcolm? Anyone here? Yes, brother. Come right on up. It's important. When you first saw Malcolm, that feeling that you got, that he gave you.
Yeah, I saw Malcolm when he actually came to New York about 1956. Mm-hmm. My grandfather was the manager of what we used to call the Wayside Casino, yes, which was the Garvey Club before that. And today it's the Mosque on 116th Street. And
that's where the Garvey Club used to be?
Right. Yeah, I know the history of that because my grandfather was a manager. Also, I saw Malcolm many times when I'd shop on 125th Street in front of the Hotel Teresa. He started with a Sears and Roebuck ladder, and he would just stand up there and, just speak.
He was a street speaker.
Street speaker.
Yes.
And then, about 2 years later, the crowd started to form. He took over that whole corner. And then they built him a wooden platform. See? And on that wooden platform, we all know Dr. Ben used to sit there in the back and just listen to Malcolm.
Dr. Ben did?
Dr. Ben did. You can see that on some old films of Malcolm speaking. You can see.
I know, I see Farrakhan sitting back there.
And Dr. Ben also. Mm-hmm. Right. And I saw him in those days. We used to shop at, buy our shirts at A.J. Lester's. Stores of that nature, because I'm a Harlem native myself.
And that's good to know. There are a lot of people here are not born in Harlem, so they don't know that particular history. Right. And when you saw him, what was your response to him?
Well, you stand there and you listen. First, originally people would just walk by, and then one or two people would stand, then 3 or 4, and that attracts a crowd. If you go outside right now, just look up in the sky. Other people will look up in the sky also to find out what are you looking at.
Well, looking at Malcolm was like looking up in the sky.
It was.
It made you look up.
Yeah.
It made you grow.
And I grew up on 118th Street between Madison and Park Avenues. And what happened was, when we didn't know exactly when Malcolm would be on the corner, so somebody else would be shopping, let's say 125th Street, and come in the block and tell us. And we'd come out the block in group, walk through Morris Park, and get there to the corner to get the knowledge of what Malcolm was teaching.
The man was phenomenal. You know, they used to describe him as the most dangerous man in America when he was coming on television. And then the white announcer would sit there sort of quaking. Malcolm would sit there very composed, and just destroy all of the lies, all of the myths. He was a tremendous man. I never met him in person. I never saw him in person. I only saw him on television.
Right.
But I felt him, and I was moved by what he said and taught by what his spirit. It's nothing like having a strong man. Thank you very much for saying that.
Right. He came, one other thing. He came to New York City in 1956, and he needed some office space, and it was rented to him at the Wayside Casino. And then now the rest is history because the Muslims took over that building as of today. And that building is a historical building in Harlem. Check it out.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that part of history. There is nothing, and I'm saying this as a woman, there's nothing like being in the presence of a man who knows who he is, and you get the feeling that if something happened, I'm not one of those people, one of the women who falls out, oh, say, take care of me. Really, I don't know. But that feeling that you know that this man is there, he would stand up for you. He would protect you. That's a fantastic feeling. And women, African women, needed to feel that more. So brother men out there, think about that. When they're in trouble, if they call, be there. That will change this world. That will give the women much more power, much more strength. And you too. So have that in your mind. We're going to take a break in a minute, and when we come back, we're going to, Reverend Al Sharpton will join us by telephone, along with the Philip Parnell family, live here at the Apollo Theater. They will come and be seated here, and the brother will be on telephone. Reverend Sharpton, I think, is on the line right now, so we're going to go directly to him. Good morning, Hotep, Reverend Sharpton.
Hotep. Hello?
Yes, Brother Sharpton, we're here. Good morning.
Good morning.
African man.
Yes, ma'am. How are you, African woman?
I'm fine. It's good to talk with you as usual.
Good to talk to you.
Uh-huh. The Parnell family, I believe, is here in the back of the theater. They're going to be joining us in a minute? Okay. Reverend Sharpton, please tell us what's on your mind. What is happening?
Well, I'm here in San Francisco, California, because today at Berkeley, both of the Omegas and the Alphas, both black sororities, have brought us in to deal with the Persian Gulf situation. And for the first time, they're going to march together through the streets to deal with this question of how our people are being used as gun fodder in the Persian Gulf. We will be announcing here at Berkeley, as Dr. King and others did in the 60s, that we are giving the president a deadline to bring the troops home, or we will begin mass civil disobedience in 10 cities around the country. And we want people back home to know that we're going to be dealing with this. New York, of course, will be one of them. We're also going to be telling people to not use the yellow ribbons, but we're going to start wearing black ribbons all over this country to stand up for the amount of Africans that are being used in the Persian Gulf. So that's the first thing on my mind. Secondly, we'll be coming home on Saturday because Sunday night there will be a huge rally in Englewood, New Jersey to deal with the Parnell case. We must not leave our work unfinished. The murderer of Philip Parnell, Officer Spath, goes to court next Tuesday. And many of us marched and were dealing with the case, but sometimes we start and stop. We cannot stop. So we want everyone to meet the Parnell family. We've got all of the leadership of New Jersey will be there to speak, and Mr. Parnell and others can give the details on where, but I'll be coming back in to join them Sunday night, so we're ready to deal with the murderer of Philip Parnell there in Bergen County, New Jersey on Sunday night. It is foolish to me for our people to be fighting people that have done nothing to us, and then people that shoot our children in the back. We can't show up and fight them, but we can pack our bags and go miles around the world to fight for our masters they can't even fight for our children.
You're on point as usual, Reverend Sharpton. We will be speaking with the Parnell family here, but it's interesting to me you said the Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, this is the first time.
Together.
Yeah, both times, both groups have come together for the first time, and it is shaking up a lot of the so-called white leftists out here who've been meeting and talking with us because we told them our position is different than theirs. We are not just for peace in some peripheral way. We want our children home because there's nothing in this war that has to do with African people. These oil companies are racist. They trade with South Africa. They exploit us in the United States. So it's time for us to stop this. If they want to have a war, have it without us, but bring our children home. And if white folks want to have a war, they can have a war. But we have nothing to do with it, and we're going to hang black ribbons all over America to symbolize that.
The rich get rich and the poor get poor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Reverend Sharpton, thank you so much. The Parnell
All right, take
family's
care.
here, and we're going to speak with them. And we need to see you soon.
I'll be in Sunday to be at Inglewood. I hope everyone comes out and support the Parnell.
Thank you.
All right.
We're going to take a break for news. We'll be back in just a minute.
Buenos dias.
Oh, it's always good to hear. And I see we have been joined by the third graders from PS 92, the Safety City program. Let us welcome them to the soundstage. Welcome, young people. Good to see you. Good to see you here. Come to hear part of our story. Let me read you some words from Langston Hughes. What happened to a dream deferred? What happens? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load. Or does it explode? Does the justice dream explode? We have here the Parnell family. They have been victims of this injustice, the deferred dream. Let us please, family, welcome them to the stage. We have Thelma Parnell. Good morning, sister. Good morning. The father, Philip Parnell Sr. Good morning.
Morning.
And we have the daughter, Natasha Parnell. Good morning, sister. And with them is Mr. William Alston David L. of the African Council. Good morning, all of you. Welcome here. Reverend Sharpton spoke of an event that's going to be taking place in New Jersey. And if you could tell us about that, and tell us also, how are you doing? We know this has to be a terrible strain on you over this long period of time. What has been happening in your lives?
Well, like April 10th of last year, that my son was like brutally murdered by the people that we pay to protect us. He was chased out of the park. He was ran up against a fence. The officer chased him out of the park, ran him up against the fence. He had his hands in the air. And that's surely a sign of surrender when you have your hands in the air. He was calling for his mother and telling the officers, please don't shoot. The officer turned around, planted himself, and blew his back apart. 16 years old, didn't have a chance to live. And from April 10th until now, it's been hard times for my wife, my daughter, a lot of sleepless nights, and there's no reason for it. I mean, if the kids can't go to the park and play, where can they go? And this is a terrible thing.
And this rain is on our people of color. And I just walk a lot, I just cry because I see on the highways that our brothers and sisters being spread eagle on the highways for no reason at all. And you ask the officer, like, why did you stop me? He says, you crossed the line, or your lights was out, or like, and then he'll bluntly tell you, like, you know, where you going? You're going the wrong way. You know, it's what it is a harassment on our people of color. And this has got to stop. 400 years ago, they brought us over here in the hull of a slave ship with yokes and chains. And I hurt for that. But we folks say we free. We're still not free. Our people of color, we still in just as much slavery when they brought us over in the hull of the slave ship. It's up to our people that we gotta unite, we gotta get together, and we gotta put an end to this nonsense.
Speak with one voice. That was very, very, very moving what you said, brother. Mrs. Parnell, being the mother of the dead youth.
Well, being the mother, I go over and over the day before this happened. If I could have did something, or if I could have went down Teaneck Road, or if I could just turn back some of that time, but it's impossible. I know God don't make mistakes, so it's a reason for this. And it's not that because my son was slain, it's to put no inflection on the black young youth. It's because the way that this cop killed him, I'm sure that God put him in a line to stop these police from hurting and harassing our young teenager. And it's up to these parents to listen to the young teenager, because the way this world is now, they don't know which way to go, and if they can't turn to their parents, who are they going to turn to? Because many, many times, I was open for my son to talk to, but all the time, you can't get next to the heart. You don't know sometimes where the mind and heart is, but you have to take time to listen to these young kids out here, because believe me, they have a lot to say, and I understand that. I really do.
And they might be gone to the next moment. I suppose these deaths, these murders, we have to be jarred into action. And so his life was not taken in vain. We must make it right. We must use that to give us courage and direction to get up and move and stand up and speak as a people. When people hear you respect yourself, then they begin to respect you. And this is what we must do. And we thank this young brother for being that, if you will, sacrifice. Now, Natasha, you're his younger sister. Yeah. How did this affect you? And you and your friends, how do they respond to this?
What, my friends?
You and your friends. Would you come just a little closer to the microphone?
I think back on all of the times when I used to talk to him and like play around with him, and the memories is with me, and I can't, and then I think to myself that I can't play with him or talk to him anymore or hang with him or anything like that, and it's a hurting feeling. And we have a room at home that we put all my brother's stuff in, and all his pictures, and sometimes I just go in the room and just close the door and just look at his pictures and just sit and just cry.
Yeah. I can understand that. Mr. William Austin from the African Council, your group came together around this issue.
Yes, Philip and I have been friends for 20 years or so.
Excuse me, you're going to have to turn the mic around to you. Yes, that's right.
I live across the street from the family, and being raised under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm and a lot of brothers, and Minister Farrakhan, we as a black people, when things happen to our family, we have a tendency to, avoid the issue by not coming out and supporting each other until it happened to one of us. Well, it hit home when it hit Philip, because my son is 21. And when I sent him off to school, he was having the same problem. So we called for him and told him to come back home. When this death occurred, it was just like it was my son, and that's the way it should feel to every black Afro-American in this country, because it's a matter of time, and the African-American man in America is an endangered species. Why did they have to shoot Philip in the back? These are the questions we ask. And until black people as a whole stand up and say, never again, because the Holocaust was nothing compared to the blacks that died here in America. And this country is our country. We have more rights than anyone because we put the time in. And until we stand up as a whole and say, we are one voice, one people, and never again, and they will back off. That's all we have to do. But all the different organizations around this country must come together, the NACP, the Rainbow Coalition, and join hands with Brother Reverend Al Sharpton, because truly he's a good brother. Because when the African Council was in the stages, they came to us and said, brothers, we support you, and we led 30-some marches on Teaneck. We led a march 77 miles to Trenton, and we're not going to back off. We're not fair. We are people. We are not going to back off by no means, because like Malcolm said, the price of freedom is death. If we're not willing to sacrifice, then we're not ready to be free.
That's right. What kind of life do you live if you're on your knees all the time? It is about family. Family. If we could only begin to come together in love with one another. When one of us is hurt, we are all hurt. We must stop that. The only way some people understand is that, yes, Malcolm said you have to speak in their language. And we have to first come together with that love that binds us, and then speak with a strong voice. We are going to take a break for the news. We'll be back in just a minute with the Parnell family.
New York. Good morning. It's after 10 o'clock right now. We have 38 degrees outside. I'm Carl Ferguson.
Here, talking family business, sharing with one another some of our strengths and our pain. We've come to, you've been invited to join in prayer for justice. The Philip Parnell family need your support in prayer. Now we are here, we have with us the guest of Parnell family, the family of Philip, 16-year-old youth, I believe, who last year was shot in the back by a policeman as he had his hand raised, asking not to be shot. And again, asking for his mother. He knew the danger that he was in. And so what shall we as a people do about this? He was our son. He was our brother, our older brother, our younger brother. What are we going to do? It's about taking action. And we have the family here with us. They have shared some of their pain, and some of their views and the history with us. What are we going to do? That's the question. We cannot not do anything. We cannot not support them. William Alston David, L, is a member of the African Council. And since this happening, he has begun to organize with other people around this tragedy. Tell us more about what's going to happen, please, on Sunday, February the 21st.
Sunday, February 24th, at Shiloh AME Church in Inglewood on 129 William Street. We're going to have a prayer rally, prayer for justice for Mr. and Mrs. Parnell and Natasha, and to bring the family out and say, you know, we need you. We need your support, because we know that this trial is going to be about a year. And right now, Gary Spaff, the PVA, and other associations are taking care of this officer. Mr. and Mrs. Parnell, the family are going through a tremendous burden when it comes to taking care of themselves.
Financial burden.
Financial burden, yes. And we don't look and say, look, brother, it's not necessary for him to ask for something.
Yes.
We should be willing to give, to take care of our family, whether it's in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, South Carolina, Mississippi, or wherever. We have been abused all over this earth. And I think it's time that we take a stand and go about business as usual and do what we're supposed to do. Shiloh Church, the clergymen in Inglewood are supporting us. Urban Lead, NACP, the Reverend Sharpton and his movement, and some local officials. But at first, they thought we was a bunch of crazy radicals. That's what they call us. And
who called you that?
Well, a lot of the people in the community call us radicals, but we say, okay, now we see that they join force, so we sometimes have to forgive and say, okay, brother,
sure,
we're radicals. Somebody has to be a radical. There were statements going around that we don't like Reverend Sharpton. I said, well, if you don't like Reverend Sharpton, then if you would stand up and be a man, then we would need brothers like Reverend Sharpton. And those are the things that we went through as an African council in Teaneck, because it was very difficult. Reverend Sharpton was considered to be an outsider. Well, we didn't actually come to America. You know what I mean?
We're outside.
We're not outside. We was drug here against our will. And now that we're here, we must make the best out of a bad situation. And I think that with Philip's death, it shows us that when a family is divided, God sometimes come and take one from you to teach you a lesson. Molly said, how long shall we let them kill our prophet, or the book must be fulfilled? Well, we have written a mighty large book, and I think it's time in 1991 to do what we have to do. People don't know how hard it is on the Parnell family, and I sometimes, can't even imagine, the things that they're going through, but it's rough, and it's not going to get any better, because going into this trial, this guy is going to try to get off. He said he's not guilty. They came back with an indictment of reckless manslaughter. If you can give us reckless manslaughter, why didn't you convict him of murder? The Mary Mitchell, the Eleanor Bumpers, the Michael Stewart, there's cases. And not only that, there's a lot of things that we are doing to ourselves that we first must respect ourselves. We know that the man is the devil. We know it's nature. And now that we know that, let's get about take care of our business. I look into all different types of fields. We're working with a lot of college students at Valley Dickinson and King College and Rutgers and stuff like that. And we're going to take care of our business in the state of New Jersey and throughout the Northeast, with the help of Reverend Sharpton and other brothers of that sort.
We have to, as a people, if we respect ourselves, we have to do this. Nobody else is going to take care of us. Why should they? We have to take care of ourselves. That's our responsibility. That's our job. And we have to, because of our experience here, many of us walk with fear. Fear of white people. Fear of their disfavor. Fear of what they might think. Fear that they might not smile at us. Fear that they might take our jobs. We create our own jobs. We won't have that fear. And we have to get past that fear of white folk. There's nothing to be feared there if we are together. And if it's known, really, that they are afraid of us. That's one reason why they behave the way they behave. But they behave that way because they're afraid of people of color. They're afraid of the lies that they've been telling about us for all these years. So we have to overcome that fear, our fear. They have to overcome their fear, but we have to overcome our fear, so that we come, as soon as we hear something happens, we're right there. Just as now we wait until somebody dies, and then we come and we bring some cake for the wake, and we come and we sit. That's not it. These people, we all need to give support to one another. When we eat, they should eat. When we pay our rent, they should pay their rent and their bills. That's the way family works. And we have to get together to do that again. That's why at the beginning I said turn to the one next to you and hug, and some of us couldn't do it. You understand? We have to throw open our arms and hug one another. Who cares? There was a statement some years ago, I think that Ossie Davis wrote it in one of his plays, that it's fun being black when nobody's watching, or something of that sort. It has to be fun, don't care who's watching, you know? More fun when they watch. So this family needs our support. It's we who need our support, and it's going to happen on Sunday at the Shiloh AME Zion Church, 129th and William Street in Englewood, New Jersey. The time is 8 o'clock. Let us go. Let us put something aside, whatever we're going to do, and be there to be with our family on Sunday. And there's a thing that we have now, sometimes we hear about praying. People say we got to pray. And people say, we've done enough praying. Let us get away. We need some action. Prayer is action. See, we don't understand what prayer really is because it's been made something else over here. During the Middle Ages and other times, as soon as Europeans found out what was happening in Africa, they formed things called monasteries. You've heard of those monasteries? Where these supposedly religious people go and they pray all day. All day. And there are many of them all throughout Europe and South America. What do you think they're praying? They didn't pray until they learned it from us. Why do you think they're doing it? Because they know the power of the word. They know the power that it inspires you to action. And that there are other things that happen when you pray. And when we pray in song, go back to the civil rights movement. You see people, what are they singing about? Singing in word is power. Those people faced down the devil when they were singing. You understand? Look at his eyes on the prize. Remember those times? That wasn't long ago. When we faced down those people who were beating us with sticks, and we got a measure of success out of it. Now we have to continue with that success, but we cannot put down that power. When you get together and you begin to pray, you create movement, and you inspire one another to go out, and you can go through anything. And so when the brother said, come and pray with us, go and pray, because you're creating power when you do that, and singing together, and saying words and saying your thoughts together. That's why I'm always saying we must tell our story, because there's power in telling your story. So be there on Sunday with our family here to help give them that power and help give you power, and then to move, help you to think of new ideas, new approaches, because we can't go along the way we've been going along all this time, doing the same thing, because they learned it. From the 60s, they learned what we could do a little bit, and they checkmated us. Being African spirit, we have to go back into our creativity and come up with something else. We've always done it. Let's do it again now, because this is the one more river we have to cross until we get home, until we get where we are supposed to be as a people. And we do it through family, through values, through principles. And this tragedy is giving us an opportunity to grow to where we're supposed to be, to stand up. Look at yourself in the mirror when you go home, brothers and sisters. I want you to see a new face when you get there. I want you to see power when you get there, and love in your people. And I want you to see that African manhood and that African womanhood that is there, and family. And then with that, nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us from helping this family and preventing this from happening again. When people see that African spirit, all they can do is drop back. It causes confusion, because you have the power. We have that power. Let us do it. Brother Man, you have something else to tell us.
What I like to say, the place is, again, 129 William Street is at Shiloh AME Zion Church in Englewood, New Jersey. The telephone number is area code 201-568-5560 or area code 201-569-6905. If you need information or direction to get there, I think there might be a bus. We talked to Rev about having a bus here at the Apollo coming over to Jersey if you need transportation. But it's very simple. If you want to go to the GW Bridge, you can take the 178 bus and get right up on William Street and walk right down the block. It runs right there from the GW Bridge.
Find it, people, find it.
Okay, it's necessary that we we do that and support this family, because like I say, we know that this is not the end. The police department in this city, throughout New York, they feel like Mary Mitchell was going to do them some harm, and we can't see that. You know, we're not going to let that happen. And black men, I say to you, we know why we are put in a situation with no jobs, unemployment, and no choice but to go to a war that's not ours. Like Reverend Sharpton said before, we're not going to benefit. We can't burn oil in the summer. We're not going to burn oil. We don't own the oil companies, but yet and still we can control football, baseball, and basketball, but we do not have black management who control the athletes that play for white establishment. We can close America down tomorrow if we decided to. But are we going to stand up and do that?
Yes, Mr. Parnell. Also like to tell the people like what happened, that my son was no doubt murdered. The bullet ricocheted off his fifth rib. His lungs exploded. It went up off the fifth rib and cut the main artery in his heart. So he was no doubt dead on the spot. And this man said he didn't do nothing wrong. This was cold-blooded murder. It took us 2 grand juries, 10 months of hardship, and this just started. On Tuesday, the 26th, we're going back to court once again with this perpetrator, that he's no doubt that in his mind he knows that he's a murderer, but the system won't even let him say it. And this is a system that our young people got to come up through. I go by the courthouses, you see the lady up there, the scales of justice. You notice there's a tip on it. It means just us, and the people of color don't apply to that. I just want to say I need your support. I'm going back to court on Tuesday the 26th, once again, to try to put this perpetrator where he should be. The last time that we went, when he was arraigned like 2 months ago, they had him in and out of there like in 2 minutes. If it had been us, we wouldn't have been going out, we would have been going in. Yeah. They sneaked him out of there in a van. To take him back home, and like 20 minutes later, he's got 2 kids of his own. He made a statement in the paper that him and his kids was laying on the floor playing. And my son, with his back blown away, we can't play. My wife and my daughter, we can't play with him no more. So, to make this statement, what I'm trying to say, that all people of color, we got to protect our own. We got to get together and we got to protect our own, because there's no justice in this white man's system for our people of color.
And they shall have no peace. Let us thank our family for coming and sharing with us this tragic story, their pain and their inspiration. Because their being here has inspired us. I'm seeing tears in your eyes, and they've certainly been in mine. It's because we do love them. It's because they are our family. So let us thank them and be there on Sunday, the 24th, Englewood, New Jersey, Shiloh AME Zion Church at 8 p.m. Put all else aside and be with your family. And bring support, because that's what they need. You know, when we're in trouble, sometimes they fire us from our jobs. Then all kinds of expenses come. We're going to take a break, and we will be back in just a moment. Let us thank our family.
Good morning, 10:31 right now. I'm Carl Ferguson, WLIB News. Well, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has been addressing his nation for just about 30 minutes now. He started at 10 o'clock our time. It is billed as
We want to, I misidentified some young people here a little earlier, and I want to correct that. We want to welcome the students from PS 123 and PS 154 here with us this afternoon. They're part of the Community District 5 and Apollo program. We cooperate every Thursday. Our young people come here and perform or talk and explain what is going on. And I want to recognize their teachers, Mrs. Harwell, Mrs. Bernard, and Miss Marks. Please, thank you for bringing them. Thank you for coming with them. Good to see you. And we have as our guests on the stage here those who are implementing a program that has to do with safety in the schools. They're kind of dangerous places sometimes, or getting to them or coming from them are dangerous. So I'd like to introduce you to our guest. It's Teresa Tompkins, Assistant Director of the Injury Prevention Program at Harlem Hospital. Let us welcome her. And I'm not sure if I have these right, but Sheriff R. Whitaker, A. Thompson, that's the brother, that's you?
Ronald Whitaker.
Ronald Whitaker. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you. All right. And I am not sure where our other guest's name, what is your name, brother?
Andrew Sharp.
Andrew Sharp. Welcome. To the Apollo, to the Community District 5 program. Safety in the schools, what is that about? Why are our schools unsafe, or getting there, coming from?
Well, in fact, getting to and from school is quite a problem and quite dangerous for some of our children. In fact, it is the leading, motor vehicles are the leading cause of preventable death to children ages 5 to 14. That's citywide. That's more than fire and falls, which we hear about so often. So we're here at Safety City is trying to do something about that problem.
I see. Excellent. Mr. Whitaker, what is your role in this?
Well, I work with the Safety City program through the Department of Transportation and Board of Education. We have set up this program at PS 92, and I instruct the children on a day-to-day basis on ways they can make it to and from school in a safe fashion.
Right. You work in the schools?
I work in the school system, yes, throughout District 5.
And you travel from one school to another?
Well, we have a program set up at PS 92, which Mr. Sharp can give a little more information about.
Safety City is a comprehensive traffic safety program for the third grade children of District 5. It's located at PS 92, but we serve all 14 elementary schools in the district. And our mission is to get children to be responsible for their own safety, to make choices which protect their own safety. And we do that in a hands-on education way. They come to Safety City. We have an indoor learning center where they participate in activities with Mr. Whitaker, and then they go outside where we've set up a simulated street. It's protected. It's been built on the play yard of PS 92, and it's a simulated street where a team of instructors, local police officers, traffic agents from the Department of Transportation, and crossing guards who volunteer their time teach the children and instruct them how they can make safer choices when they're getting around the city, riding in cars, driving their bicycles, or to protect their own safety if they're faced with an adult who has been drinking and then decides to drive. So it's all about taking responsibility for your own safety.
What kind of safety prevention things what do you teach them to do, Mr. Whitaker, in your program?
Okay, at Safety City, children learn about decision-making processes. Children do not memorize absolute rules, so we teach them concepts and try to help them identify tools that they can use when they're in the streets, tools that will help them to cross the street, tools that will help them to move around in the street. I would like to touch on that a little later when I bring some of my students up, because they're our best example and best symbol of what actually goes on at Safety City. So I'll hold that information for a little while if you don't mind.
All right. Now, after something has happened, I imagine then we come to Teresa Tompkins at the hospital.
Yes, well, the injury prevention program comes out of the pediatric
trauma unit. And what happened, we saw how many of our children were coming in from motor vehicle accidents. Our program was designed to help improve the parks, but we found that the children were being hit because the parks wasn't good. We started fixing up the parks, but then you had to reteach children to come into the parks and not into playing into the streets. So we got together with the DOT because they were looking for a site to put Safety City. And we worked with them with our injury data and with theirs to develop this, and then we will now do evaluations. Each time a child is hit by a car, we have a questionnaire. We ask them if they've been to Safety City, you know, so that we can see whether children going to Safety City are still getting hit by cars. And so far, we have not had a child who's been to Safety City come in that was hit by a car.
So the program is working.
We see it to be working.
Okay. Who participates in the Safety City program? And it's just young people, just elementary school?
Correct. The students are third graders because they fall into the highest risk category, and yet they're developmentally most ready to learn about decision making, and they're also out there in the streets. They are crossing and at times moving around the streets by themselves. So they are the ones who participate in the program.
What are some of the concepts that you teach them that guide the Safety City curriculum?
Well, as I mentioned before, our main concept is taking responsibility for yourself, that every child has decisions to make which impact his or her safety, so that when children come to Safety City, we ask them, is that the safer choice? You have a decision to make. I know the children here have heard those phrases over and over again. And in order to get the children to make a safer choice, we try and design activities which build up their confidence in their decision-making power and build up their self-esteem in their decision-making power. And that self-esteem building and confidence building has impact in other health areas as well. Nutrition, for example, choosing healthier foods, choosing a safer way to school is all about protecting yourself and loving yourself enough to want to live a long and healthy life. So that's what we're striving for, and that's what guides our activities. In addition, we urge children to take responsibility and help others, to share their safety information with parents, with their schoolmates, and we have some audio tape that we'll play a little later of follow-up activities that the children have done with their schools. And finally, we try and teach about environmental awareness, opening your senses to the world, opening your eyes and your ears, because when you open yourself up to those signals, then you can make safer choices and be healthy.
Just before we go to our break, are parents involved in this?
Yes, they are. As I said before, we give information to the children that they can share with their parents, and we're working on activities which will involve the parents, bring them to Safety City, working with the PS92 Parents Association.
Okay. We're going to take a break. This is Camille Yarrow sitting in for Imhotep Gary Bird. We'll be back right after this break.
There comes a time in every man's life. You're gonna do wrong.
District 5 concerning safety school program. And I want to turn everything over to Brother Ronald Whitaker right at this point, who's the community coordinator. Ronald.
At Safety City, students learn about safety as decision-making processes. Children do not memorize absolute rules. Rather, they identify tools and gain knowledge and skills which help them to be safer if they choose to use them. They learn to evaluate situations and choose a course of action, ideally the safer course of action. Every behavior has its consequence. The more accurate the children's information is, the more power they have to adapt their behavior and to achieve the results they want. At Safety City, the philosophy is think before you act. Students will develop their ability to make safer decisions and avoid undesirable consequences by gaining knowledge about their environment and about themselves. The sights and sounds of the city provide a wealth of information. When children open their senses, seeing, hearing, touching, and smelling, they become safety sensitive. This is one of our main objectives at Safety City. Today I'm honored to have a few of my past students with us. I have Ms. Carrie Thompson, Karan Nixon, Michael Bumpers, and Crystal Randolph today with me. They're from PS 123 and PS 154. And it's my belief that these children can show us even more valid information about what the program actually does by talking with them about what we've learned and what we've shared at Safety City. First question I'd like to pose it to Mr. Michael Bumpers, and I'd like to say to him, what do you always have to make before you cross the street? What do you always make?
decision.
Always make a decision. That's excellent. And Crystal, let me ask you, what type of decision do you want to make before you cross the street?
A safer decision.
You want to make a safer decision. Okay, that helps us out a lot. We mentioned something about safety tools. Can you tell me something about safety tools, Carrie?
Your eyes, your ears, your mouth, and your hands.
These are all safety tools that the children use every day to cross the street. Sometimes they don't think about the fact that they use them, but once they've attended Safety City, they become to understand and realize the importance of using these safety tools. Are there other safety tools that we use when we're in the streets, things that are already there in the street that help us? Can you tell me some of those, Karan?
Crosswalks, islands, traffic signals, and
Okay. Thanks a lot, Karan. Those are some of the things that are already in the street, and we have as street furniture at our location at PS 92. We have created a street environment which includes all those wonderful things the children have just mentioned. And it's wonderful for me because it's been 6 months since I've been with these children, and they still seem to remember all the concepts and the ideas that we try to get across to them. One of the most important parts of our program is the follow-up to the activities that we do in the classroom. We have the children for 2 visits, and a very important part of the program is the follow-up. The teachers are asked to do follow-up activities with the children. This morning we have a tape of one of the follow-up activities that was done by a class from PS 123. They created a song in reference to traffic safety, and I'd like you to take a quick second to listen to the song that was created by Ms. Barnard's class at PS 123.
Okay, let's hear it.
we skip on our way to school. He said we never like to be late. Whenever we reach a traffic light, we know the signal's the way. The green light says go, the red light says stop, the yellow light in between. We look to the left and look to the right, look left and cross at the green. Carry Morgan and then to the stoplight to make the traffic flow right. The very first traffic light was made by a black man. Carry Morgan and then to the traffic light. We skip on our way to school each day. We never like to be late. Whenever we reach a traffic light, we know the signal's the way. The green light says go, the red light says stop, a yellow light in between. We look to the left and look to the right, look left and cross at the green.
You know, Ronald, children got their own rhythm, don't they? Okay, Ronald, and then Andrew, any closing words, please, for the adults as well who need direction as well as the children?
I'd like to extend a quick thank you to PS 200, Ms. Smith's class, who also contributed a follow-up activity, and also to Ms. Harwell's class, who invented a safety rap, which unfortunately time does not allow us to listen to today.
Well,
but they both participated very much in the follow-up activities.
Okay, we'll come back. I think that's very important. Andrew?
Sure. If there are any people who are listening who would like more information about Safety City or about safety education activities in general, both Ron and I are members of the Safety Education Unit of the Department of Transportation. You can get more information. We have a wealth of services available for free, and you can tap into that by calling 212-566-1890.
Repeat that again, Andrew?
Sure, 212-566-1890. And we'll be happy to help you. Or you can write to us. It's New York City Department of Transportation, Safety Education, 51 Chambers Street, room 1404, New York, New York, 10007.
Okay, repeat the address one more time.
Sure.
So we can get that.
51 Chambers Street, room 1404, New York, New York, 10007.
Okay. Ronald Whitaker, thank you. Andrew Shaw. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Thank you. And to the young brothers and sisters, thank you very much. Okay. After this break, we'll be back with Numbers and You, and I have my very special guest, Brother Stephen Omar. Thank you very much. And it's incredible that it was 26 years ago today that he was assassinated in the afternoon at the Audubon Ballroom in the village of Harlem. Okay. You know, they always like to ask, where were you when President Kennedy was assassinated? For the brothers and sisters, where were you when Malcolm X was assassinated? I knew exactly where I was, exactly what was happening. And it's very interesting. But anyway, I'd like to introduce my very special guest. His name is Brother Stephen Omar. And he's opened up an art gallery. The man is a psychic. He is a handwriting analysis. In fact, we're going to analyze two handwritings, signatures that were given to us this morning. But before we even get into that, good morning to you, Stephen Omar. How are you?
Good morning, Lloyd, and it's good to be back. I haven't seen you in a while.
You opened the gallery. I mean, finally, you're kind of like a Renaissance man, huh? Where's the gallery at?
Actually, we finally got it together, Lloyd. It's a gallery that actually has been here in Harlem since 1986. It's owned by Islamic brothers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm subletting, and we're tying in the energy, Brother Kadir and myself. We're at 168 West, 136th Street. That's right here in Harlem.
Between what avenue?
We're right off the corner of Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard, aka 7th Avenue. I dislike using 7th Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard. It's right downstairs, a green building.
Mm-hmm.
And we opened in November. It's a spiritual gallery. We have many things for children. I am the Black Child Prince. We have the Harlem, USA maps. We deal with leather garments for children, spiritual candles, oils, Egyptian art on leather. As you can see, I have a portfolio here.
What made you open up the gallery in the first place? I mean, a man who was in the occult.
Well, actually, it's a spiritual gallery, and we in Harlem, I'm right around the corner from the Schomburg, and the Schomburg has been my second home ever since I came back to New York.
Mm-hmm.
And I was always interested in the arts. My former wife was a painter. And I was always interested, especially in the Egyptian culture, the Egyptian arts, papyrus, and also with the art, because we have a lot of brothers and sisters here in the Harlem community who are artists rather, and they don't have a place to show their crafts. In other words, here in Harlem, unless you are connected,
mm-hmm.
Quote underline connected, there is really no place where we can show our crafts unless we go down to Soho or Greenwich Village, etc.
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot of the brothers out on the street. They are very, very professional. They are highly motivated,
mm-hmm.
very artistic, and they don't have a place to show their art. So this is a gallery that's open to everybody, regardless of race, color, or creed. We would actually like to deal more with the African Asian art,
mm-hmm.
but we are open to everyone who has broad ideas. Our whole theme is Harlem, USA. You know, Harlem is going through a renaissance right now.
Mm-hmm.
I can feel the energy, and I know a lot of the people here can feel it. So we've gone through a lot of troubled times in our community. Harlem is back. Well, Harlem has always been on the map, but when I've traveled throughout the world, in Canada, in Africa, in Europe, you have streets that are named after Harlem. You have boulevards that are named after Harlem. They used to have a club called the Club Harlem in Montreal, which was a jazz club, if you can remember back to Montreal in late 50s, early 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So Harlem is very well represented. You will be surprised at how many brothers and sisters are not really into our rich culture. Harlem has a very rich culture. People like James Baldwin, County Cullen, El Haji Malik Shabazz, who, by the way, his widow is in the back. My son, Malik, was named for Brother Malcolm. So we feature a lot of black, posters, African posters, which we're giving, by the way, to the children. The I Am the Black Child and the Malcolm X posters. Those are the children that are still here. I wish that they would have stayed because there's no strings attached. I'm just giving that to them. That's my way of saying, learn more about your own culture. I'm not asking for one dime. But these are things that we are showing in the gallery. It's unfortunate, people are saying, gee whiz, there are no businesses in Harlem. That's a lot of baloney. There are a lot of businesses that have opened up in the Harlem community recently. We don't have the type of monies that we can advertise in the news media, so I want to thank you, Lloyd, for having me here. I don't have the money to advertise with the Village Voice or the Harlem, the Amsterdam News. First of all, comes to mind. So it's just through word of mouth that we call our people, and we have the flyers. They're not professional. My son did this flyer. It's very professional. You should have seen the ones I had out. But the bottom line is that we are here in the community. We are maybe not. We're on the side streets. I see a lot of positive energy coming on the side streets. And I love Harlem. I've never been ashamed to tell people in the world that I was from Harlem. I've been ashamed to say I was an American, but I've never been ashamed to say I was from Harlem.
Yeah.
So there's a big difference.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And so this is where my energy is, and at this point in time in my life, this is where we belong.
It's interesting, just a footnote, years ago I met a Nigerian ambassador, and he was told not to come to Harlem. The first place I took him, Harlem.
You realize that we are more protected here by our brothers and sisters. Like the energy that's in this room right now, I feel it. We are more protected. There's halos around everybody here. We are here to honor a very, very important human being. To me, it was more like a god. I met Brother Malcolm, as you know, on several occasions at Snooky's Sugar Bowl, where he and Muhammad Ali used to make their phone calls, and he scolded me on many occasions. I loved the man. I remember when Mr. Percy Sutton was his attorney.
That's right.
So, like I said, I only have one son. I named my son after Brother Malcolm. I know he has a lot of positive energy.
And he was a tourist like you.
Yeah, but Malcolm was stronger. Malcolm was a Tory, but if his mind was so quick. He reminded, because he was sort of on the cusp. I think he was born around the 18th, wasn't he?
19th of May.
Okay, 19th of May. Well, I'm born in April, so it's like 9 days. But he had the mind of a Gemini. I think a lot of his planets must have been.
He was very close
because he was
to that
very
sign.
sharp.
And it's interesting because Dr. Betty Shabazz is a Gemini, and she's a #1.
You see, now you see, I didn't know that.
Yeah, which is very interesting.
I spoke to her briefly, and she's radiant. And like I said, we're here right now, and we're doing positive things. So I just want people to know, when you say, gee whiz, why a gallery when you're into the, quote, underline the occult? Because we give spiritual readings. In other words, the readings,
gallery too?
Everything is done at the gallery. We have free seminars the first Sunday of every month. In other words, you don't have to pay anything. All you have to do is be there. Now, there are free tarot card reading sessions. Unfortunately, we can't do 1,000 in one day because it's just myself and my partner, but we do as many as possible. Our hours are from 12 noon until around 8 o'clock in the evening.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break for the 11:30 news. We're going to come back. There's a little psychological quiz that we want to go through with you for a couple of minutes. We want to read 2 signatures, and then we'll give out the address and the phone number of the gallery, okay? And everybody, don't go away, because after that, Milton Puryear will be joining us, and then Dr. Betty Shabazz, a beautiful woman, okay? Everybody, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Mrs. Garvey. I'm Michelle Troop. Doing it in LA.
Young man.
Trying to let it settle down a little. I hope everyone can hear me. Mr. Marcus Garvey Jr. is the elder son of Marcus and Amy Jacques Garvey. He hails from St. Andrew, Jamaica. His academic training includes the following: bachelor's degrees in English, economics, and law from the University of London, London, England. Bachelor's degrees in mathematics and physics, as well as a master's in physics from the University of the West Indies. Further academic credentials include a master's in physics, as well as a master's in electrical engineering from City College of the City University of New York. His professional career includes teaching mathematics, physics, and electrical engineering at high schools in Jamaica, the University of the West Indies, City and Hunter Colleges of the City University of New York. And for the past several years, Mr. Garvey has worked as a professional engineer in digital and analog circuit design and the analysis and design of optical fiber transmission systems. He currently is engaged in navigational guidance systems. He is a registered professional engineer in the states of Massachusetts, New Jersey, and is a member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, the Optical Society of America, the American Institute of Physics. Marcus Garvey Jr. is an African nationalist who articulates the philosophy and teachings of his father, Marcus Garvey Jr., the founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. Marcus Garvey Jr. was a member of the UNIA in Jamaica and is currently president of the Brooklyn division of the A.L. Crawford division of the UNIA. Mr. Garvey is a student of the history of African peoples in the homeland and in the diaspora. He has contributed to, he has been published in both his professional area of expertise, engineering, as well as several important works in the history, again, of Africans at home and here in the diaspora. Although limited with stringent demands by his career and activities at work, Marcus Garvey Jr. lectures extensively on Garveyism and articulates the message of African nationalism as propounded by Edward Blyden, Bishop Henry Turner, and his late father. I'd like you to put your hands together for the son of the prophet, Marcus Garvey.
Brothers and sisters, a special welcome to you all this evening. We are very glad to have you here on this occasion as we celebrate and commemorate the birthday of the prophet and teacher Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You are a lovely company of African people, and I'm certain wherever he is now, he's very happy to see you here remembering him. And we have to remember our heroes and our great men who have gone before and have paved the way for the work which we have to finish. And I think you will hear of that this evening. The unfinished work of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the unfinished work of Edward Wilmot Blyden, the unfinished work of Martin Luther King, the unfinished work of El-Hajj Malik Shabazz Malcolm X, the unfinished work of Kwame Nkrumah, the unfinished work of Sekou Touré, of Patrice Lumumba, and of the giants of the African world, who are so many. We have to remember our ancestors, our mighty ancestors, this evening. We will call their attention to you. And we are very fortunate that we have one of our great historians to bring us from the past into the present. Our organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, was formed by Marcus Garvey in 1914. He started with 13 good and true Africans in 1914. By 1919, that organization had become 1.5 million strong. And in 1923, it numbered some 8 million African people in 34 countries throughout the world. The achievement of Marcus Garvey in mobilizing the African race has never been equaled in the past or up to now. And we will wait a long time in the future before we match those figures. But that is not to say that we are not going to work to do that. For we have certain advantages that he did not have. We also have some disadvantages that he did not have. As I spoke in St. Louis yesterday, I reminded us of the problem that we face in this time as compared with our great ancestors in the 1910s and 1920s. The people who in this country created the hospitals and the colleges that have dwindled away today. Their greatness is the fact that we now have but 3 black hospitals in the United States of America when there were 40 flourishing in the times of our great ancestors of Marcus Garvey in the 1910s and the 1920s. Those of us who talk about our academic erudition and how much we have progressed with all the degrees we have not been able to dispose health care for our people. We must respect our ancestors, for they did this because they knew that the white man had no hospitals that would cater for them, so they created them for themselves, which is the basic principle of Marcus Garvey, self-reliance for African people. Ask not what any alien can do for you, but demand what you must do for yourself and for your people. We are the A.L. Crawford Memorial Division, number 404, of this great movement, which still exists in small form, but we are rebuilding. The A.L. Crawford Memorial Division is named after one of the stalwarts of Garveyism in more recent times, Mr. Arnold Crawford, a man who in his entire life dedicated himself to the work and the ideology of Marcus Garvey, which was race building and race uplift and racial empowerment. As we celebrate Marcus Garvey, we today celebrate Arnold Crawford, a giant African. This occasion is the birthday of the founder, who has been kindly treated by history. The Right Excellent Marcus Garvey is the national hero of Jamaica. The Right Excellent Marcus Garvey sits in the Hall of Heroes in Washington, D.C. as a hero of the American states. I think that is not equaled by any other black man in the Americas. We who follow his teachings dedicate ourselves to the continuation of his work and the eventual realization of his total program. It is my pleasure to bring you our program this evening, which is a multifaceted program. The first person I'm going to call on is Sister Amy Gordon, our griot and veteran, who has prepared a work for you of Marcus Garvey. Sister Amy Gordon Sister
Ladies and gentlemen, changes every day. So, pray, work, be steadfast, and be not dismayed. Then he said, nothing must kill the empire urge. As the Jew is held together by his religion, the white races by the assumption and the unwritten law of superiority, and the man golden by the precious tie of blood. So likewise we, the black men, must be united in one grand racial heresy. Our union must know no line, boundary, or nationality. Like the great Church of Rome, black men the world over must practice one faith, that of confidence in themselves, with one God, one aim, one destiny. Let no religious scruple, no political imagination divide us, but let us all together under all climes and in every countries, making among ourselves a racial empire upon which the sun shall never set. Alliance to self first. Let no one inculcate you with evil doctrines to suit their own conveniences. There is no humanity beside that will start to yourself. First to thyself be true, and thou cannot be false to any man. Then he said, we are arbiters of our own destiny. God and nature first made us what we are, and then, what of our own creative genius, we made ourselves what we want to be. For always that great law, let the sky and God be our limit, and eternity our measurement. There is no heights, no heights, no heights to which we cannot climb by using the active intelligence of our own mind. Our minds create, and as much as we desire, we can have through the creation of our own minds. Then he said, being at present this identical weaker race, you must treat others only as they treat you. But in your homes and everywhere possible, you must teach the higher development of science to your children, and be sure to develop a race of science, par excellence. For in science and religion lies our only hope to withstand the evil designs of modern materialism. He said, never forget your God. Remember, we live, work, and pray for the establishing of a great and abiding racial heresy, the founding of a racial empire, whose only natural, spiritual, and political limits shall be God and Africa, at home and abroad. I thank you.
Disarray, in a state where we appear to be going backwards rather than forwards. In fact, if you look at the things that afflict us today, the continuing famine in Africa, the civil wars in Africa, the disease that is spreading throughout Africa and wiping out so many of our people, if we look at the atrocities that are being committed by the Aryan peoples, thank you, we have a microphone now. Is it working? Or can you hear me? Loud and clear? Good. Well, I'll just bring it over and add a little more power, although you know I have enough power without the mic, but thank you, Professor P. We are at a climacteric time in our history. Either we are going to pull ourselves together and regroup, or we will become, in the 21st century, an extinct species. This is a very serious time. In the world today, every one of the major races is comparatively heavily armed as compared to us. The European peoples in 1945 in America and in 1949 in the Soviet Union developed atomic weapons. The People's Republic of China, home of well over 1 billion people, in 1964 developed an atomic weapon of their own. 15 years after Comrade Mao Zedong and his three great associates, Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and Chu Tai, had seized power in China. 15 years from seizing power, and they had atomic weapons. In 1974, quietly, without great fanfare, the great Republic of India, the land of the brown man, the Hindu, developed their atomic weapon. Since that time, the Jews in Israel and other nations are close to that, including North Korea. We as African people, everywhere in the world we look, are completely without weaponry. I'm not talking even now about atomic weapons. We cannot even make the basic weapons for our defense. That would be needed for our defense. Ships, battleships, aeroplanes, heavy artillery and missiles, land-based missiles, nothing. In fact, I'm not too certain that we even make a very useful machine gun or multiple weapons launcher. In the history of the world, at every time that we have had a state of weakness among a people, a strong people have moved in to fill that vacuum and have eliminated that weak race. The great evidence in front of us here is this land where we are now sitting down. This place, Brooklyn, was once populated by a people called the Red Man. We can't even invite him to partake of our celebration. We can't find him very much. He's on the reservations. And that is what can happen to us in Africa and here too. And don't tell me it can't happen here, as some African brothers have said to me. I mean African American brothers. Because if it happened to the Jews in Germany, if it happened to the Armenians in Turkey, if it is happening right now to the Croats and others in former Yugoslavia, you better believe it can happen here. For I see no white man in this country who has that much love for you, who would hold back his brother when he decides to draw the sword. We can believe that we are safe. Because the Jews in Germany said it could not happen in the land of Hegel. It could not happen in the land of Kant. It couldn't happen in a land where there were so many cultured people. But it did happen in that land of cultured people. It did happen in the land of Hegel, in the land of Kant. For there was a man called Adolf Hitler. Recently, many of us were wondering what was going to happen because a David Duke appeared. But remember, there were people who appeared before Adolf Hitler who said similar things to him. But he did come. And remember, wherever there is weakness, strength moves in to take advantage of that. It is for that reason why the things that are going to be said this evening by Professor Clarke, some of the things that I have said, should be listened to very carefully. We welcome you here, and we're glad to have you. But what we want you to do is to leave here with a clear message and understanding of the things that we have to do to turn it around, so that you can go out and say to other people, we do have a problem and there's a way to turn it around. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to ask the sisters to come forward now, and we do a special song for Marcus Garvey.
We're about to sing is dedicated to the Honorable Marcus Garvey. We will not forget you. Marcus Garvey, Africa is calling you to fight her battles and to set her free. We are your army and your standard bearers. If you need a soldier, here am I, send me. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. In our hearts we hold thee. In our hearts we fold thee. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. You will be remembered through eternity. Be not discouraged, ever pressing onward. We are always thinking of your sacrifice. Though some may fail you and your heart is saddened, you shall always lead us to our African home. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. In our minds we hold thee. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. You will be remembered through eternity. Though you have left us, we will not forget you. For your marching to our motherland. Let not thy death make you weak and weary. You shall always triumph and our leader be. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. In our minds we hold thee. In our hearts we fold thee. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. You will be remembered through eternity. And when the battle for the right is ended, we shall march and sing the song of liberty. Wearing the red, the black and green forever, Ethiopia's anthem ringing in the trees. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. In our minds we hold thee. In our hearts we fold thee. We will not forget thee nor leave thee. You will be remembered through eternity. Thank you.
Musicians, actors, and singers who have been performing and teaching their talents throughout the United States and abroad for the last 25 years. They present an educational, cultural expression of authentic dances from the continent of Africa and the Caribbean, as well as dances traditional to people of African descent in the United States. For example, tap dancing, jazz, and the Lindy Hop. We are very glad to be able to present this birthday celebration, this highly informative cultural presentation, which opens the eye of our people, which is consciousness raising and a mind expanding experience. I now ask Africa in Motion Dance Theater to thrill us this evening.
hope you enjoy our show. live it. Love is strong, let's give it. A song will help, let's sing it. Peace is dear, let's bring it. The past is gone, don't root it. Our work is here, let's do it. Our world is wrong, let's right it. The battle is hard, let's fight it. The road is rough, let's clear it. The future is ours, don't fear it. Is faith asleep? Let's wake it. Today is ours, let's take it.
I know you're ready. I'm ready too. Professor John Henrik Clarke is a unique resource and a special institution in the African world. Beginning with his early years, Professor Clarke studied the world history of African people and became a master teacher. Presently, he is a distinguished Professor Emeritus of African World History in the Department of Africana and Puerto Rican Studies at Hunter College in New York City. He is the editor of 21 books and has written several books, short stories, and pamphlets on African and African American history. He has written many forewords and introductions to books, the latest one being the foreword to Sheikh Anta Diop's last furnished work, that great masterpiece, Civilization or Barbarism. Professor Clarke is a well-known lecturer and has delivered lectures at major conferences in the United States and abroad. His best-known works are Africans at the Crossroads, Notes for an African World Revolution, Marcus Garvey, The Vision of Africa, New Dimensions in African World History, Malcolm X, The Man and His Times. There are so many other works of his that we could talk about. But Professor Clarke has remained, despite his great erudition and knowledge, or rather because of it, and that is the thing. True erudition and knowledge does not move one away from one's people, but brings them closer to one's people. No one has so articulated what we require as a race and a people to step forward to our future. No one better understands the work and ideology of Marcus Garvey, whom he has researched for so long. It is my great pleasure to introduce my personal friend, the friend of my late mother, the great scholar and teacher, Professor John Henrik Clarke. Right?
you very much. We've got a lot of explaining to do this evening because a whole lot of things, national and international, has gone wrong because we have remembered Marcus Garvey the wrong way when we remembered him at all. Too many people have made the wrong use of his message, and too many people have missed the message altogether. I'd like to talk about remembering Marcus Garvey the right way. And I would like to emphasize, because we missed his message and the message he got from others incorporated into his message, all African nations are in cultural and economic disarray. Because we missed his message of self-reliance and nation management, there is not an African-run nation, no place in all the world. Every nation in Africa is an imitation European state. Every nation in the Caribbean is an imitation European state. And the irony here is that the concept of Pan-Africanism, African consciousness, the African reclamation of the state, the philosophical and the political concept came mainly from Caribbean intellects that Caribbean people drove into exile and didn't listen to then and won't listen to now. You have not heard H. Sylvester Williams' summies calling together the Pan-African Congress of 1900. You have not heard the later day theoretician George Padmore and C.L.R. James, because we have not heard the message and the fullness of that message. We are in disarray and we are confused about color. Because we have not understood the nature of unity, and to unify all these fragments into one, an African people committed to the liberation of Africa. Because we have not overcome the color and the economic stratification put down by our slave masters and colonial masters, Jamaica has been deprived of becoming one of the great island nations of the world. But they tied up so much of their energy arguing over color gradation, economic positions, talking about their English grandfather and their Dutch uncle. They couldn't do the nationalist business of Jamaica. A story is told about Marcus Garvey leaving Jamaica for England. And the reporters gathered around him wishing for a last message before he departed. And finally, after they had gotten on his nerves to the point he wanted to dismiss them, he decided to give them an interview. All right, come on. Get your pencils ready. I'm going, so I'm leaving for England. And when they were all silent, he said, Jamaica is a ridiculous country. Goodbye. He understood then, years before independence, that the Jamaican mind, mortgaged to the corrupt British mind, had betrayed itself and destroyed its own ability to come into being as the role model for what a great African nation could be away from home, because they decided not to be an African nation. Now, because I am sufficiently angry, and because I have been a Pan-Africanist and an African nationalist all my life, one way or the other, why must I start with beating up on Jamaica, who is not much more ridiculous than the other islands? I start here because it was his home, and it was the one place in the Caribbean where a great nation away from home could have been brought into being. It has a long revolutionary heritage, longer than Haiti. And they fought harder in their slave revolts than the Haitians, who became independent. And they fought harder and did not become independent, because the very people who you mortgage your integrity to, the English, aping him, stratified Jamaica to the point where after each great slave revolt, they would dissipate the energy of the people to the point where at the next slave revolt, you had to mount the incentive all over again. When in Haiti, the whole revolutionary period that brought independence happened over a 20-year period. And each time they knocked down one leader, another was right there. Toussaint gone, Desi Lane there. Desi Lane gone, Christophe there. And because in the difference of opinion between colors, a French general had taught the mulattoes a lesson they couldn't forget. When some of them decided that they would fight with the French against the blacks, a French general, Rochambeau, told the wives of these mulatto generals, I have a present for you. You go into the room and stand by this box. And they stood by the boxes. He said, now open the box. Now what was in the box? The head of their husbands. Taught them a lesson that I hate you all most white niggers as worse as I hate the blackest of the blacks. And once you get this through your skull, you wouldn't split yourself up along color gradations, but you will know that the enemy hates all of us, including those who are his children. Until you identify your enemy, you cannot utilize your friends. Now, why am I going off on this kick? Because when I look at Africa and the imitation European states in Africa, these African nations miss the point, every single one of them, not one exception. They created nation states. Africa is accustomed to the territorial state. a multiplicity of states, interdependent, coexisting side by side. But once they created the imitation European state, they imitated something that the European could come back and destroy economically or control economically. Because we did not understand the nature of the African Orthodox Church that Marcus Garvey helped to bring into being. We are so hypnotized by the white Jesus, we will not fight our white enemy, and we will not even fight a white policeman fully, because he is the same color as the white Jesus. And you think by killing him, you're killing a relative of God. He has fastened your mind with this garbage to the point of making you forget that any people who worship a God that was assigned to them by another people is enslaved to the people who gave them that assignment. Now, in the light of this, will you look back at Marcus Garvey's dream and plan for an African Orthodox church? He didn't say leave Christianity. He didn't say leave the church. He said look at it your way. Look at it through your eyesight. Look at it through your image. Look at it through your culture. Ask some serious questions. You tell me God is merciful, God is kind. Why all the white angels? You mean not a little brown angel, a little black angel sneaked into heaven? If he's merciful and kind, isn't he kind enough to let one of us in? Because you're so fascinated with whiteness, and a picture painted by Michelangelo, you dare not ask the question. My main point here is that the missing of the Marcus Garvey message is now international in the African world, and the basic cause of most of our problems. We have not looked at ourselves as the embodiment of God. We have not looked at our children as the embodiment of the future if we're going to have a future. Ghana, it took its impotence at Kwame Nkrumah's admission from the message of Marcus Garvey, creating a Black Star Line, creating a Black Star Square. Now when Marcus Garvey said, where are your men of affairs, where are your sea captains? And Nkrumah, and he couldn't get an answer, and Nkrumah, with knowledge of Marcus Garvey, decided to answer the question, and he did. He put the sea captains out there. He reactivated the concept of a Black Star Line. The message of Marcus Garvey was getting across in one African country. Now will you understand why British imperialism and American imperialism and French intelligence in the combined colonial world had to bring their intelligence systems together to destroy this nation above all the other nations in Africa? Because it was a role model of what a nation in Africa needed to be, and it had taken its impetus from Garveyism. Now it is the nation of Jesus freaks. White Jesus, of course. The dream of Nkrumah is now being redreamed. But can it be brought back into being? Because all Europe flourishes mainly when they have large areas of people outside of Europe that they can exploit or get goods and services for practically nothing. Now that Europe has bankrupted itself in an argument among themselves, they need areas in the world for exploitation to recap their economic fortune. And Africa happened to be their next target. Once they've exhausted themselves fighting among themselves. Now what is happening in Europe is tribal warfare at its absolute worst. But you won't look at it as tribal warfare when the European is involved. But you think he's above tribal warfare when he invented it. And you had no tribal war until he came and put one against the other in order to conquer both. And he's still successful. When you think you can't run a nation without his politics, you can't have a religion without his image of God, you can't make your own automobiles, you can't make the shoes you wear, you can't even make a safety pin to hold your child's diaper together. You are telling him that I can't manage without him. You're making him God again and neglecting yourself and the God within yourself. I have looked at the present in order to look at the past. I think once we understand what I'm trying to get across, the change of mentality, you might understand the tragedy of the case at St. John's. When these degenerate white boys misused a Caribbean girl, and there wasn't one strong Caribbean committee protesting it. And she herself was weak because she still had affection for them but didn't think they would treat her this way. She was mixed up and sick. She did not understand that in their mind, that's the way you're supposed to be treated. But you had the illusion that they could do no right, had the illusion they're doing you a favor by associating with you. So long as you make an endearment out of associating with a degenerate, you will not find your best self. Now, soon after the case, there was an annual charade called a parade on Eastern Parkway. And you dissipated enough energy to build 3 nations. I'm not against the parade. I'm against gyrations without purpose. I'm against ceremony without substance. Everything in your life must move you toward ultimate true independence and self-reliance, or it must be thrown out of your life. I have started with the present in order to go to the past, because so far as I am concerned as a teacher, all history is a current event. Everything that ever happened continues to happen and will continue until you're creative enough to stop it. The misery that was visited upon you will continue to be visited upon you until you stop it. What I'm calling on you to think about, when I go back and examine the period beginning with the birth of Marcus Garvey, and this is why we need to begin that examination, is that everything interacts with everything, and there is no insignificance, because everything affects everything. Now let us go back and place Marcus Garvey in context with history. Let's look at 1887. What was happening in the African world the year of his birth? What made Marcus Garvey so special, being a Jamaican and black in a color-conscious island that penalized you for being black? How did he avoid this? What was his special kind of attitude that not made him override it, but condemn it? No, but condemn it. Let's look at 1887 all over the African world. I'm trying to say that he was born into an atmosphere of struggle and revolution on the part of African people. When he was born, the Africans had already had a 100-year fight against colonialism, because once slavery was converted into colonialism, the Africans understood that this was another form of slavery. When he was born, a number of years after the British emancipation in the Caribbean, one of the greatest fakeries ever preyed on the Caribbean mind, the assumption that it was an emancipation, which indeed it was not. And when you boast that emancipation of the slaves in the Caribbean came 30 years before it came in black America, in as much as it was a fake in the Caribbean, it was a fake in black America, you said that our fakery came 30 years before your fakery. Because you ain't free yet. In any nation that would elect a Boston con man named Seaga as its prime minister is a long ways from free. Mentally, a whole lot of people on that island are still enslaved. Now, what am I trying to say? In dealing with this phenomenon of Marcus Garvey being born after a heritage of over 100 years of revolution in Africa had already occurred in the colonial wars that had started in the latter part of the 17th century. It extended throughout the whole of the 18th century. What then had happened in the Caribbean islands? The consistent slave revolts put a tax on the energy and disrupted the normal flow of commerce to the point where slavery became unwieldy, no longer a profitable enterprise. And if you think the British freed you 30 years before because they love you and because they were benevolent, you are misreading history And that may not have been water you was drinking this morning. You have to be out of your mind. The British, who are the master thugs of the universe, they are murderers who get away with murder because they have a style. They will not cut your throat with a dirty knife because this is out of style. That's poor form. That's poor etiquette. But they'll cut your throat, but not with a dirty knife. This crude white man in America will cut it any kind of way. He ain't got no style. The British would take you out of jail and make you prime minister and control you. That's style. That's procedure. In America, they take you out of jail and lynch you a block away if they can find a tree. That's a crude, ill-mannered barbarian who has no style. But they both relatives. Now, at the end of this century, during the period of the birth of Marcus Garvey, there had been successful slave revolts throughout the Caribbean islands, successful slave revolts in South America, especially Brazil, slave revolts to the point where they understood that they could not hold the slaves any longer. So they ran a deal on the slaves. They said, okay, you can be free. But now, being free, you got to furnish your own clothes, got to furnish your own house, you got to go back and work on the same plantation for a pittance and support your children. So the emancipation they gave you was a new form of slavery. So don't start boasting and don't start apologizing. Understand thugs in history and that you were ruled by a bunch of thugs, just happen to have a style, and I was ruled by a bunch of thugs with no style. Europe dumped its human garbage can into the Western world. The worst of that garbage can, the worst of that garbage can was dumped into the United States. I have no problem in conceding that the white oppressor in America is the lowest, the stupidest, the most vicious of all of the oppressors ever sent out of Europe. I have no fascination for the fact that some members of my family are almost white, or white wannabes. I remember my great aunt Liza, who had a son by forced liaison with a white man. And when we got in difficulties in Alabama, we were sharecroppers, landless peasants, she would call on this son. Fortunately for him, he came out looking almost identical to his father and passed for white. And the day she called on him with another black man shoving his buggy, and he came in to take care of what needed to be taken care of, and his mother, my aunt, fixed them breakfast. She did not even sit down to eat with the son of a bitch. Her blood, and yet so arrogant, he wouldn't sit down and eat with his own black mother. So don't be preaching me no damn problem about it. Question about interracial harmony. Maybe they're just like us. Maybe you too harsh on white folks. My own daughter told me this, and I had to tell her, these are the same people that brought us stacked like sardines on the slave ship. These are the same descendants. And this is what Marcus Garvey was trying to remind you. And this is what Malcolm X was trying to remind you. This is what David Walker in his appeal was trying to remind you of. I'm saying that you cannot look at Marcus Garvey out of context with the black radicals and freedom fighters of the 19th century in Africa, in the Caribbean islands, and in the United States. And when you see him when you see him as you need to see him correctly in the light of history, you would have to also concede that over 100 years of slave revolts had occurred in America before he was born, and that a 50-year struggle had occurred before his arrival in the United States. And he arrived into an atmosphere conducive to social change. And why he succeeded in America and would still fail in Jamaica has nothing to do with who was more brilliant than the other. Why the slave revolts in the Caribbean islands were more successful than the slave revolts in the United States, that were nearly all failures, had nothing to do with which people were braver than the other. The slave master in the Caribbean islands in South America bought in large lots and left the lots together, therefore leaving a cultural continuity and leaving a loyalty system. In the United States, they broke up. They bought in small lots and broke those up often. So almost immediately they killed our kinship system and our loyalty system. And the black American became the greatest sufferer of all the Africans outside of Africa, and to some extent he still is. Not understood by the Caribbeans who look at him too hurriedly, and not understood by the Africans who look at him too hurriedly, out of context with the forces of history. All of us were victims of the same tragic event in history with variations. And if you can't pass a taxi cab test downtown, I don't hear no damn lie about where you from when there's a struggle for black people. Get in the damn struggle or get the hell out of the way. Closing years of that 19th century, 1887. Now look at 1895. The Booker T. Washington Atlanta Cotton Expedition speech. And Booker T. Washington ran one of the most unique con games in history. A lot because of Atlanta Compromise. Booker was conning the black folks, the white folks, the southerners, the northerners. And white people opening their pocketbooks and weeping, shaking their head. Oh, Booker had them going when he reminded them, we are the ones who nursed your children, nursed your sick, fixed your bread. And then the clincher, with tear-driven eyes, we followed you to the grave. White folk got out the pocketbook, started giving Booker some money. And when he said that we could be as divided as the fingers, and together as the hand, and all things that make for social progress, they assumed he had endorsed segregation, gave him some more money. He told the blacks, you stay in the South. Cast down your buckets where you are. It's better to make $1 a day than to sit next to a white person in an opera. But, oh, good God, that's the Negro I want. Give him some more money. So he became virtually the dictator of black America. White people filtered everything through him. And if you wanted a streetcar conductor job in Cincinnati, the white folks wanted to know if it was all right with Booker. And if it wasn't all right with Booker, you didn't get the job. But whites were clearing everything through Booker. Now, you think Booker T. Washington was an Uncle Tom, you're dead wrong. He was a strategist whose strategies sometimes didn't work. You can blame him for scratching his head and doing his little dance and getting all that money, but if he didn't do it, Tuskegee wouldn't be there. And a whole lot of other black schools wouldn't be there either. He understood the nature of his position, and yeah, he never took a stand against lynching, never did stand against Jim Crow. When all the black soldiers were killed at the Brownsville raid in 1906, he didn't take a stand, not to Du Bois. They asked for clemency. That means they are guilty but show a little mercy. If they weren't guilty at all. Bunch of white soldiers blackened up their face and shot up the town and blamed them for it. But I'm saying that between the years of the Atlanta Cotton Expedition speech and his death in 1915, Booker T. Washington created a school and a concept of self-reliance over and above anything that has been done since. It was this concept of self-reliance that is the epitome of nation building that attracted Marcus Garvey to the Booker T. Washington School of Thought. He was going to come to the United States in 1915, did not accumulate the means, and came in 1916, 1 year after Booker T. Washington was dead. When Booker T. Washington found that a bunch of handkerchief heads had taken over Tuskegee that didn't want to have anything to do with blackness, he knew that he couldn't get along with the people Booker T. Washington had left behind. But look at his training before he arrived in America. A master printer, technician, had called a strike in Jamaica of all places. You'd have to be out of your mind. In the early part of the century, the day strike, nobody got a job. Everybody glad to get any kind of job. And he's calling a strike, organizing printers. Now look at the apprenticeship of Marcus Garvey for nation structure. Look at African fundamentalism taking shape inside of his mind. Everywhere he went in his journey through Central America, he found employment. Why could this man find employment so easily when other blacks were out of jobs? He had skills. He had printing skills. He had editorial skills. He had job management skills. He had nation management skills. Coming from a color-conscious Jamaica, but a master craftsman, he did not have to shirk and apologize in a color-stratified society, but could walk proudly with his blackness at a time others were apologizing for it. Now, he had an asset that others still do not have throughout the whole of Jamaica. He said, if God and my mother made me what I am, looking like I am, then I will not complain about their creation, else I offend God and my mother and my father. He has learned a lesson that most of you still have not learned. That to complain about your hair, you are saying God, your mother, and your father didn't know what they were doing. That nature was a fool. Nature endowed you with the kind of complexion and the kind of hair that protects you while nature puts you down. And it is good because it protects you while nature puts you down. When nature gave you that beautiful black skin in that sun of Africa, nature, I use the word nature and God mean one and the same, knew what it was doing. He gave you that coarse protective hair. That's good because that protects you while nature puts you down. Now let's look at the years between the Booker T. Washington speech in 1915. Marcus Garvey had gone to England. He had tried to establish the UNIA in Jamaica. Moderate success, but nothing exceptional. He had actually met Du Bois in Jamaica. I don't know why everybody forget this. And Du Bois was favorable to him and his ideas. The assumption that Du Bois was the moral enemy of Marcus Garvey is not only incorrect, but it goes against the trend of history. Du Bois was a personality, and I'll explain this shortly, and I'll explain it mainly because it's out of focus. Du Bois, taken with Western education, with the concept of the talented 10, envied the fact that Marcus Garvey, with no college education, had brought off something all of the college-educated people had failed to do. A great mass movement. Du Bois, envious of this achievement, would raise some questions about whether a non-college man could bring off a movement of this significance. Du Bois, trapped with his Western education, as most Africans, Caribbeans, and Black Americans are today, assumed that without it, you could not even function. I questioned this early in my life because I was a grammar school dropout, not a high school dropout, a grammar school dropout. And I've trained more than a generation of PhDs. Couldn't go to the college, I did go to the library. I did get books. All right, now let's deal with his arrival in the United States to raise funds with the hope that he might go back to Jamaica and build a school similar to Tuskegee. 1916, his career was moving into focus. He had been introduced to the first large audience in Harlem by Hubert Harrison, one of the finest minds ever to come out of the Caribbean area, who had written his book, When Africa Awakens, still worth reading. After this, he would make a tour of the United States. 1917, black soldiers returning from World War I, some of them lynched in their uniform, some of them seeing their own children born before their eyes. Then the St. Louis riot, the East St. Louis riot, Then in Chicago riot, Marcus Garvey now in Chicago, he sees a place for his message to get across. He said, they don't want you here. Not only let's get out of here and go back to Africa, let's get our own ships. When you're hounded on all sides, when you're drowning, you don't question a man who throws you a rope. When you're starving, you don't question anybody who gives you a piece of bread. Now we see the black American gravitation toward Marcus Garvey over and above anything it ever was in the Caribbean islands or ever will be. And it has nothing to do with any people being better than the other. You were trained by one set of slave masters, we were trained by another set of slave masters. Except for some slave buyer pointing his hand and say, I'll take that one instead of that one. I'll take this woman, I think she'd be a good bedwench. I'll take that one, I think he'd be a good stud. I'll take that one. And the rest of them you can leave on the boat and take them to the United States. So they took some to an island called Jamaica. They became Jamaicans. They took some to an island called Barbados, and they became Barbadians. The slave ship brought no Jamaicans, brought no Barbadians, brought no Trinidadians, brought no high yellows, no low yellows. Brought no people confused about their color. No people boasting about they got the blood of their slave master in their vein, their Scottish uncle and the British grandfather. No people like that. They had to become what oppression made them become. And we in the United States, under a cruder oppressor, had to become what oppression made us become. When Marcus Garvey rallied blacks after the riots, the Red Summer of 1919, the Chicago riots, we were ready to listen to him over and above any African people in the world because we had suffered a tragic uniqueness and we needed his message more than any other people in the world. And we need it now more than any other African people in the whole world. He would build rapidly, better than it has ever been done before, one of the largest mass organizations ever built among blacks before or since. His message would gravitate to Africa, to the other Caribbean islands. There would be branches of the Garvey movement in Cuba, throughout Panama, throughout all this area. In Panama, 4,000 Jamaicans had died building the Panama Canal. 5,000 Caribbean people died, all told. Now you see the irony of an American general of Caribbean descent taking over the canal and grinning. He should have said, I claim the canal in the name of the blood of my people. They dug the damn ditch. It belongs to them. But he was happy to be an American stooge and do what he was told and grin before the camera. Now we see 1920 in the conference at Madison Square Garden. The movement is well on its way. It has already reached Africa. Some of the African chiefs, anticipating the return of their brothers, had planted special crops to make sure they have enough food when we got back home. The message had gotten to Africa more than it had gotten to any part of the Caribbean islands. The message had gravitated and developed among black Americans principally for the reason we were so oppressed. We were the most wounded, the most ego-starved, the most put upon of all the African people in the world, and the least protected. We were ready for a Marcus Garvey. We were mentally ready. And when he asked for money for the ships, we had not discovered checks and money orders. We put the money in envelopes and sent it to Mr. Garvey. A great deal of the money was stolen right there in the office. Garvey was guilty of absolutely nothing. This is why I'm not too happy with people who ask that Marcus Garvey be given a pardon, because he wasn't guilty of anything. But people around him were guilty. There was a lot of thieves around him. Now the trouble has started. The force is moving against him, and he would end up in federal prison in Atlanta. But there's something before that. He flourished in Harlem during the period of the so-called Harlem Renaissance. He gave that movement a political meaning and a definition. One of his boldly declared followers was the father of A. Clayton Powell, who wrote books and said so. Now, having entrenched himself in the United States, the movement began to have difficulties within itself. It had outgrown its framework, and the atmosphere of fragmentation was setting in, especially after his absence. There are some assumptions about Marcus Garvey that was never true. People are going to explain Marcus Garvey brought a program to Black America and they betrayed him. This is a lie, because they wasn't even involved. The 7 or 8 black intellects who signed a letter asking for the deportation of Marcus Garvey was unknown among Black America then, unknown among them now. So you cannot say Black America paid any attention to them, because they didn't even know them. Still don't know them. And if you fall for the nonsense that he came and found Black America with a wishbone and gave them a backbone, you're still telling a lie, because that means you don't understand the nature of the struggle before his arrival. Martin Delany was just as firm on being back to Africa as Marcus Garvey. Bishop Turner was just as firm on going back to Africa as Marcus Garvey. The Chief Sam movement developed before Marcus Garvey. We have not studied the Pan-African, back-to-Africa movements before Marcus Garvey. But an atmosphere had been prepared for his arrival. After First World War, the Secretary of War had told Black Americans that your position would not be changed by virtue of having been participated in that war, and to prove it, some were lynched in their uniform. We were mentally prepared to accept the message of Marcus Garvey over and above other African people because of the tragic uniqueness of our suffering. And it had nothing to do with one people being more like than the other, or one being better than the other. Because the antecedents for his emergence was in motion 100 years before. Now, after the fragmenting of the movement, putting the movement back together again, reconsideration was given to Marcus Garvey during the Italian-Ethiopian War. For he had prophesied the war, and he, more than any other person writing in the Black Man magazine, criticized Haile Selassie as a turncoat in a Western part. Had no mercy. Go back and read it. The Negro world is preserved in libraries. Every single copy of the Black Man's magazine has been published in a bound edition in any good library. Stop all the propaganda and read what he said. Read African fundamentalism. Read it just the way you say your prayers. Read it to your children. Now, let's look at the re-emergence of the Garvey concept and why 5 years after his death, he came alive again. At the Pan-African Congress, 1945 in Manchester, England, George Padmore, Kwame Nkrumah, Nnamdi Ezekwe, Johnstone Kenyatta, later Jomo Kenyatta, would plan for the future independence of African states. Those plans, at their admission, was based on the best of their understanding of Garvey's. And when African states became into being, most of the elite heads of African states used the Garvey example to bring a state into being, only to be betrayed by a Western-educated elite, more missionary-oriented than African-oriented. Now I wonder, how can you conclude something that has no conclusion? Because Marcus Garvey is still very much alive. And we have missed his message by assuming that his body is in Kings Park, that he is the Jamaican national hero, when they're not even teaching Garveyism in the school, although they keep promising they would. Now, let's look at this aftermath and his influence beyond 1945, 5 years after his death, that it was the underlying influence of Marcus Garvey that would help to set in motion the concept of independent states in Africa. In that first decade of that independent explosion, African nations were gravitating toward his teaching. And a sick nation that had come into being through participation of both Caribbeans and Black Americans, Liberia, had already betrayed their promise to him and became politically a stillborn child that it still is. This nation could have been the role model for what an African state could be, but it had failed. Haiti had failed because it failed to solve the color problem, and it failed to solve the problem between itself and France, and accepted the French Constitution. After the Italian-Ethiopian War, we began to reconsider the teachings of Marcus Garvey. And most of the young radicals of that day saw no contradiction in being Garveyites, Pan-Africanists, African world nationalists, and socialists and communists all at the same time, because they did not see any contradiction. Later they would learn that everything that came from a European mind was meant to facilitate European control over the world. And that includes communism, socialism, and an old religion that was 3,000 years old before Christ that they call Christianity. I didn't say leave it. I'm saying accept your own interpretation of it. Stop using carbon copies of someone else's concept of how to rule a state. Go back to your original copy. The coexistence of different people and different cultures, different African people, different religions, different cultures functioning side by side. If we're going to unify Africa, unify the whole of the African world, we're going to have to take his teaching seriously. We need to examine the works of Tony Martin that I consider to be very valuable, because Tony Martin is a scholar writing about Marcus Garvey, who is a Garveyite. I do not put aside or underrate the works of Professor Robert Hill, because he has gathered more documents on the Marcus Garvey movement than any scholar ever. Now, I might have some questions about his interpretation, his seemingly conservative approach, but I'm interested in the documents he gathered, because the documents he gathered will tell us a whole lot that he didn't say. All his appraisals are intelligently done, but borders on the conservative. And I don't know what conservative black people are trying to conserve except their miserable obscurity in their tragic thought. To be honest to us, you've got to hurt somebody's feelings that has been dishonest to us. I'm saying that as we approach the end of the 20th century, let us consider the fact that between the Caribbean islands, South America, there are 300 million African people. There are millions of African people in Asia. 700 million in Africa. We number over 1 billion people on the face of the earth. If those billion people are to be brought together and trained in self-reliance, we need a serious reconsideration of the message of Marcus Garvey, because it is the cohesive method that we can use to put all of them together and make them function. As we restructure nations, we have to remember what has been taken away from us, and must remember what other nations had and still have that we do not have. Self-confidence and the image of God as they originally conceived him or her to be. We had no problem with the female God. That's another lecture, but the European got some hang-ups about females, and when we associate with him, adopt his idea, we adopt some of the same hang-ups. We have to throw all of this off and realize we produce a society where the woman was the center of the society and could become the ruler of the society with the cooperation of men without threatening a single man. The European is insecure with women, insecure with himself. I would like to end with his phrase, up, up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will, if I thought you believed it. You will not believe it so long as you live in slums, because if you believed it, you would say that in the name of Garveyism, we are too proud to live in slums. If you believed it, you would say, in the name of Marcus Garvey, I would practice a religion whose concept came out of Africa. And I will approach Christianity my way. What Marcus Garvey has left behind us is a blueprint that we can use to struggle against our oppressor and to bring independent nations into being and to keep them in focus. But we cannot do this imitating slave masters. We must use our own creative imagination. And symbolically, we have to go back to a fork in the road where we made the wrong turn. When we turned to someone else's concept of religion, we made the wrong turn. When we accepted someone that didn't look like us as our spiritual father, we showed disrespect to the black father in the home. We were taking the wrong turn. When we thought that we could take methodology from a slave master who took away our freedom to reestablish our freedom, we were taking the wrong turn. We got to get back home spiritually, politically, and economically. So therefore, we have to go back to that fork in the road and see which way those signboards are reading again. And if we read a signboard pointing that direction, they say Garvey, nationalism, Pan-Africanism, we're reading the signboards correctly again. If we see a sign said African unity, and the consolidation of all the African people of the world, each protecting each other, all the gradations created by rape, come home and work for our liberation, or go make peace with your white father. Could be one or the other. Come in the house and stay, or go out of the house and stay. If you want to leave, we can afford to lose you. If you want to stay, we're glad to have you. But your struggle is no different from the rest of our struggle. You had no control over the rape of your grandfather and grandmother. So we'll accept you the way you are if you're totally a part of our struggle. What I'm saying is that away from Marcus Garvey and looking away from the great Pan-Africanists that came before him, somewhere we lost our way. And the reason for reading the signboards again, discovering unity again, discovering a concept of freedom that we developed through our mind, and a concept of ruling the state, spiritually and politically, that came from our mind, we'll be looking in the right direction. And at last, the message of Garvey would have found us wandering in the wilderness, but it is the message of Marcus Garvey that will put us back on the road and lead us home. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brothers and sisters, you have heard the Master. Heed his words well. And now we come to that very pleasant part of the proceedings when we ask you to relax and enjoy supper with us. And we ask the service, which will start at the table, and then we will ask you by table numbers to come up for the second and other courses.
That's how I feel about him. But he's such a beautiful, beautiful person. And I have the honor of being in his company one-on-one. And, you know, sometime when I go to pick him, ride in the car and hearing his humor. But he's still a genius to me. He's still a genius because he sits and he just comes forth with the information. But yet, he hasn't gotten too high to leave his people. He's always willing to come here to the House of the Lord Church to give us the word. Let us stand and give a House of the Lord welcome and an African welcome to our great elder statesman, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Each day as I read the newspaper and listen to news reports, I feel like coming back and explaining almost by the week, because you cannot understand your world until you understand the whole world. Until you understand what is happening, if you understand the tyranny of words, until you lose your romance with words in the mouth of bigots. When you use the word democracy, you mean one thing. Other people use it, they mean another thing. When you use the word Christian, they mean one thing. You mean another thing. We have to get these words together in order to get the situation together. You think what is happening in Europe has nothing to do with you. This is tribal warfare. But when whites fight, when white tribes fight, you don't call that savagery. You think it's an argument between communism and capitalism. Europe is repositioning itself in order to continue to rule the world. They're going to rule it whether it's communism or capitalism. Now, my subject for tonight is the European origins of black oppression. And we have not looked at these origins. We have not acknowledged how rich we are, how culturally rich we are, how spiritually rich we are.
We haven't acknowledged the fact that we are the prize of the whole world. And being so culturally rich and spiritually rich and materially rich, we are prized that all the rest of the world wants. Then if we are such a prize, maybe you would wonder, why is it that the Russians and the Americans would have summits, that they would have world conferences about people without mentioning us? And we're the greatest prize in the world. Their world rose based on what they took away from us. Every empire they ever had was contingent on how much they took from us. We, not understanding the tyranny of words, have bought words like minority, something we are not and never were. We have looked at the European as the bringer of the light. He's the bringer of darkness. We have looked at his bringing us a farm under the disguise of religion as a new spiritual way of life, and his religion is a farm without spirituality. If you want to understand what I'm saying, don't put any lemon in lemonade. What have you got? A glass of water. So when he produces a farm called religion, he's producing a power apparatus to capture your mind, to give you the illusion that he is religious. And it is an element of control. And what you fail to understand is that you've got what he is missing. You've got religion with spirituality. And religion without spirituality is a worthless farm. And you had spirituality before he had the farm. We have to look at ourselves. Then we have to look at ourselves before we knew he existed. Now use your imagination a little bit, because over half of human history was over before anyone knew that anybody in the world called a European existed. Over half of all human history was over. Didn't even know he was in the world. You had already created spirituality. You'd already created the city. You'd already created dynasties. And you had already recognized something that he still refused to recognize. That no society can be truly great unless it also uses the mind of its female population in partnership with its men. All of this has happened now before you know he existed. The female god had already been created. You'd already acknowledged that if you have a god, you've got to have a goddess. And that the female is the counterbalance of a male. And that man is only half until he's balanced. in relationship to a female. You did not argue about superiority and inferiority. You would not do that because you were intelligent, because that's like arguing against your mother. And you would not dare be stupid enough to say that you are superior to the woman that gave you birth. He would do this because he's afraid of women, still afraid of them. So he had to find a place for her less than his place. And when he enslaved the world, he enslaved her too. It's just that sometime her auction block had air conditioning. But it was still an auction block. Okay. We don't often enough look at the world we lived in before our encounter with the people of Europe. Before we encountered the people of Europe, we had already produced an enduring society that lasted thousands of years without a jail system. Not only without a jail, without a word in our language that meant jail. So that means we had humanity. We had developed a method of dealing with crime and punishment without locking people into something that they would later call a jail. And man got so much human respect within his society, within his group. This retarded crime because no man wanted to bring disgrace on his group. Individualism was unknown. You behaved in concert with the collective. That was the total group. If you belong to Group A, you will not do anything that will bring disgrace on Group A. You brought some of the same values to the United States. Because if someone on the block saw you drunk, it brought disfavor to the entire family. So you tried to behave in a manner that reflected good on the entire family. Now, the crisis today in relationship to the family and in relationship to the man, when the man had the manhood role, he could stabilize the structure of the family. It does not mean he was a man with a whip. He was a man with responsibility. And there were others with responsibility to him. And if you understand the economics of what is happening to us, you'd understand the breaking up of that structure. A lot of service jobs are being eliminated. And some service jobs are being taken away. Just on the train to Washington the other day, here's a cracker boy handling the snack bar. Those jobs used to be exclusively ours. Another time, a cracker girl handling the snack bar. Those jobs were ours only for years. We had a monopoly on certain jobs, certain basic jobs, and we did not lose these jobs because we did not do them well. We lost them because they wanted to appease the poor whites and women by giving them jobs, so they took the jobs from us. Now, this caused erosion in our structure It is difficult for a man to stand up and play his role as a man if he don't have the means of putting shoes on his child. All of this is deliberate to destabilize you so that you will lose the ability to being responsible. Now, I had this in my own family over the Christmas. My older niece, expecting twins. She's got a husband, a little cavalier, but he's a husband and he's there. And he don't seem to take life too seriously, but he does support his family and holds down a job, and he comes home reasonably on time. You know. The middle niece was going with a fellow who was going to marry her, changed his mind. He's got a car. He didn't even take her to the doctor for the postnatal care. Didn't contribute so much as the price of a bottle of milk. The girl's mother said the boy has a right to see his child. The men of the family gathered and had a caucus and said if he's not responsible for nothing in the family, we question whether he has a right. Then we told them, either you show us some responsibility for this girl and this child, or we gonna put a hurting on you. Look, it is high time that we understand, no matter what Oprah Winfrey and her crowd says, no matter what Donahue says, no matter what is said on somebody else's show about the vanishing family, in the final analysis, when something is done, black men are going to have to confront black men. We're going to have to do it like the tribe. If you belong to this tribe, you have certain responsibility. You shoulder that responsibility, or you put space between you and the tribe. Or we expel you from the tribe. You take care of your manhood responsibility. When you touch a woman in a personal way that will bring a child into the world, you are about to change the whole world. The world will never be the same. You have touched a gene pool. You open up a gene pool. It's the basis of a generation. This young man might be a killer, and he might be a saint. He might be a great theologian, and he might be a con man. Depending on your reaction to him, how you train him, and how you socialize him. And while there are many women doing good jobs at raising young men, no man's socialization is complete unless another man plays a role in that socialization. I'm not even arguing about whether he's married or not, married to her or not. I wish he would. But because I had so many uncles and cousins, and my socialization was so broad, even if my father wasn't there, he was there, but even if he wasn't there, Uncle Willie, Uncle Henry, all those uncles, all those males zeroing into me, and all the females pampering me, and they had to snatch me from them to keep them from spoiling me. I mean, all of this gave me a personhood I would never have had. Don't you know what it means to a child's ego when people are, no, come on, that boy is taking you out of that one's lap, then men taking you for a walk and telling you about, you know, life and your responsibility, and the uncles coming to the house and each one giving you a nickel and watching you to see what you're going to do with it, and you put all the nickels in a piggy bank except one, and you go buy a box of ginger snaps, you eat them all except one for each child left, and you give out your one, and you're wise now. You save most of your money, you only spend a nickel. So they're prophesying for you. Hey, this boy gonna be something. Got a head on his shoulder. That's good for your ego. And you're walking down the street, you pass a porch where you've done little chores for a lady, and they're talking, but they think you're kind of out of earshot. That little Bubba Clarke, boy, that boy gonna be a leader. That boy gonna be something in this world. Studies well in school, gets his lessons too. All that time I was so poor I had paper in my shoes. But somebody loved me. Yeah. Somebody invested something in me. Someone had hope for me. And for a man to be whole, for a human being to be whole, man or woman, someone must invest something into them. Some hope, some kindness, some gentle touches, and some stern discipline. There's just as much love sometimes as a switch as in a hug, depending on the administration of it. Am I going away from the subject? The truth about the matter? No. I'm talking about what we did in spite of oppression. In fact, any people survive what we have to survive will stay on this earth for a long time. Faith has preserved us to deliver a message to this world. Otherwise, we would have been gone. Other people suffered less than we have suffered. They're gone. Nobody here, not even a name of them. They're gone. Why are we still here? Why did we endure? Inasmuch as we have had very few friends, every alliance we ever made with another people been betrayed. Everybody's lied to us. All kind of fakery has been palmed off on us. Nobody tried to spare us, and yet we've increased while they've decreased. They worry about dipping into our gene pool because that gene pool is getting weak. They're not reproducing themselves well enough. I'm talking about when we reproduce ourselves, we must care for the reproduction. When we bring children into the world, we must care for them. We must give attention to the child. Now let's go to the heart of the subject. Our relationship with non-African people from the very beginning was bad and still is. I have said something that a lot of people think is a little harsh. I said there were 3 personality types emerged in the world. The sand people, Western Asia, Arab types. The sun people, the Africans. And the ice people, the Europeans. I said that leave each one in his habitat, the world would have been better. There are different temperaments in these people that maybe wasn't supposed to mix. And the mixing of these temperaments have done damage. Right now, Africans in the Sudan are being killed for no other reason than the fact that they are Africans and non-Muslims. Africans in Ethiopia being killed for no other reason than the fact that they are Muslims and not Christians. I'm saying that no religion that is proper sanction any form of murder. Who turned religions into murder cults? Most of foreigners. And it's the foreigners misunderstanding our spirituality and spirituality in general that turn religion into murder cults. We have to take religion back to its spiritual base and give the world a message in faith that will save it. And we have the humane capacity to do so. Europe has lost that capacity. So if you're turning to them, no matter what caused something another said, they lack the capacity even to be good socialists if they think that's the answer. Why do we have the capacity? Because that's what we were before Carl, even before Europe. And African Akhenaten preached from a throne to each according to his needs 1,300 years before the birth of Christ. Now, Africa existed until 1675 BC. Africa had no foreign influence. There were no foreigners in Africa influencing anything. There were no foreigners in Africa building anything. The Hebrew visitors came in the 1700s BC. The invaders came in the 1600s BC. Now we are talking about the entry of Western Asian people who ultimately is going to set up Africa for the coming of the Europeans. If you got any Arab romance, you might as well put it on the shelf. I didn't say don't be a Muslim, be anything you want to be so long as you be it well. But if you got any romance that's your friend, you misread history. You'd be a better Muslim without him. All right, now, my main point is that these Western Asians, in collusion with the early Hebrews, their clerks and collaborators, misunderstood the structure of Africa, misunderstood the family structure, misunderstood the loyalty system, and they began a process that plagued us to this very day. Bastardization. Most people wish I'd stop talking about it. But I was in Jamaica a few weeks ago. Jamaicans want to be everything except Africans. They will tell you about their Dutch uncle, Scottish father, grandfather, everything. And yet here is an African nation away from home that has missed its place in history because they misunderstood who they are. And yet I have met young Jamaicans born in England from Jamaican parents who've had their tail kicked around enough by the British, who let them know that though you were born here, we don't consider you English. Some of those young people are clear about who they are and what they have to be. And for the first time, I see a goodly number of them back in Jamaica doing business. And I don't mean store business. I mean ideological business. Setting the record straight. Working for youth papers, working in government offices. Not flinching, not caring about whether they've fired or not. Even trying to straighten out the rascals. You know what a difficult job that's going to be. Daring to say that some rascals are rascals. And some of them are. So a new generation is beginning to emerge who's going to look at the record and find a definition of who they are. Now let's go back to these invaders, because this is the beginning of setting up Africa for other invaders. This is the beginning of a long years of oppression, the beginning of the long siege. We as a people have always had something other people wanted, think they can't do without, and don't want to pay for. They begin to see now our great riches. We walking around with gold. We with clumps of gold. We study our horse. We want the horse to be still. We leave him here. We put down a big clump of gold and put the rings in the clump of gold. And you going on the way, not even guarding it. People this rich, I got to take them over. And sooner or later, that's what happened. They came as friends and stayed as conquerors. All right, now, Africa drove out these first invaders. Then finally the Africans said to the remaining group, either you obey African law or you go. And those who did not want to obey African law decided to go. Now you know the biblical basis of the Exodus. I'm telling you the historical basis of the Exodus. You keep your version, I keep mine. They had been in Africa, bedded down with African women, produced a generation of mixed people, converted a lot of Africans to the Hebrew faith that was an African faith to begin with. They came into Africa, I'm talking about the Hebrew entry now. They came into Africa with no clear idea of a faith, no clear idea of a language, no clear idea of a culture. When they left, they had all three, led by an African, a prince who grew up in an African household named Moses, who would palm off on them in African religion when he would tell them, obey my God, I'll be your leader. He gave them the concept that he had learned in Africa. The concept of monotheism, the concept of the oneness of God. The Africans had one great spiritual being, but a lot of gods serving the one God. We haven't looked at this. We look at the Catholic Church gave you the same thing, you consider it. Only they call it help of saints. You consider this. But the African has one overall spiritual being. If he has a god for the rain, he don't make that god responsible for the sun. He never overworked the gods. God for female fertility, another god handles male fertility. All right, now let's look at the whole arrangement in the Catholic Church. One saint handles the sailors. That's the job of that saint, take care of the sailors. One saint takes care of the poor. Look at the sainthood of the Catholic Church, and look at the responsibility of the gods under the major spiritual god in Africa. You see the origins of it. It's hard for you to conceive with your Western mind and your brainwashing. There's so much that you think is white that's been painted white, started in Africa. All right, now, with the going out of Africa of those who decided not to obey African law, with the revival of African freedom after the exodus of the conqueror and the visitor, you had 1,000 years of peace and freedom. 1,000 years in the life of a people is a long time. The 19th dynasty came and went with Ramesses in the last of the mighty pharaohs of the north. During the 25th dynasty, 3 great pharaohs came from the south: Castor, Pianki, Taharqa. After they were driven back to the south, mainly Taharqa, because Taharqa had went into Western Asia to rescue the Jews, but someone was beating up on the Jews. Now why did he stay home? He'd take that mighty African army way over there in Western Asia, mistakenly called the Middle East. And they had heavier weapons. The African was fighting with a bronze weapon. They had pig iron weapons. The iron mostly came from Africa, but Africa hadn't made that kind of weapon. The pushing of Taharqa to the south, the Africans drew an arbitrary line to keep them from coming further to the south. The golden age, that second golden age, was over. Now, in 1665 and 6, not 16, but 65 and 6, the Assyrians, now called Syrians, if you got any romance with the people of Western Asia, Lebanese and all those, if you got any romance there, think again. These are the people who set up Africa for Europe. The Assyrians came again, disrupting Africa. They were so bad that another conqueror conquered them from Iran, the Iranians, under a king named Cambyses, 550 BC. They were so bad until the Africans cried out, "Oh Lord, if you cannot send me a liberator, send me a conqueror who will show mercy." It is at this time that the young Macedonian Alexander, sometimes referred to as the Great, knocked at the door. He didn't have to knock very hard. The Africans so tired of those Western Asians, they wouldn't give somebody else a chance. Now, how much damage did Alexander do? He was still a conqueror. He raided the granaries of Egypt to feed the army. Egypt was a great agricultural country. Greece was not a great agricultural country. At no time in Greece's history was it a great agricultural country. He wanted to see some of the great thinkers of Africa, the oracles. And he wanted to go down south to see one of the great master teachers. These master teachers would enter school when they were 7. They would be examined 40 years later to see if they are qualified to continue in school. If they continued until they were 70, and they were senior oracles, great teachers. They wasn't paid any salary. Everything they needed was given to them. Even porters to take their luggage from one city to the other if they wanted to travel. Everybody considered it an honor to feed a great teacher. This was a great flowering intellectual age. Alexander wanted to see one, wanted to talk to one, to ask one question of these great men. He knew, and he said so in a letter to his mother. Africa was the origin of Greek culture. Africa was the home of Zeus and Apollo. Africa was the home of their gods. And while sometimes I'm not so harsh on Alexander, is that he acknowledged the intellectual and the spiritual origins of Greece as being in Africa. The oracle wouldn't see him, of course. The boy is too young, and they'd come back in 20 years, maybe you'd be intelligent enough to ask the kind of question I might want to answer. A young man, 31, 32 years old, want to ask me a question, and I spent 40 years in school. I spent more years in school than he's been on earth. So he refused him. He didn't go south. Alexander began to marry some of the Greek generals into Egyptian royalty. This is the beginning of the decline now. This is the beginning of the confusion about who you are. The beginning of this breaking up of the royal family structure that's going to lead to the breaking up of the indigenous general family structure. The foreigner does not understand Africa's foreigner's family structure. He installs his own. Don't even understand African food, so he brings his own. Don't understand the family structure in relationship to women, because you go to her family to get permission, and her family goes to your family. It is a negotiation between two families, not between two people. This was before the I love you marriage. The romantic marriage is a Western invention. The I respect you marriage, people got married for reason other than love, because that can come and go. When you marry with the consent of two branches of the family, and they put a support system behind both of you, and there's no word in your language meaning divorce. If you got any problem, you go to the uncles and go to that family structure. They get it thrashed out. This is I respect you marriage. I didn't say romance didn't exist. I'm saying the basis for them coming together wasn't romance. But bringing two families together, bringing two bloodlines together, and sometimes bringing two herds of cattle together, and a lot of sheep and goats together, and bringing a village together, stopping a war. They stopped a war by taking a prince from this side and a princess from that side, and having a big ceremonial marriage. We all now belong to the same family. We have to stop fighting. Isn't this better than killing people? What have these two young people created? A gene pool. They can give birth to a generation. Now the foreigner did not understand this. The pollution of Africa's bloodlines and custom began with these foreigners. Alexander was the first purely European who didn't understand this. Finally, he decided he would go south. He had a habit of marching that magnificent Greek army to the borders of countries and telling a king, come out and see what kind of army you're going to fight. The king see all those Greeks, all those lancers, all those horses. He just shake his head. Oh my God, I can't deal with that. Surrenders his country. When Alexander decided to go south, the queen of Ethiopia, Candace, sent 40,000 of her finest troops to parade before him. Then a general handing him a note. If you want to come down south, I got some more soldiers to show you. He didn't go south. Went to India. Went to Asia. There where he died in a drunken stupor, arguing with his African commander, generally left out of history, Cletus Nigra. You got to read your J.A. Rogers. I know a whole lot of people don't even know that Rogers was a Jamaican. Rogers was a Jamaican, a former soldier in the First World War, and walked like one to the day he died. Rogers was 86, straight as a stick, walking down the street as bold as shoulders back here. 86 years old. Died later the same year. One of the great good fortune that has come to me is that I've got to know so many people personally. And I got to know so many Caribbean people of caliber, especially the writers. A lot of people know me for 40 years and don't know that I'm not a West Indian. They get to me and talk about it. Start the gospel about those other people. I just listen. I just listen. Now, with the death of Alexander, the oppression of Africa by the Greeks he left behind continued. He had accidentally killed his African commander, Cletus Nigra. These Greeks mismanaged, married their sisters, killed the brothers, misunderstood Egyptian marriage of the sister. When Egyptians royalty marries his sister, he's marrying his sister or brother to keep the royal lineage in the family. When you marry your sister, you didn't cohabit with your sister. He found another wife for that purpose. The Greeks didn't understand that. They started a whole lot of cross-current stuff that they're confused about to this very day. All right, now, the Greeks became so intellectual, they began to neglect the army. Next door to them was a bunch of thugs who were still thugs. This is the forerunners of the mafia. Couldn't read, couldn't write, but could fight like hell. Took them over. Took over the Greek trading post. reduced the Greeks to clerks. Many Roman generals captured Greek teachers, reduced them to slavery, and sent the Greek teacher home to teach his family how to read and write after he taught the general how to read and write. Now we have the Romans. And the Roman was one of the supreme oppressors of the world. They were very insecure people. They wasn't contented with sharing the Mediterranean with the Africans. They didn't want part of the trade. They wanted all of it. The people of Sicily who were married to Africans, especially the people at Carthage, the people of Africa married to the people of Sicily. Look at an Italian today who calls himself a Sicilian. Look at his complexion. Look at the structure of his face. Then look at Cousin Willie. Those are cousins. And they enjoyed being cousins. And when the rest of the Romans wanted to fight the Africans, especially the Carthaginians, over trade, the people of Sicily didn't want to fight. They're separated from the rest of Italy to this day. Now the mafia started legitimately enough. The people of southern Italy, who are basically brown skinned and sometimes black to this day, fighting against those light skins in the north. It was first started as a real protection organization. It had nothing to do with gangsters. It was a form of tribal chauvinism or tribal protection. This would continue until Hannibal's father told Hannibal, he was a boy of 12 then, there's some mean people across that ocean. You better bring the battle to them before they bring it to you. And he grew up with this in mind. The Romans had one thing in mind: the destruction of that great commercial city across that water that had robbed it of all the trade. Finally, the Romans made a cult out of the cry, Carthage must be destroyed. Passed each other on the street. Good morning, Roman citizen. Good morning, Roman citizen. Carthage must be destroyed. Yes, citizen, Carthage must be destroyed. Nobody ever said why. History has not given us any reason other than need and greed and pure historical gangsterism for the destruction of Carthage. One of the most stupid wars in history. They would have gotten more out of it had they just engaged in a trade agreement. No, they wanted it all. Hannibal grew up, took an army, and held Rome at bay for 17 long years. Knocked at the Roman door, at the door of Rome, but didn't knock it open. Didn't seem to want to. Why is it that when we've got other people at our feet, we don't destroy them and humiliate them? Why is it every time we are down, people humiliate us? When do we learn? It is something humane about us that prevents us from delivering the knockout blow. Just knocking him down seems to be enough, then we walk away. We let him lay there long enough to get his strength up. And he comes up and we didn't see him pick up a weapon and knock the hell out of her. And yet we keep on. This is why the first Punic Wars started at sea about 246 BC. Hannibal's father tried to interfere with the Romans, who were indeed stopping the ships of the people of Sicily trading with the Africans. The people of Sicily did not want to fight the Africans. The Romans would whip them into line later on. After 17 years, they got themselves partly together. Hannibal had come over the Arabs with elephants. They pushed the old lion back at home. Now back at home, he must protect his own territory. Europe still have designs on his country. One African, Maecenacius, this seemed like stupid reasons, had a thing for Hannibal's sister, and she didn't like him for beans, so he wouldn't help Hannibal. Another half-African, Scipio Africanus, also had eyes on her and she couldn't see him. And she said that, Maecenacius said that she had spread rumor about her and a Roman that she did not have any relationship with. Dr. Ben, who can get a little harsh sometimes, said that she was a lady of the evening and not even worth talking about. She's worth talking about because the rumor about her and two men pursuing her unsuccessfully changed history. That's why she's worth talking about. Her character notwithstanding, we'll leave for others to judge. But my main point here is that when the Roman army came down, Hannibal's left flank was exposed and his right flank was exposed. And this man, who was one of the great natural warriors in the history of the world, and one of the strongest physical men of that day, if his men had to sleep in mud, he slept in mud. He never asked for any privileges over and above that of his own men. He ate what they ate, slept what they had to sleep. He endured every hardship that they had to endure. And he engendered a kind of loyalty over and above that of a general. And when he went into Italy, he spent 17 years. He's fighting the Romans, and yet there are Roman common people supporting him, finding leather for the shoes, finding food to replenish his army. I did a talk called Hannibal and Howard Beach, showing that if it takes one of our drops of blood to make you a whole one of us, Hannibal, in the 17 years, his soldiers got the urge. They didn't go all the way back to Africa to satisfy the urge. So therefore, they began to visit the Italian ladies and deposit some children. And maybe the real issue at at Howard Beach, that these Italian mulattoes are running from being accepted as part of us. All right, now, with the defeat of Hannibal, aggressive European oppression would start. The Romans would move into Africa and destroy everything in sight. The city of Carthage, that was the greatest commercial city of its day, had viaducts, water supply, all of these things. They would not only destroy the city, but they would plow salt into the earth so that they could even grow crops. It's the forerunner of Asian orange. The temperament of the European never changes from one age to the other. He is indeed the Iceman. Now, when they moved into North Africa, they established themselves in a country now called Tunis. And if you go there, you can see the ruins of their amphitheaters. You see the ruins of their buildings. Once they established themselves, they made a cult out of Roman citizenship. Africans bidding for Roman citizenship and forgetting the values as Africans. Look at this and look at the stupidity we played over integration, and you'll understand what I'm saying. We wanted to be everything except like just to get close to one of those people, just to sit near them, just to eat in the same restaurant. The food can be lousy, but I'm here with them. You deserted all those good black restaurants where those sisters knew how to cook. All those nice, small, but very clean black hotels we used to have, going out of business. But you running to eat all that pasty food, all dressed up and tasting like nothing. I'm showing you where you started this act way back then. To be a Roman citizen meant something to you. So many blacks became Roman citizens. In the political Roman Empire, 3 blacks became emperors. September Severus being the most noted, who's buried in England at York, followed by his son Caracalla, who's also buried in England. We was out-Roman the Romans. We were striving to be those things most unlike ourselves. That was the trap we were in then. That's the trap we're in right now. During the Holy Roman Empire, was 3 African popes. And don't think that African emperors ruled Rome, or African popes ruled the Holy Roman Empire. The Romans ruled them. The Roman Empire was multi-ethnic, but the Romans ruled it until it fell. They were very clear about this. You talking about one man, one vote, multi-ethnic, black and white unite. There ain't nothing you need to talk about in South Africa but African power. If you are willing to stay under African power and African law, all right. Otherwise, the door that lets you in will let you out. Failing that, if you love Africa so much, we will give you a piece that you can keep permanently. The length of your body from head to toe. If your enemy had to be guaranteed that he's going to be safe after you are free. He will be safe if he obeys your laws and respect your power. Other than that, he ain't got no business being safe. And you are a fool if you make him safe otherwise. That's what's wrong with Zimbabwe right now, but that's another lecture. My main point is that aggressive European oppression had started with the Romans, and that these Romans, in their tax collecting, made Africans question old gods and turn to new gods. And they pulled out of their folklore the concept of a God born in a manger. This was a story they have been telling for years. It was an old Babylonian story also. So they took some people and fitted those people inside the context of the story and personified them within the context of the story. There used to be a great black tax collector in New York, Charlie Anderson. He said that everything is a tax story. Man went to the 9th grade. He was collector of taxes, internal revenue, 1st District, Wall Street. I told him about Mary and Joseph going to be counted. He said, that's a tax story. Oh my God, I never thought about it. It is a tax story. The Romans bled Africa dry with its taxes. Roman taxes could have been the stimulant for this new religion. But once the new religion got underway and Africans became converts to the new religions, the Romans laughed at them. Anytime any European tried to convert you to Christianity, please remind him of the 300 years they killed Christians for being Christians. There were more Africans killed in the amphitheaters of North Africa for being Christians than in the arena in Rome. Why don't we know about the Africans? Someone wrote a romantic literature about the killing of the Christians in the arena in Rome. No one did the same thing about the Africans. This is why this is why the great black women in early Christianity got lost. The woman who started the Sunday school, the concept that became the Sunday school, lost from history. And once the Romans stopped killing Christians and became Christians, they declared war on the African Christians for the control of the church. No matter where the European is on the face of the earth, he never shares power. This is an illusion we've got about South Africa. European never live where he have to share power with a non-European. The mere fact that the African is in power guarantees you he's going to wreck that power or he's going to get out. You have to be very clear about this, and this is why you have to emphasize African power and no one man, one vote. It's admirable to have one man, one vote. I'm not knocking it, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is African power, the ability to determine direction, the ability to make decisions and make it stick, the ability to walk the earth and let the world know this is my country, all of it, every grain of sand, every leaf of grass, every tree, it's all mine. And I determine the direction of everything here. In the final analysis, the essence of power is the ability to include and exclude. And if you don't have that ability, you have no power. And if someone else determines it for you, you are a slave. If someone else restricts your movement, you are a slave. The condition of being a slave is not just the condition of working hard. It's a whole lot of people work hard who are not slaves. The condition of being a slave is not just the condition of being hungry. There's a whole lot of people who are hungry who are not slaves. The condition of being a slave is having the status of not being able to determine your own destiny. Now, after the Romans adopted Christianity, after the Romans won the war to control the apparatus of Christianity, after Constantine made Christianity the official religion of the Eastern Roman Empire, Christianity became a political instrument for European power. This is why your Christianity cannot be the same as his. Your church cannot be the same as his, because your church has something his church hasn't got. Your church has spirituality. And that's what saves your church, spirituality. That great deal of difference. Now, the Romans mismanaged this religion so terribly, fighting among themselves until they lost confidence. About 450 BC, about 450 AD, the Romans had begun to lose hold. A bunch of Germans called Vandals came down to deal with the Romans. The Romans had propagated a concept that they were invincible and no one could defeat them. The thing about the Vandals not only didn't know about it, the Vandals couldn't read anyway. And so they began to kick Roman tails, and after the Vandal period, Roman power didn't mean anything. They would coast another 100 years on their reputation. Finally, early in the 600s AD, a camel boy began to grumble with other camel boys. And he began to ask for reform. Failing to get reform, he asked for a new religion. And the new religion was Islam. Islam drove Romans out of Africa, blocked the Mediterranean, and gained control of the trade. Europeans now had to go back into Europe and feed on themselves. The Roman Empire was no more. Islam brought a new force into Africa, thanks to Zayd bin Harith, the great military man of Islam, an Ethiopian. Bilal, the first Mazum, the first to call the prayers, an Ethiopian. Anta, the first literary man of Islam. a black Persian, thanks to the fact that Ethiopia sheltered that religion until it could get itself together in Arabia and become a religion. This gives you some idea of the role of African people in getting the religion underway. Therefore, in getting the religion underway, why are we now going into the back door of this religion with an Arab's permission without understanding the Arab is the most corrupt element within Islam? Why have we devoted so little time to the great black characters within Islam? Why do we boast so much about Islam? We know nothing about Zayd bin Hadid. We know nothing about Tariq bin Azad, who was Muslim and the real conqueror of Spain. The Rock of Gibraltar is named after him. I'm saying that European oppression was stopped for the moment because Europeans had to deal with themselves. And while European oppression was stopped, Africans would build a third golden age in inner West Africa called the Western Sudan. And people, I would appreciate it if the fellas are talking, but just please let me lecture. I thank you very much. These kingdoms in the Western Sudan, terribly neglected by most historians, Ghana, Mali, Sangay just have to be the most important. But there were other kingdoms. There were Yoruba kingdoms. There were the Ashanti kingdoms. The kingdom of Old Olio. There were kingdoms within kingdoms. There were great Muslim kingdoms. There's a great Muslim kingdom in what is now Mauritania, usurped by the Arabs who still have the slave trade in Mauritania. There are coward black Muslims today who will not confront the fact that the Arab is still a slave trader. And the killing and the driving of Senegalese out of Mauritania in less than a year ago have not caused any flutter among them. I don't want to belong to anything that can kill my brothers and sisters while I have to keep quiet. But after over 1,000 years of these great kingdoms, these great river civilizations in Africa, Europe began to rise again, thanks to information taken from the University of Salamanca in Spain. Europe began to turn on the Africans who had preserved this information. She learned longitude and latitude again. Having learned longitude and latitude again, Europe went out to sea. Europe began to search for spices and sweets of Asia. They discovered Africa and all of its wonder on the way. Europe once more is becoming the world's oppressor. In the 15th and the 16th century, they made an agreement. Whosoever controls the world is going to be one of us. Might be a European who calls himself a capitalist, might be a European who calls himself a Christian, might be a European who calls himself an atheist, might be a European who calls himself a fascist, but it's going to be a European. You think what is happening in Europe today means liberalism. It is tribal warfare. You don't call it tribal warfare when Europeans are engaged into it. You put this tag only on Africans. The European is realizing something. that most of the human race is non-European. Once the African gained control over all his diamonds and gold and manganese and cobalt and walk into the councils of the world and begin to deal, he's going to change the economic structure of the world. There are 20 nations in Africa that have more than the Japanese started with, and they're not even producing a safety pin. I have said before, if you want to start an economic system, start by producing your underwear. Why underwear? Nobody's looking at it. It's covered up. So if you don't get the seams right at first, you can straighten them out later. Give us a little while. We'll produce the prettiest underwear. And when you undress before your favorite person, look better than the suit. You're going to start on the suit next, then the shoes. You're going to decide to produce your own food. All of a sudden, you're going to be self-sustaining. And at last, after many years, you would have heard what Booker T. Washington was trying to say. These states fell in inner Africa because after the slave trade had already started, the king of Morocco, Il Mansour, who got help from Queen Elizabeth of England, who promised him, if you help me overthrow King Antonio of Spain, I will help you destroy the Sudan, Sangay, sent an army across that Sahara to destroy these independent states. Finally, he succeeded. It was Muslim against Muslim. Most Muslims don't want to open up this kettle of fish. And yet we better be honest with ourselves and find out what has been done to us in the name of religion. The European slave trade came to us in the name of Christianity. The Arab slave trade came in the name of Islam. We must understand the misuse of religion. These people wasn't obeying God's word, they were demeaning God's word. After this invasion, the slave trade spread inland. Africans were spread from all over the Western Hemisphere. The plantation economy of the West Indies, at first, rescued Europe from economic disaster. 2 islands of Haiti and Jamaica literally rescued Europe. These islands were functioning, and the system was functioning on these islands 100 years before the first black arrived in America in Jamestown, Virginia. The preface to African American history is Caribbean history. We have to stop this nonsense about being a separate people. We all left Africa on the same slave ship. Stopped in the Caribbean and dropped one off in one island, he became a Trinidadian. Dropped that one off, he became a Jamaican. He became a St. Kittsian. We were Africans when we left Africa. The slave ship brought no St. Kittsians, brought no Jamaicans, brought no Trinidadians, brought no black Americans. And another thing you're going to have to deal with, brought no high yallahs and no low yallahs. No deltas, no AKAs, no Elks, no Shriners. All of us had to become what we thought we needed to become in order to survive. I'm not asking anyone to apologize. I'm not asking anyone to boast. But in the final analysis, we are all one people. And we have to face the world as one people. We have to stop all of this nonsense about Dutch uncles and Scottish grandfathers and a little drop of Indian. A bigoted cab driver downtown can tell you who you are. He look and say, I'm not going to take you to Harlem. You don't have to live in Harlem. He ain't going to take you in. That means he ain't going to take you any place. Now, what are the possibilities of the survival of African people? Somewhere we've made the wrong turn in the road. Somewhere we misjudged ourselves. We reached the fork of the road and we saw many signboards leading home. We might have gone down the wrong road. We might have to step back in order to go forward. We might have to go back to that figurative fork in the road and read those signboards again. And if we could find a signboard that says African, say African unity, Pan-Africanism, African people, if we can find just that signboard, just that message, if we can understand what Garvey was saying, what Du Bois was saying politically, what Marcus Garvey was saying internationally, and even what Elijah Muhammad was saying about nation, if we can understand our own messengers, we would find the signboard that leads us home, and we could become a new and free people, and we can first activate that humanity that we gave the world once and must give the world again if the world is going to continue to be worth living in. Thank you.
Dr. Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. A master. Thank you. You may be seated. Dr. Clarke's going to come back in a few minutes as soon as he gets himself together and ask us some questions for a short answer. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. Last Monday past, we did a tribute. There was a tribute done here to Brother G2 Wayusi. Now, y'all know who G2 was, the person that they came down on in the campaign and all that stuff. But it did my heart good to see the African community come out and pay tribute to him. And we raised over $4,000 for that brother right here in this church. And there is a good story, a whole page story about him in today's Newsweek, done by the sister Merrill English, who is a Jamaican sister and an African sister. And she's always writing something positive and the positive side of our community. And those of us who read that paper, and those who don't read that paper, I think we should drop a line to the paper and commending her for her work that she does in journalism. That's Sister Merrill English, and it's in today's Newsday newspaper. And it's a full page cover, and it's got a beautiful picture of our chief, like we call him. And he looks like a chief, resplendent in his black suit and his white beard and his gray hair. He looks just like he is a chief sitting in that picture. And I opened the paper this morning and I said, oh, wow. And I saw it and it was great. And I think if you haven't seen the article, you should get the paper or get the article out or call them and ask them for a back issue. And write that paper in commending this Sister Merrill English. Thank you.
I'm Frank Joseph, and I would like to thank Dr. Clarke for his presentation tonight. It's been an honor getting to know you. This is my first time meeting you. And in paying my respect to you, I would like to say also that the only person I've known who seemed to have approached your caliber was the late Dr. Eric Williams of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you. Thank you.
My question to you, Dr. Clarke, is this. Can you comment on the fact that the bulk of African history is stored away in accessible places in the papal archive of the Vatican and also in governmental storages in Germany?
That's correct. Well, that's true. In fact, most of African documents are outside of Africa. But England probably holds the greatest number of valid documents on African history that it fails to use in its textbooks and its schools. But the Germans became special collectors of African documents. And there were 3 German writers, Hearing, in about 1835, he published a 5-volume economic history of the world. And his 4th volume deals with the history of the commercial intercourse between the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and the Carthaginians. And there was Henrik Clarke, who traveled into Africa and wrote travels and discoveries in Northern and Central Africa, and Frobenius, who wrote near the end of the century. But the field notes of these Germans, because Germans are so meticulous in collecting notes, and during the time the Germans had colonies in Africa, they alphabetized most of the languages, and they sent anthropologists and paleontologists into Africa, and they really collected some knowledge on Africa that other people hadn't got, and most of that material is still in Germany. Frobenius's 5-volume history of Africa have never been translated. It's been condensed into 2 volumes called The Voice of Africa. But there are other nations. France also has a lot of the work of Delafosse. It's never been translated into English. His work was condensed into a little book called The Negroes of Africa. Horrible title, but the works of, I think the most extensive work is published by the English, Anacalypsis, which is a 2-volume work dealing with the dispersion of African people throughout the world. But the role of our scholars is to learn these various languages and go into the archives. No one has dug up the story of, from the archives of Denmark, the real story of the Virgin Islands before the Americans took it over. You go into the Dutch archives, because the Dutch was one of the most ruthless and bloodiest of the slave traders. A lot of people don't even know the Dutch were in the slave trade. The Scandinavians were in the slave trade, the Swedes. You need to go and look through the public records of these respective countries. And our history is just beginning to be told.
It is my understanding, though, that this information is inaccessible. What, in your opinion, is the reason or reasons for that?
Well, actually, they don't want us, there's certain things they don't particularly want us to know. And I think these things can be made available to us. I'm not above, give me enough money, I'm not above hiring a white spy to go in there and get it.
all these people and this brilliant gentleman simply have no questions? Come forward.
Good evening, Dr. Clarke.
Yes.
I want to know, was there at any point was Africa like all one instead of divided as it is now? And if so, was it, like represented, by a particular flag, anything like this, like red, black, and green, and red, yellow, and green? Was it at one time, just a whole?
You see, the nation state, as we know it, is basically European. There were times when Africa was in harmony with itself, and not at war with itself. If that means whole, then the answer is yes. Africa did not go in greatly for flags as such. The flag is a part of the nation state, but Africa did go in for symbols and different things that represent the spirituality of the state, or represented the respective kingdoms symbolically, and certain things that meant justice. But my point is that while Africa was never totally, all Africans have never been totally conscious of all Africa simultaneously, conscious of all the Africans living in Africa, and they are not now. But because of modern communication, the Africans now know more about the people in Africa that lives beyond their respective boundaries. There were very few wars in Africa before the coming of the foreigners.
I see. And I have one more question. There seems to be a conflict of interest as far as like what might have been the original name for Africa, or something close to before Africa, what I understand.
I think this conflict is going to go on, and I don't think the conflict is worth very much, because the idea is for Africa to prosper. We know that the name Africa was extended from a province in North Africa called Afrique. We know the Africans had names for Africa before the arrival of the Europeans. We know that Africans had, we know that Ethiopia is a Greek word, while Ethiopia is a Greek word, means the land of the burnt-faced people. There were names Africans called themselves before the Greeks used this word, and this word prevailed as meaning Africans all over the world for many years before the word Africa became the word that meant Africa in total. I don't think this argument is the major stumbling block. I think the major stumbling block is to unify African people across all cultural and national lines and religious lines, and that whether you're Muslim or Christian or whoever you are, if you're an African person, then being an African should take some kind of precedent.
I totally agree with you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Clarke, I think I'd like to have a preamble and say that I believe that power, the seat of power rests in religion and politics. And you dealt tonight mostly with the politics, and I have a feeling, though you did mention our spirituality, I have a feeling that our confusion at present is based on the fact that we don't have a sense of a religion. I am of the opinion that the Bible testifies to the fact that the children of Israel are African people, and the children of Israel are right here. I feel, this is my own belief, that we as a people have to reclaim the Bible and try and take out the white in it and accept it as what it is, as ours, and that might somehow help us to unify and to get out of this predicament, because though we have close to 35 million Africans in this country, we can no way help to determine America's policy towards Africa. Even when our leadership get into the political arena, like General Powell, he is there more to serve the evil of this empire than he is to serve us, African people. I wonder if you can say anything to linking us back religiously, back to Africa.
I can link you back to Africa in a spiritual way much better. The Yoruba religion, what you refer to, the Yoruba religion, was a form of spirituality. If you call it religion, that's your prerogative. But it was a way of life, a spiritual and cultural way of life. What you call voodoo or voodoo was a cultural and spiritual way of life. And I have no fight with the Bible. Being a former Baptist Sunday school teacher, and in fact, it was the Bible that drove me into teaching history, because I just couldn't deal with all those white images and those white angels. And I didn't believe that if God is love, I just didn't believe God left us out of his book. And I wish you would read some of the books written about Bible writing, such as Sir James Frazier's 3-volume work, Folklore of the Old Testament. The Bible is part folklore, Jewish folklore copied from Africa. And many of the stories in the Bible was told to illustrate truth. I'm not arguing with that, the moral basis of truth. I'm arguing with the over-dependency on it. Because too many times I think we take our burden to the Lord and leave it there. Now, if the Lord has given you 2 good feet and limbs to carry the feet, 2 good eyes and sense of smell, sense of taste, a sense of proportion and common sense, enough sense to take care of your body to keep it healthy, I think God has done his job in a lot of cases, and that we shouldn't just take our burden to him and leave it there, because he's equipped us to handle the burden. Then if we are in his image, then part of the spirituality of God is inside of us. And I don't think we don't walk this earth God-like so that we can call on the God within ourselves. If God put a piece of himself and a part of his own spiritual self inside of us, I just don't think we made the best use of it. And sometimes Jesus' dependency becomes a form of addiction and keeps you from doing for yourself what God has equipped you to do. I'm not arguing with an understanding of Bible. I'm arguing with the fact that must you put all the burdens on him and take none for yourself. And remember, there's a beautiful hymn in one of our spirituals, must Jesus bear his cross alone and all the world goes free. Say, well, there's a cross for everyone and there's a cross for me. How well are you handling your cross?
I'd just like to say that Jesus also said that you render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's and those things to God that are God's. And it seemed to me that we as African people, worshiping a white Christ, worshiping the cross, we are rendering ourselves unto the white man. As a matter of fact, we're rendering what we should be rendering to God to a false image. And in the Bible, it constantly rebukes us to not just to worship images of any kind. And since we've been with the white man, that's all we've been doing. It seems to me that the reason we, even though economic empowerment, we all seem to go towards the white man for him to satisfy us in that way, as opposed to taking that to God and let him show us, guide us.
No, you're all right, but look, each people except us creates an image of God that resembles themselves. One of the main reasons why the Japanese came back, having had 2 atomic bombs thrown on them and having been defeated in war, now the people who defeated them are now begging them for commercial space. What did they do? What did the Japanese refuse to let their enemy take away from them, and what did we lose? The Japanese refused to let their enemy take away their self-confidence and their concept of God as they conceived him to be. You have a concept of God as conceived by your slave master. I'm not saying leave God. I'm not saying leave religion. I'm saying look at it your way. Look at it through your eyes and look at an image that resembles you. Inasmuch as everybody in the world is doing it except you, ask yourself the question, why am I doing it?
Peace, Dr. Clarke. It was an excellent lecture, and once again, I'd like to thank you. My question refers to the people of North Africa called the Berbers. Now, a lot of people, when you talk about African history, they, like a lot of people that want to argue whether African people were actually in control of North Africa or the people of North Africa were actually Africans themselves. They constantly use the Berbers to try to highlight them in some type of positive light. I just want to know just like basically just who are the Berbers and just who are they indigenous people to Africa? Or do they have any type of significance, to us? Or, are these foreign invaders that came in? I just want, and another question I'd like to also ask you about someone like Muammar Gaddafi, for instance. Now, a lot of brothers and sisters constantly, my personal opinion, right? I believe that his sole allegiance is to Arabia. That anything like when he's working in agriculture and stuff like that, it's not really to benefit the Africans per se. It's just that I look at Muammar Gaddafi as somebody just basically anti-Western, and anything that he can do against the European, he's just going to do it. And any assistance that he can get from anybody, he's just going to use that assistance to gain his personal agenda, which is to help his Arab half of him. And my question is like, what is your opinion of Muammar Gaddafi, like in a situation like where he's building Muslim temples and training Muslim missionaries to send them out throughout Africa, the Muslim lands, the continent? And also I'd like to ask your opinion of the situation in Panama, the Panamanian invasion.
One thing, that's all right. Muammar Gaddafi. No, Gaddafi is an Islamic fanatic, and his role, as he sees it, is to try to Islamize the world. His loyalty is to Islam. into Islam and the Arabs. Some years ago, when he was sending some Libyans to Europe for education, he told them crudely, you're going to Europe to be educated and not to choose wives. And remember, I want you to come back and make good Arabs. And you cannot make a good Arab between the legs of a European woman. That's cruel. But you know one thing? Someone need to tell some Africans the same thing. I have fortunately met Gaddafi twice. I've been in Libya. His Secretary of State is a black man, Shahati. And I met Shahati, and anytime a delegate goes to Libya, if I'm not in it, Shahati want to know why. So I've been invited to Libya at their expense more times than I've had time to go. I've only gone twice. Gaddafi has two little books he calls the Green Books. It's his basic policy, and some of it borders on the stereotype. He spreads money around to buy up as many Africans as he possibly can, and he's been successful in buying up quite a few. I belong to an organization called the International Organization to End All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and I attended a meeting of that organization over the weekend in Sarasota, Florida. That first million came from Gaddafi. And we sat around, among other things. We devote most of our time to the South African situation and the Arab-Israeli situation. Kind of rich anti-Zionist Jews and upper middle class whites. And I was wondering, what the hell am I doing? They got have a $3 million budget. And do you know what the great sadness was? We are dipping into our reserve at the rate of $90,000 a year. At this rate, we got to raise some big money someplace. Kuwait has promised us $500,000 3 years ago and have not delivered the money. We got $1 million in a bank in London. It's drawing less than 6% interest. And why are we letting that money hang out in England when we could do better in Switzerland? Came time for lunch. Can you imagine an old sharecropper son like me, whose father made $18 1 week, which is the largest sum he ever made in the whole week? And we used to go to school with paper and shoes. Can you imagine me sitting around with people like that? When it got for dinner, the argument was on the relative merits of Johnny Walker red or Johnny Walker black. And my father came out of his grave. He said, boy, you must be crazy. Get the hell out of there. My point is that people raise vast sums of money, supposedly on our misery, and they don't do nothing about our misery but raise more money and control it. Now, there was only 2 of us in the meeting, and one was the chair in the meeting in Africa, South Africa. He had to let them know he's chairing the meeting because they were talking over him and around him. And I have to let them know that the organization was found on the plight of the discriminated. we are the only two here who's been discriminated. So, will somebody hear what we got to say?
Next question.
No, he asked about Panama. Yeah. I don't have much to say about Panama other than the fact this is two gangsters fell out and one tried to ice the other one.
Next question. One more question after the sister, and that's it.
First of all, Dr. Clarke, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to sit at your feet and sip from the fountain of knowledge that you possess.
Sound like a former student.
Now, my question is, what, in your opinion, is the best means to reach our people and bridge the gap between our people and the African people, in the sense that, so that they can see that we are all in this together, to overcome the divisiveness, just as you mentioned, when people maintain, well, I'm not American black, I'm Trinidadian or Jamaican. Now, how do we overcome this? Because this is the only way we can reach the unity we need to confront the enemy.
Well, if we're going to survive, we're going to have to find a way, and I think it's going to have to begin with some closed doors and some hard talk among us. Then the converted, we're going to have to go out and convert some others. It should be said in all fairness, in spite of the dissension that sometimes exists between Caribbean Americans and black Americans, there are some Caribbean Americans who never bought this idea of one iota. There are some Caribbean Americans who from the very beginning melted into and blended into the black American population, served them well until the day they died. And I know one, the Cave brothers, Vernon Cave and his brother, who's still alive. It was a dermatologist here in Brooklyn, and Herbert died. And Vernon, who I have an appointment with next Monday, is still alive, and we're still getting along best in that there are still some communities, Caribbeans married to African Americans and vice versa. But we have to realize that while we adopted some of the artificial values of our respective slave masters, we're still one people, and we're not going to make it without each other, because without each other we have no place to go. This is going to take a lot of talking, but I think it might help if we had some good simplified histories of both of us, so we can get to know each other, much better, because you can favorably compare the slave revolts in the Caribbean with the slave revolts over here. You can compare the free man and his activity in the Caribbean with the free man, the black New England free man, and their building of newspapers and magazines over here, and the role the Caribbeans played in the colonization movement. We've done so much together. We need to stop all the nonsense, because it was Prince Hall from Barbados that built our Masons, and it was Robert Campbell from Jamaica who went with Martin Delaney out to Nigeria in search for a place. It was Russ Warm, another Jamaican, one of the editors of Freedom's Journal. There are too many Caribbean personalities who could not have existed in their respective islands have found an intellectual home and a physical home in the United States. If Marcus Garvey were alive today, walking down the streets of Jamaica, some disarranged Jamaican would stone him to death, call him a fool. Marcus Garvey failed twice in Jamaica, and if he was alive today, he would still fail in Jamaica, because there is no Garveyism in the Caribbean islands. There's some Garvey talk, but there's no Garveyisms. No Garveyism. We need to get this across, that the finest minds the Caribbeans have ever produced flourished in the United States. There's no place in they flourished in the United States because if they lived in the Caribbean, they'd be killed. There's no place in the Virgin Islands where Hubert Harrison would have thrived for a week. One of the great five. He was the man that introduced Marcus Garvey to his first wide audience. And Edmund Blyden, also from the Virgin Islands, was the connecting link between the Caribbeans and Africa and Afro-Americans until the end of the 19th century. He died in 1912. Look, we need to stop all this nonsense about not knowing each other. If we don't know each other, let's get to know each other. Amen. The whole idea of Pan-Africanism started in the Caribbean islands. The framework of it started, the idea of the unification of African people throughout the world started in the Caribbeans. And you can't stop all your nonsense and unite. The Pan-Africanism was started by 3 Trinidadians. H. Sylvester Williams, George Padmore, and C.L.R. James. And when you look at the Caribbean contribution to unity, then you could draw on your own sources and affect a union between Africans and African Americans, and learn to what extent the Caribbean islands are still conservative. Then ask, why is it that Jamaicans own more stores in Brooklyn than they do in Kingston? Because in Kingston they wouldn't stand a chance. Once we get to compare these things, make these similarities, and people say, the Caribbean is a go-getter, he does this, that, they leave the lazy American. Look, stop kidding yourself. Blacks in Durham, North Carolina got more wealth than all the blacks in Jamaica. One place, Durham, North Carolina. Then there are places in the United States where not a single black American ever saw a West Indian. Never saw one. But you assume that it's all over. Well, people who lack opportunities is sometimes they come to a country when they see them, they seize on them. But we've had a different kind of oppression, different kind of atmosphere. You've grown up, and many times Caribbeans grow up in islands where they're majority, and you have schoolmasters and police constables and petty judges. A lot of us I grew up in Columbus, Georgia, where a white man drove the trash truck, the garbage truck. Black people kept from everything mechanical. And my own father was debating with someone about a black man could handle a steam shovel, because they wasn't permitted to handle that kind of technology. And my father climbed up aboard the steam shovel and pulled the wrong lever and dipped the thing into the pond and worked in a brickyard. It had to be good catfishing there, and he brought up a whole scoop full of catfish. Biggest catfish I ever saw in my life. I'm saying that if you grow up seeing things, you grow up with confidence.
We cannot expect history to make exceptions in our case. Everybody who came from a lower to a higher position in the world at any time had to subject themselves to a form of collective discipline and unity. and they could not be scattered all over the place and achieve that container that is essential to all people, nationhood. And when you achieve nationhood, you must make an inventory of everything that goes into the making of a nation and have someone qualified to do all those things. One of the holdbacks is that we look for the glamour, too much glamour. Oppression depresses the ego, the sense of self-satisfaction. Now we have to go back, all the way back to self-satisfaction. And from self-satisfaction, there has to be group satisfaction. So while it is absolutely essential that you love yourself, because any love you have for other people is of no great value if you do not love yourself. And I'm not talking about ego washing just for the sake of ego washing. Every human being was put on this earth for a purpose and given a purpose by the Creator. And the first thing we need to ask ourselves, have we fulfilled our purpose? What is our mission? And every people on this earth must have a mission. And the main mission, as Malcolm X and others have told you repeatedly, and Garvey has told you, regain the land. Without land, there is no nation. Now, I am a little less enthusiastic about Nelson Mandela because he has not asked for the return of the land. When he came to power, the whites controlled 87% of all the land in his country. They still control 87% of the land. Until he called for the return of the land, I will share with you and trade with you as much land in Africa as you will trade with me in Europe. If I have no European land, then you have no African land. And when Africa is fully cultivated, when what in its land, the great agriculture, mineral wealth, gold, manganese, cobalt, when these things are cultivated, there should be no poor African and no hungry African. Now these things are being cultivated for other people. What I'm speaking to is the very concept of nation seems to have eluded us. It will elude us so long as we ask foreigners to come to our country and do what we need to do. So therefore, when we take over a nation, we must have made an inventory of what goes of a nation. So many people have to be making shoes, So many people be making safety pins, all your child's diaper together. We work road. And so many have to be designing the railroad and the railroad car. All the Japanese did is to take one automobile and break it down and began to innovate, making different parts of it. And they put together, and they had an automobile. So there's no mystery about things we're from, and we are doing for other people the same kind of thing normal would be doing for ourselves. Now, if we wanted to start a great garment industry, in as much as most black women have worked in the garment district one way or the other, one time on buttons, on clothes, on all kinds of clothes. They worked in the district for other people. Why can't they work for us? Why can't they work on our tutelage and we find the salary to pay them? We all wear clothes. Now, there's no argument about the fact that we need clothes. And when we take over a nation, you need people who know metals. You need people who educate. You take that inventory, make sure you have those people either in training or functioning, and let each one train one. What we need to look at is the model for a nation. You have to have people who can do everything that's necessary to contain a nation. We have to stop sickness between us, because our oppressors not think anymore or the other. If we came together, in as much as we are strategically located people in the world, meaning there are more of us in different places in the world than other people. I did not say that we are numerically larger than other people. Oh, something's happening. But we are strategically located, for if we brought all of this together in a great Pan-African Union based on the land, based on the possibilities of our agriculture and our mineral wealth properly marketed by us, but properly mined by us and refined by us on our own terms, we can be a self-sustaining people. And we don't have to take over other people in order to do it. We are the only people fortunate enough, endowed with land and talent. If we took it all back and used it for ourselves, we would have more than enough for ourselves and enough to sell to other people. And if we're willing to deal with other people on that kind of basis, there's no use of us sacrificing our young people in stupid wars that don't have to be fought in the first place. But we can come together in honorable trade. Let's take one entity. Let's take the Caribbean islands. If it came together in honorable trade, they can be self-sustaining in food. In the area that used to grow food, you got supermarkets, condos, and golf courses. None of these things are doing the Caribbean people enough good to be worth sustaining. In Bermuda, they had a red onion. They had a monopoly on the onion. A Texan came, put some in his suitcase, and started an onion industry in Texas. Now the same Texan, sell Bermuda onions, red onions, to the people of Bermuda. Now they got to go to a Texan now to buy their own red onion. And the land they used to grow their red onion is now either a golf course, a condo, or a big supermarket area. When people take away from you the right to, not only the right, but the ability and the right to sustain yourself, they take away from you what is vital to the concept of nationhood. Vital to the concept of nationhood, you have to feed yourself. You have to educate yourself. You have to defend yourself. But if you've got gold and iron ore to the extent of the need of the West, and they cannot get it from you by war, then they'll make some honorable terms to get it. And those honorable terms between you, they've got something you need, you've got something they need. And this exchange creates a zone of peace, because you cannot fight each other and keep that zone all at the same time. We have to understand the structure of nations when the Asians first, then the Europeans, came into Africa. Now, in my African course 1, I teach these beginnings. Now I will probably go further, because now there's information on the Sudan and its connection with Egypt that didn't exist. What made Egypt a state? Bringing together a much needed labor supply, developing the goods, the services, that they would be able to feed all these people. And because they could sustain them, food and housing, and could bring them together for religious fervor, all of this coming together, the lower and the upper Nile, made a state. They had to organize in some kind of protective fashion to become a state and to relate to the states in the South that was the basis of their origin. And they came together, Upper and Lower Nile, and formed a country that the Greeks would call Egypt. And in their writings, in their folklore, in their myth, they created so much of the literature that will go into the literature of the world's 3 major religions, and that will go into the making of what the European calls civilization. What you forget in looking at Europe, and this is why people get away with so much, we don't look at the chronology of Europe. And when you look at the chronology of Europe, they began to emerge around 850 BC. What was happening in Africa, 850 BC? Egypt had spread itself so thin, it was now threatening. On the eve of the 25th dynasty. Now, look at the dynasties of Egypt. After the 25th there was nothing left worth being called a dynasty. That was the last walk in the sun when the brothers from the south moved up north and showed Egypt how to control a nation one more time. That last walk in the sun ended thousands of years of civilized living. And why could Egypt sustain such a large population over such a large area? It had a suitable food supply. It had a suitable housing supply. It had a spiritual life that did not offend the people or put one against the other. It already had every element that would go into the making of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Different people with different approaches to the religion made different things out of it. And some made God ungodly. That is true of Eastern religions also, because in the Hindu faith, they speak of the sacred cow, but not the sacred human being. So they are off too. Then people got into a habit of making comparative studies of their respective chosen gods, which was the worst thing they could have done, given the circumstances. If you look up the word God in a good etymological dictionary, God itself means different things, but none of the information about any of the gods gives them the right and the privilege of cursing anybody, because gods do not curse. And people must get this through their skull. Gods do not curse. Gods do not favor. The very word God eliminates that. Now, with the coming of foreigners to Africa from Western Asia, people not too certain about who they are in the history of the world, then or now, they began because they could not have an African way of life. They were not equal to that kind of communalism. They became grabbers, created the embryo of what would later be capitalism. Now, you think capitalism will resolve if you got enough money. But if you got the money you wanted, you would have to cheat somebody, because that in itself creates an imbalance. So there is nothing wrong with capitalism properly used. It has to be used for the people and not against the people. And I do not believe it is impossible for capitalism to be democratic and to be honest and still survive. Just you have people who want super profits, and they began to destroy the sovereignty of other people and other nations. And when they take away your sovereignty, your responsibility, your very being, essence of your political life, then they take away so much that goes with your spiritual and physical life. We have not talked enough about culture and the role of culture in sustaining a people. You have to first recognize you have culture separate and distinct from that of your oppressor, and that so much of that culture comes out of your trying to live in an atmosphere not exactly created in your favor. You are adjusting to somebody else's culture and somebody else's habits. A people, by virtue of living, creates a cultural style. It creates even a killing style. This is why I didn't believe the thing about O.J. Not that black men don't kill, they do. They don't kill that way. See, physical mutilization in that way is part of the killing style of another people, mostly Mediterranean whites. Sometimes we are passion killers. If an African man says, I'm going to kill you, if you avoid him 24 hours, you can end the whole thing. He changed his mind. So if you're going to kill, he had to kill you right away, or leave you alone. See, when people study styles, approaches of other people, so many blacks have gone to their grave for things they did not commit could have been saved, because that approach is not our approach. We don't stay around and play over the dead body. You're dead, you're dead. We're gone. And so when people study that, a whole lot of things, sometimes we'll charge you of. That's not exactly the way we do it. We're passion killers. Gonna kill you right away. Gonna let you go right away. And we just don't hold grudges as long as some other people lose sense of the possibilities. I'm still talking about nationhood. What do you have to do to sustain a nation? What are the responsibilities? People must be fed. Things must be distributed as close to equal as possible. People must be educated. And so when you gain control of a nation, all these things must be in your hands. And if they are in the hands of your former colonial master, you are not sovereign. You are not free. Now, Jamaica, if it had it together, had its political house in order, its culture house in order, it could sustain all the islands in the Caribbean Sea. There's nothing wrong with Jamaica being the sustaining island. It's the largest. It has the largest number of technically trained people for the kind of age in which we live. So we have to start reconsidering things and develop frameworks that will leave different people sovereign but dependent as others will be dependent on them. and an exchange of what one has got. Now, Jamaica can make enough potatoes for all the islands, if it would. And yet some of the islands are sent to the United States paying 3 times more for potatoes. We have to come together as a people, supporting ourselves, educating ourselves, and estimate how many shoes we need, and if we could just sell half of the shoes, we can estimate the profit. And it could be tremendous. What I'm trying to say is that we shouted nation time too soon. We shouted nation time before we understood what goes into the making of a nation, before we made an inventory of the needs of a nation to make sure we have on hand the technicians, the supply lines, the educational system that could sustain a whole nation. Until you get that in focus, you are sovereign. You're not sovereign. No matter how many limousines your president rides in, or how high the flag, it's nothing going to make you a nation except self-reliance. And when we look at Du Bois, Booker Washington, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, all these men were saying basically the same thing using different words. And it was not a problem. It was not a problem of one or the other. We needed all of them in the time slot that the Creator put them on the earth. For each message carries on from the other message. One is reinforcing the message of the other. Now, if we knew this, the Congo situation would be such a situation. We knew when it came to power superficially, we knew that was one of the richest spots in Africa. So what are we going to do with our people who can take that rich spot and transfer it into a great and powerful sovereign nation without taking the rights of any of the people in the nation? I am excited about what's happening in Zaire, now renamed the Congo. But I think too many people after Lumumba, after Mobutu, have about the same ambitions as Mobutu. And I hope those people won't just create another dictatorial power. In this country, which is so rich, and maybe the richest single country in all Africa, in gold, manganese, and copper, but rich in agriculture to the point they can rent the Germans a piece of land more than equivalent to the state of Delaware just for a rifle range. In the first place, I don't know why anybody should let another nation have a rifle range of that size in its own country. That is part of the usurpation of the sovereign rights of the people of the Congo. Some parts of the Congo is so rich agriculturally, they have to put halters on the cows to keep them from eating themselves to death. In my last trip to that country, I got with a Congolese intellect. We went to a place called Kiev. Here the grass is so green and luscious, you have to stop the cows from eating, or they eat themselves to death. We got some of that same grass, went back to the hotel, cleaned it, and ate it as a salad. It was a decent salad. We were eating as good as the cows. What I'm trying to point out, if this country is that rich agriculturally, there is no excuse why anybody in that country should be hungry. And yet there are people there hungry. One of the biggest thieves in the Congo was one of Jaco Nassar's personal friends. I won't call him a boyfriend, but he was a personal friend. But he let Mobutu steal a lot so he can steal even more. And he's still walking around without a scratch. In what is now Zimbabwe, that used to be Southern Rhodesia, Ian Smith controlled his personal land in that country is larger than the state of Delaware. Here's a man that killed thousands of Africans. And when the rebels left the field and let the politicians make peace, he's now a part of the parliament. His office is close to that of the president of the country. He should have been killed the first day. Now, the African is not only hospitable to strangers and invaders, he's merciful, and sometimes more merciful to them than to his own. Many of the Africans are not willing to forgive the atrocity that had demeaned their continent for well over 200 years. They're not willing to forgive. When did white people forgive? Did they forgive the Nazis? Hold on. They went to Nuremberg and put them on trial. And the key ones got hung if they didn't commit suicide ahead of time. I think we need to look at the word forgiveness, look at the word state, and understand what we mean by it. We're letting people go who murdered our children and to walk away scot-free with a confession. How much are we supposed to forgive? There are some things I do not forgive. There are some things I cannot forgive. And when I saw my mother for the last time in a Jim Crow wooden stinking hospital in the South, and she asked for a glass of water, and the white nurse wouldn't let me give her a glass of water. And I don't know whether a glass of water would have prolonged her life another hour or another day. But she was entitled to some water. When I tried to pour it for her, the white nurse let me know that I was not an employee there, and she's the one who decided who gets water. And I don't hated hospitals. I hated sometimes the personnel. in hospitals. I get a feeling in my stomach every time I go near one. I did not forgive, and I never will forgive. There are some things I think it's best to try to forgive and forget. But what they're asking of us is what has never been asked of another people. When Europeans catch a European bandit on their land and kill him or drive him away, we have caught some bandits in our land. And sometimes, in fact most of the time, especially in South Africa, we should do the same thing. When Nelson Mandela came to power, whites controlled 87% of the land. They still control 87% of the land. Now, the agreement that he's contemplating making with Buthelezi, the most important thing, it will give different people in South Africa back their traditional land if he can get away with this kind of treaty. But with sentiment serving such an important part in Africa, I think Africa will sentimentalize it to the point where they're going to say, let them keep the land on these terms. And if you get it, if they can get it in one term, then they'll take it on another term. It's just if you catch somebody on your land, they have to leave or stay only on your terms. And what's being asked of us and the commission in South Africa, partly headed by Bishop Tutu, is to forgive and forget. And people now can come before us and confess finding machine guns at Africans at Soweto. And that other atrocity. Women, children, dead, gone. And I can't, and I must forgive. It's a little too much. I am at heart a Pan-Africanist, and I want to conclude my remarks on the score of Pan-Africanism. We need not separate ourselves based on who's from little speck of dust in the Caribbean Sea, who's from Africa, who's from Georgia. Late at night, when you're trying to get a cab at Kennedy, nobody cares where you are from. If your face is black, you're going to have a difficult time getting that cab. And I've been in this situation, and I thought of Johnny Johnson, a black multimillionaire. His chances would be no better than mine, maybe less. He's taller, equally black, and the cab driver might be a little afraid of him. The cab driver might take a chance with me. So I hang there. I'm passed up about 7 or 8 cabs and pass me by. Then a brother comes along. He knows that from Kennedy into town is about $25, really. Brother, I'll take you, $50. So the brother comes and takes advantage of the situation, cheats you, takes you home. So he's become a crook among crooks, but a different crook. He knows when he looks at you ain't too much you can do to him, you know. Size things up, you know. So he'll take you. Then you don't always get a brother to come by and take you. Man, you wait and let some independent car hustling up a little money will take you into town. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking about nation. If you are part of a total nation, if you are a citizen of a total nation, then this don't supposed to happen to you, because your citizenship is supposed to be on the level with other citizenships. And why is it now, right now, you can go into an African bank, and if you're not first in line, whites will be waited on in preference to you, because the mind has been controlled, oriented in such an extent it still follows colonial instructions 30 years after the physical presence has been gone. What we have to think in the framework of nation. What is a nation? What goes into the making of a nation? And we must have on hand every item, spiritually, culturally, and politically. And we have to lose our sentiment about so many of others who are not of us, who are not delivering, but who are prancing, playing games with time and situation. Things began to move more and more towards some form of correlation. People sometimes misunderstand the nature of commitment. In the case now of Betty Shabazz, everybody said, I will pray, I will do this. A good physician trained in how to handle a burn case can do more for her than 1,000 people on their knees. I'm not against people being on their knees, but I'm saying that while you're on your knees, somebody else will have to be doing something else, more concrete, where the proof, the results, is more apparent. It's not one or the other, but each in its own place, doing the job it needs to do. And too many times people train for jobs, don't get the jobs they are trained for among us, and we send away to get someone else to do that same job. We have to work well with each other, and I call Tommy to a Tom. Sometimes you're going to have to Tom a little bit to a Tom in order to get things done. I don't think we know each other quite as well as we should. And many of us think, because of separate geography and colonial masters that differ, there is a great deal of difference between the different approaches to different ones of us based on background. Our enemy don't think no more of someone from an island, or someone from Georgia, or someone from Carolina. You don't think no more. And so we have to stop all this nonsense, dividing ourselves based on sororities, fraternities, and social organizations, or what little speck of dust in the Caribbean Sea that gave us birth, inasmuch as we had no control over any any of it. And when the people are out of power so long, they long desperately for power. And when they get close to it, they panic. And they spend so much time literally giving it back to the person who had it in the first place. We have to, if we are going to follow prescription, which I've laid down, Pan-Africanism or perish, if we cannot develop a concept of an African world union and participate one to the other, we might as well go out of business as a people, because nobody is going to respect anyone who are not the masters of themselves, feeding themselves, educating themselves, and protecting themselves. There is no European solution for your problem.
I know that's right.
Even if you join them in capitalism, you are a servant of capitalism. You don't have to join them in socialism. Well, you had that before they had shoes. You had that all along. All you have to do is to develop a socialist system that will take into consideration our total culture, our religious commitments, our spirituality. And we have to understand, before the rise of Europe and the occupation of Africa by Europeans, all of the killing, there was no killing, genocidal killing of Africans against Africans. Prior to this period, the one war in Africa that caused the largest amount of casualties was the Zulu Wars, lasting from the late 1700s to the middle of the 20th century. But a war was to keep the European out of Africa. I'm saying that we have to accept some responsibility for stabilizing the Caribbean islands, the whole continent of Africa. Have to have some kind of method of dealing with the Arabs and Islam, because no one came to Africa to do African people any good, and that includes the Arabs. And there's a good library of information on the subject, but if people don't want to read it or consider it, that it's not exactly my fault. But nobody came to Africa to do Africa any good. Among the other things I'm working on is the role of the missionaries in conquest, showing you that the Hebrew missionary was mainly commercial and still is. Christianity is mainly commercial and still is. Did you hear how many priests in the Congo? Over 10,000 priests in the Congo. Why is it that you can get guns to kill each other when you can't get farm equipment to feed each other? Why are you so easy to get guns? You don't manufacture no guns. Why can you get them so easy? And why are you so difficult in getting farm equipment and basic things to teach kids basic technology? What I'm saying in conclusion, that our children should be trained from birth for some form of leadership. Find out what he can best do and make sure that he has a chance to do that particular thing and make a contribution to the total of the people through that particular thing that he gets done best. I'm afraid we're going to have to come together among African people. Some we may not like, and some may not like us. But if we're going to survive, all of us are going to have to come together into a great Pan-African union. I think a union of committed Africans will save all Africa. And because we have no desire to conquer the rest of the world, which wouldn't make sense anyhow, we'll make a contribution to the stabilization, not only of Africa, but the whole world. And we did it once, and of course, we can do it again. And I thank you.
And we thank you, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And we thank you. Let's give Dr. Clarke a warm round of applause. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Dr. Clarke, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
At McEvis College, meaning the people who usually come to those schools coming in for the first time, that we do a roll call. We want to know where people came from. Tell us where you came from. New York. New York, where? Harlem. Brooklyn. Queens. Cold Springs. Kingston, Jamaica.
Piscataway, New Jersey.
Piscataway, New Jersey. Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. Bronx. Trinidad? Where specifically? Marima? Arima? Yes, I know Arima. All right. Thank you very much for coming. And let us move right away into this afternoon's proceedings. It's going to be it's quite a lot of ground to cover. And let me begin by saying that it doesn't matter what I do or the people who work with me in the John Henrik Clarke Institute do. It goes for naught if you do not respond. So I want you to put your hands together for some beautiful African people that came out here in the sunshine on God's day, which is Sunday. Put your hands together for yourself. And I want to apologize for not beginning at 3:30, but I know there are others who come and say, they're not going to begin on time. They're going to come at CP time. All right, now, I just wanted to bring some opening remarks and to somewhat add to what was already said. 1915 is an extraordinary year because it was in that year that Marcus Messiah Garvey first came to these United States of America. And it is around that time that, Carter, please turn the cell phones off. Would you be so kind to do so? Yes. It was in 1950 that Dr. Carter G. Woodson created what was called Black History Day, and then was developed into a subsequent week, and then, as we now know, it is Black History Month, which is 1 month. It was during 1915 that the First World War actually got its way in the United States of America, became part of it. I'm not saying that's good, I'm just chronicling the history, because I want you to understand the context in which John Henrik Clarke was born. His birth was not one of accident. And then we're going to talk about 3 years later, a little later when Dr. Ben comes to speak. Well, quite significant too. And it was not quite 1915, but quite around that era, the United States of America experienced an insurrection. I wouldn't say an insurrection, an act of terrorism, because that's the buzzword today, against African people in Oklahoma. You guys forget that? Red Summer? So John Henrik Clarke was born at a time where the scale of balance was waning. And we believe, many of us believe, those who had direct contact with him believe that his birth was not an ordinary, but it was extraordinary, that he was sent here. And that's why it's so apt for us to talk about the great and mighty walk of Dr. John Henrik Clarke, because indeed he did walk, and his walk was not an ordinary walk. It was a mighty one in which the footsteps left behind are indelible. I know that he had a great impact not only on me, but many people in this audience here, a lot of us. And for those who did not have the opportunity of actually meeting him physically, there's a number of different ways that you could actually get into contact with John Henrik Clarke, because when you read his books, for example, African People in World History, it's a very small book. When you read that book, you could actually hear the sound of Dr. John Henrik Clarke's very distinctive Southern accent coming through those pages. It's even more telling when you listen to the audio tapes and the videotapes. Whenever I listen to them, somehow I'm put in a trance, and I forgot that he's passed into the ancestral world. So with that in mind, please let us understand that we didn't simply come here this afternoon just to be among each other, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's quite good. But we want this to be 4 or 5 hours of meditation on the life of John Henrik Clarke. You don't have to go under a Bodhi tree and turn your legs into the Buddhist position to be meditating. Just by observing quite seriously and quite intently what is about to take place here would be a meditation, as it were. Now, without any further comments from me, please help me to welcome the widow of Dr. John Henrik Clarke, Sister Sybil Williams Clarke, to come to the stage.
And it's good to see such a large crowd of young, middle-aged, and getting on in the years like myself here. I will follow up on Dr. Crawford's remarks. I don't know how many of you saw or read the papers that we now have, instead of the old Union of African States, we now have a Union of Africa. This is what Dr. Clarke in all his works wanted. He did not propose, or he didn't agree with, a United States of Africa pattern after what we have here in the United States, because he said before the advent of the European, you had what is known as a territorial state. Today we have as a benchmark in Africa, the African states that have now formed that African Union, which is the mark of Pan-Africanism, the true Pan-Africanism. Now, it will be fraught with a lot of dangers because, again, in every period of life, you have those people who will accept the 30 pieces of silver. That will go on with us forever. But if we are committed, as he said, whether you go back to Africa or not, your political and spiritual heartbeat is in that land where we call home. It is, and I don't know if you have young people in your family, but I have them in my family, who keep telling me that we are multicultural. Now this comes from the rape of us, and we come in all different shades. And I have to tell them, you cannot claim a land that says multicultural. It doesn't exist. The only land that you can claim as birth of your parents who are Africans is Africa. We have to instill in our children, because it's with this new educational form that we have, one person getting control of the entire educational system. I came in a period when there was decentralization. I was in the heart of that struggle where we developed all of the community districts, and the people had, the teachers and the students and the parents had control of the curriculum. We fought a battle for curriculum, and that was a battle that we fought, and I don't think we won it. The theme is now, if we lose control of that part of the system where we choose, or we say we want our children to be taught the African history, it is going to be another battle, because we are ever reminded. I'm told that our children have to learn the history of the Holocaust. And the Holocaust that's not our Holocaust. Our Holocaust, as Dr. Jeffrey says, it's not a Holocaust, it's a Holocaust. That's what we had, and we still have it. Now, I was listening to a tape by Dr. Clarke this morning, and he said, our commitment has to be one of a priesthood. We must commit ourselves to the development and the restoration of what slavery and colonialism took away from us. That is, we must begin, again, as he said, whether we go back in flesh or in spirit, we have to connect ourselves to the development of that land. I am involved in a very small way with projects. One brother who goes, and he has taken upon himself to do small projects in villages. That is how you start. If there are any students here, I would say to you, it's been my experience and my early years. I met a young man from Ghana. He was all of 19 years old. He had not had a high school education. He came here and he went through 5 colleges. He got an education. He wound up at Clark University in Massachusetts. He left here, went back to Ghana. Got a job in the cocoa industry, got a scholarship from the Indonesian government, came back here, studied banking and money at Harvard for 2 years. He finished it in 1 year, gave back the rest of the money from the scholarship, and went back to Ghana. He went back to Ghana, and Nkrumah made him chairman and managing director of the Commercial Bank of Ghana. In 6 years, he developed that Bank of Ghana from 40 branches to 100 branches all over Ghana. And he went to London, did a course in this London School of Economics, bought a horse stable in the financial district of Ghana.
Sorry, this is important. Someone has a burgundy Honda outside, ASU license plate, and no one can remember the rest of the numbers, but it had, somebody damaged the window and the glove compartment, all that is open. If you have a Honda, a burgundy, and it's outside, please go and attend to it. It's right on the sidewalk there. I'm sorry. Please.
Yeah. He bought this horse stable in London and built the Commercial Bank of Ghana. He was also, after the coup in Ghana, he came to America and became involved. But he was one of the architects of the Development Bank of Ghana, of Africa that is now existing. He went through almost every country in Ghana setting up a banking system. This man's history is not told. He was a personal friend of mine and stayed in my home. That what I'm saying to you is, if we make these connections and friendships at an early stage, we can also, in our own small way, impact on what happens on that continent. I'm speaking because I think we have, at this point, no other choice. Because as I said to people, if tomorrow this government says to you, we don't want you here, where are you going to go? There is enough land, there is enough wealth, and the wealth is there for us to look at. Now, I look at television sometimes, and I'm looking at what they call QVC and HSN. These are your shopping places. And my interest was to see where the minerals are going, the gold and the diamonds and the precious gems. Every country is a country where melanin exists. All of this wealth is all over Africa. On the beaches, in the mines, it's there. We teach our children to go to school and we take these courses. And I'll give you an example. I have a young woman in my family who graduated from Harlem. Summa cum laude. She got out, she wanted a job, she went to Lord & Taylor's, a summer job. She said, and so I stood in line, I registered, and there were a line, lots of people before her. They picked her out of a line of all those people and gave her a little summer job. And I said to her, you see what I'm telling you, it doesn't matter where you go when you come out. The opportunities are still limited. It's not there for you. So if we study when we should make the connection, I know Dr. Clarke on one of the strips made a connection with the then president of Ghana, and he advocated an exchange of students from here to there, where we would interact with each other and then build bridges so that you can begin to build that continent. Use the technical knowledge that we have, the expertise that we gain. You don't have to go back there in front. You make your connections here. You do not enter Africa at the top. You enter it at the village. That's where the power lies. That's where it is. And you have to make, if you make those connections, then you'll get an entree in. Because some of us say, well, I can't go back. Yes, you can. Whatever way you do, you can. And again, you have to realize that we had a history of colonialism, they had one too, and their memory of what we were is lost, and unless we make the connection, they don't know what we went through. They don't know what slavery was, what the auction block was. Maybe some of the students who are here now know, but most of them don't. The people in the villages do not know that. It's a wonderful, wonderful experience just to go back and touch the earth, because when you go, you realize that 400 years, the first time I went to Africa, I had to tell the people, it took us 400 years to get back. And if you tell them that, it begins to hit, because they understand that it took us that long to work and to get the money to come back. If they know that the system, the economic system here allows you but so much as a paycheck to a paycheck. But some of us go back and we make believe that we have a lot of money. I don't. I tell them exactly what it is. In the marketplace, all over, you can make your connections. But I'm making and appeal to you based on what Dr. Clarke has said. He wants us to be Africans in spirit, in mind, and in our commitment. He said, wherever we are on the face of this earth, we are an African people, and we must always remember that. It is difficult in this society, again with our children, because they get up in the morning and when they go to school, they salute the American flag. If you have an African flag at home, let them salute that too, because they'll have a connection as to who they are and what they are. It's a difficult job. I have it right now with a young woman in my family who just graduated from Yale. She's a bright young woman. She's got a job, but I had to sit her down and let her know what it was. And she grew up in a very, very black-oriented family. But she still had problems because she grew up in a white suburb. So that she doesn't know what it is to even, I had to tell her this morning. She said, well, Auntie, but why don't you tell me? Everybody says you don't know what it is. I said, no. Have you ever missed a meal? Have you ever missed anything at all? You've been privileged all your life. So you don't know what it is to struggle. And this is what happens to our children. Some of us do not know how to struggle. And the strength of struggling, they do not have it. They fall by the wayside, and we have to pick them up. But if we give them the strength from the beginning, if we let them know that they have responsibility, then we begin to make that difference in their character, in their choice in life, what they choose. I hope I'm not preaching. I come to you because I think all of us have the same problems in our families. Some of us have, I have them in my family. I have interracial marriages in my family. And I have to tell them, yes, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we saw what happened to Michael Jackson, right? It takes a while, even with the money, it takes a while. But it's a good lesson for all of us to understand that no matter how much you've got, if you are not a whole person, if you do not make that connection, and he said it, unless Africa is free, none of us are here are free. Just remember that. Because like every land, the Chinese at one time, we know what they said. He said, in the Puritan British were there, the Chinese, only the woman who entered the hotel was a cleaning woman and a prostitute. That was China. Today they're begging at the doors of Japan and China. And I read in the papers, Gaddafi said, Africa belongs to the Africans, the whites are poor. It will take them a while to be poor. But if we teach our children to understand that the minerals are there, and that they can study the mineral wealth at the University, the Colorado School of Mines, we ought to send our children to do the practical things with the best knowledge that they can gain and the technology. Take it, but do not lose your spirit as a human being. Do not lose that spirit. And we must connect, whether you have a biological family or an extended family. I have them both. They're my family, and I treat them as such. No child is different. They can be yours. You nurture that child, and you help the child to be a full human being. We have to get back to being who we were as a people before we were, just disconnected and made not to feel who we are. It is again and again I say, because I have it in my family, I have to work with them to make them understand that their choices are but one choice. It doesn't mean that you're disloyal, but you first must be loyal to yourself and be true to yourself. And as he said, when he dies, he wants his work to go on. You bury the man and you carry the plan on. Thank you very much.
That's not enough. Put it together again. Now, Sister Sybil, as I affectionately call her, most of us who know her address her that way, is very modest. Very, very modest and very unassuming. I'm planning to do something very special for her today, and I'm going to ask you to have joined me later on, because she's a lot of battles to maintain the legacy of Dr. Clarke, the place where he lived, his institute, which is amorphously situated in Chicago. Some of his books are in Atlanta and universities and so forth. I wish she would have said something about that. I'm going to call her back and let her give us a report on that a little later. But thank you very much, Sister Sybil. Now, the very first time I had an opportunity to see Dr. Clarke was 1981. I was a student at the University of Wisconsin in Green Bay as an undergraduate. And the library had a tape. And the tape was a tape from a show called Like It Is. Brother Gilnoble, your show goes everywhere. So I want to... And then again, I almost forgot about John Henrik Clarke, because I was in a different place at that time. I was 29 years old then. And so I came to the University of California, Santa Barbara, and then for some reason again, I stumbled onto another tape of Dr. Clarke at the University of California, Santa Barbara. And I thought that was my message. And so when I completed the first stage of my graduate study, I thought the best place for me to come was to New York, where I could actually come and commune with people like Dr. Clarke and Dr. Ben and so on and so forth. And it is my contact with John Henrik Clarke that I found out about Dr. Ben. I found a black man and his family and became my Bible. Dr. Ben, that book is so torn, the pages are dirty, the ears are turned over, there are notes everywhere. My own work, recast in ancient Egypt, as Dr. Ben's work cited at least 100 times. But enough for my own personal experience. Please help us welcome and greet our brother Gil Noble.
I'm pleased to be here. I'm not the scheduled speaker, but I'm here to join a chorus of applause and remembrance and a salute to a man who has provided centrifugal force to all of us. In the work that I do, they call it journalism, electronic journalism. There's nothing that I can do effectively without being able to put it in some sort of a context. Context is everything. Even if you're not a journalist, you have to really function. Your debate in life, your quarrels in life, your successes in life are based, in my judgment, on your having a context. If you don't have an historic context of who you are and what you are and what your base is, then you are really ineffective in your argument. And one of the things that John Henrik Clarke gave me was a context. Many of us today who are burnt of skin have moved up in the echelons of this country, and they find themselves well employed and well salaried and well housed and well driven and well educated, quote unquote, and well spoken. And many of them today are suffering from historic amnesia. They have forgotten how in the heck they got the job that they hold. And so on a day like this, I don't see any of them here today. You know, they're too busy. You can find them up at Martha's Vineyard and up on the coast and the capes and the bluffs and the, you know, sags and all of that stuff. Having a good time, totally oblivious of their vulnerability. I say to you that we are looking at a very, very difficult time that is centered around the discussion of land. And whatever our color, whether we are deeply burnt of skin or lightly burnt of skin, that basic argument is underway now. And that argument cannot effectively be fought or argued without an understanding of context. And so I'm very, very concerned about the fact that our educational institutions are not imparting that context, that contextual understanding that we all need to our young people. And so there's a mass of misunderstanding, and our young people seem, in many instances, to have gone astray. We must retrieve them, we must inform them, we must enlighten them. And so I have never forgotten the origin of my employment in television. I wouldn't be working in television if it were not for the clear, concise, powerful arguments that were made by the brothers and sisters who were giving this country a fit in the 1950s and the 1960s. And among those warriors was Professor John Henrik Clarke, and of course, my dear brother, Dr. Ben. And so I have made it my business and my personal commitment just to act as a doorway, to open the door and allow their story to be told, to move forward, to be passed on for the enlightenment of our young people. The largest number of requests for transcripts of programs that I have ever received and continue to get are from inmates in prison. And as Malcolm used to say, you're still in prison. All of us are still in prison, and yet we are seemingly bereft of a thirst for information and knowledge. So many of us now have been able to overlook all the crimes that are being committed globally. We seem to be able to step over that. Certain individuals, as I said, are in these high places, and they don't seem to be able to focus on the crimes that are being imposed on our people. They don't seem to even focus on what happened out in California recently with that young boy. And so many of us need to remind most of them of the seriousness of our position. The argument about land is crucial, I'll say, as I begin to draw my short comment to a close. The argument about land is fundamental. And to show you how crucial it is and the need for understanding is that discussion that's going on now in Zimbabwe about land. It's been going on for a while now. And those white settlers seem to be trying to get away an argument that it's their land and they're not going to allow these people, us, to take their land from them. And I heard one of them interviewed, and he said, and if we have to leave, the least they can do is give us reparations. Get to that. So it shows you that if you let somebody set the arena of your discussion, the parameters of your battle, the tactics that you use, and the arguments that you use, and the premise, well, you'll always be in a position of disadvantage. You'll always be in a position where your spine is bent. You'll always be in a position where you're asking instead of demanding land. and freedom, as has been wisely said over and over again, cannot be requested. It must be taken. If it's been taken from you, it has to be retaken. I'm not preaching hatred of any particular ethnic group or anything like that. I don't hate white people. I've been saying for a long time now, I don't hate whites. I don't hate America. I love the premise of America. I have a quarrel with America's practice. And so I say that we need to really be clear about this discussion about land. And don't let anybody in this country talk about the criminal actions that are being committed today without putting it in a context. There is a whole context that needs to be laid out. And I'm not being an apologist for any particular groups or anything like that. But it seems to me that it needs to be emphasized very clearly what is going down on this planet and who did it and how it was done. And if our young people can understand that, I say, look out. They were dangerous in the 50s and the 60s, and they're dangerous now if only we can join in waking them up. Don't be upset about the paucity of our numbers. It's the kinetic energy that I feel from you that you should be proud of. Hold on to it and keep it burning.
Do it again, people. We're sorry that Brother Noble has to leave and had to be so brief, but I'm sure that everything that he said was quite poignant, and again, I hope that we internalize everything that's been said here today. There's a number of important people who were not on the program, but who are here that will be given an opportunity to speak, and I want us to first acknowledge Brother Dr. Ngeni sitting there. Please, Brother. And then, and also, and together, there's Brother James Small sitting right over here. Then we have Sister Kefa, who served as provided a space for both Dr. Ben and Dr. Clarke on a weekly basis for many, many years. She's sitting in the back there. And then I have a lot of personal friends in the audience, too many to enumerate. I won't enumerate all of you. Welcome to everyone, and you are just as important as the people who just pointed out. Now, let us now venture into what I would regard one of the features of today's proceedings, and that is to hear from Dr. Clarke himself. Can we be African again? Roland, would you help me to move the podium? Now, I want to make a promise to you. One of our speakers, Gary Bird, what's up, Gary Bird? Everybody knows him, right? Yeah. He's delayed. He's come from Pennsylvania. But if for whatever reason he doesn't get here on time before we do, I'm going to show you the second half of this. Is that a deal? Yeah. All right. Now, we have a number of other speakers to come. And Professor James Small, I'm going to invite him. I've turned his wrist to come here and to bring greetings and to say something on behalf of Dr. Clarke, since they had such an intimate relationship for a long time. I know he has to go to another engagement, so could you stand and give a welcome to Professor James Small?
permission to say anything today, sir? I love your dress. It's beautiful. Hi, Sister Garvey. Peace and blessings to the rest of my elders, sisters, brothers, friends, comrades. John just spoke for himself, really. What you saw was a man who was African. I mean, he just was. He was just being what those elders in the South taught him to be, an African man. What we, many of us who were taught similar and the same things, what John did different from us, he took responsibility for whom he was. And many of us have not taken responsibility for who we are. And sadly, even many of us who are here, we are still simply expressing African aesthetics. And we are not allowing the teachings of John Clarke to transform our characters. And if we get serious enough to understand, death will do all of us apart from this world as we currently know it, consciously appreciate it. Meaning, in this physical body, we're going to be gone in some short period of time. What is going to be the mark that you're going to leave for eternity? And you cannot leave your mark unless you become an African again. And you cannot become an African again unless you look back and allow the knowledge of the ancestors to transform your character. That's it. So, my weakness is just to say, just to have known him physically for a minute in time was more than I deserved. But to be able to listen to his words, read his words, those are the thinking of his mind that's on the paper. That's him on the paper as he's transforming his consciousness. If you listen to him, he will transform your consciousness. If African people are to be free, we must not allow ourselves to be frauds in terms of consciousness and character. We must, and this is not an indictment because I'm where you are, but what I'm saying consciously is that we must use the wisdom of the ancestors and the elders to transform ourselves into the being we must become. And if we do that, he would not have lived in vain. But if we only give accolades and only make ceremonial praises, he would have lived for nothing. He would have done all of that research for nothing. He would have suffered for nothing. But if we take what he brought forth from the garden, take the harvest that he presented as food, allow it to recreate us and transform us back into our ancestors, then we can talk about designing the free African world. I'm impressed with the African Union conceptually, but as Dr. Clarke was, I'm not impressed with a single government in Africa. Nor I'm particularly impressed with a single leader in Africa. But I do praise all of them for doing what their consciousness have allowed them to do. But we must appreciate, given our people's condition, none of it is good enough. And so we must take responsibility that before we leave this planet, we must ensure that the generations we are producing and that they will produce will not go down to the genocide of a minority of this world's population. And unless we decide that the only question that exists is to be African or not to be at all, then we have doomed the future generations. Africa will be free when the mind of Africans realize it is their responsibility to free it, and that cannot be done unless our memory becomes the memory of every ancestor. And I'll end with this about the past, present, and future. The future does not exist. It is a place you go for hope, for aspirations, for motivation. But you can't reach up in there and get nothing to build anything with. The present is coming into being. It has no completed design, models, blueprint, or master for you to imitate. Only in the past can you find the blueprint, the masters, the mastery, the models, and the design to build in the present for that motivational space you call the future. And the instant the present creates a completed model, does not become the future, it becomes the past again to be studied and imitated again. So it is our ancestors then that is the repository of the wisdom that you call the future and the salvation of our people. Dr. Clarke was African. That was his great gift. He was real, like you.
Again, please. Now, we are going to, we have Dr. Ben on our program. Put your hands together, Dr. Ben. And then we still have William Banks and Earl King and Imhotep Gary Bird and Professor Ngemi. So there's quite a lot of more to come. But before we move any further, I am asking you to extend your love to us, to John Henrik Clarke. You know, for many years I saw his name, Joseph A.A., but I was so ashamed and so embarrassed and shy to go and ask what the AA meant. But guess what? I got to find out what the AA meant when the time came for me to put together his resume, because he was recommended for an honorary degree here at McEvers College. That was a historic occasion. I know Dr. Ben is a very strong, stalwart individual. And for the first time, I saw Dr. Ben, this bulwark of strength. This temple that is as strong as the temple of Abu Simbel, Ramses II. I saw Dr. Ben winced and tears came to his eyes. It was a wonderful occasion. When he pronounced this is for the very first time in his life that he was given a degree by a black man at a black university. For several times, I had the occasion to introduce Dr. Ben. And every time I introduce him, I know there's always some things that I must repeat, and there are other things that occur to me. But I want to say, personally and publicly, that I want to thank Dr. Ben for opening the way of the Nile Valley to Africans in the diaspora. I know that we give it applause, but you would not be able to really appreciate what Dr. Ben has done until you go and see the terrain that he traversed for 40-odd years. 50 years. So those people who never had an opportunity, there's a picture of me now. Those people who never had an opportunity to go to Egypt, the Nile Valley, I am not walking in Dr. Ben's shoes because his shoes are so large, my feet are so small, I can't feel them. But I will certainly do my best to attempt to continue the work that Dr. Ben did in the Nile Valley. And so, you know, talk is cheap. So I'm putting my mouth and my money and my energy where all of that is this summer. We still have a few seats are always available. So those people who are interested, we still have the flyers out there. Run over to Gigi's Travel tomorrow, not tomorrow, it's Monday, yeah, and make your final arrangements. So without any further ado, I am going to ask Dr. Ben to do us the honor and to grace us with his presence and a presentation, not simply only about Dr. Clarke, but about himself, his relationship with Dr. Clarke, and his relationship to African people. This is a living example of who an African is. Brothers and sisters, please stand and put your hands together.
And I want to make the presentation to Mrs. Clarke for the benefit of her being the widow of Dr. John Bobo Henrik Clarke. And I want to make it's quite rarely I put on African clothes. I have them hanging in my closet. And I don't know if it was wise to wear East African or West African clothing. But I need to say why I feel that it's necessary to wear African clothes today and not at another certain day. Because, first of all, I must make the oneness of ourselves. Because in 1620, every one of you, your parents came to this part of the world in 1620 from Barbados on a holiday going to England. But the ship ran into some trouble off Cape Hatteras and was posted to Virginia, and thus you came here. Now, we could hear all kinds of star evidence, something you got from the moon, from a little dipper, or something. You could keep the dipper and the moon and go to hell with that. You need documentation or actual something in your hand. Proof. I don't want to hear anything that you got from God or goddess or the moon. Dr. Clarke spoke of African people. We are all African people. Some of us came from foreign shores like myself. But we all have differences, different experiences that we should share with each other. And the information I plan to share with you this evening about Dr. Clarke, I have to take time to do this because it goes over 55 years that I met Dr. Clarke. And to give a few minutes lecture of something that happened for 55 years is a very difficult thing. But I met Dr. Clarke, or John Clarke. At the time I met him, he wasn't Dr. Clarke, and I wasn't Dr. anybody. And I met him a day we were going to Arthur Orlando Schomburg. That's a black Puerto Rican from San Juan. And we were going to the Schomburg collection, who's at 135th Street, but not on the corner, it's the next building. The building ran from 135th Street into 136th Street. And we were going to speak to Arthur Schomburg to find from him what we can about black history. Well, then we didn't call it black history, we said African history, because we know we weren't colored. Some of you are colored up to now, and we weren't Negroes. Negroes is a word that went to Spain, negro, meaning black. We know enough of our own research, but we didn't know sufficient. And we went to Arthur Orlando Schomburg to ask. Arthur Orlando Schomburg was the first black man to work in the Wall Street area, other than a porter or elevator operator or anything of that sort. He worked, the first black man to work in an office downtown. And so when we went to ask him, we went quite independently. And we met Mr. Schomburg and asked him the question. And he said to us, go back and study the history of your master and then come back to me. I hadn't known John Clarke, though John Clarke didn't know me. But then we were given this problem together. Then I spoke to John and John spoke to me. I knew just then because I asked, and we exchanged age with each other, and I knew John was 3 years older than myself, and I had to respect him because he was older than myself. So from that day on, I had to give John, whenever we met in company, the right to speak first. And I never asked him any question that deters the information of his right to be inferior to me. That meant that any time I had to ask John a question or felt that I should deny something that he said, I couldn't do it in the presence of anyone else because that would be disrespectful. Though I felt that he might be wrong, I had to do that in our privacy. I had to speak to him. And though times I disagreed with John, I couldn't disagree in public. And I kept that respect until he passed away, and I keep it up to now. But there was more than that. John had gone through, like most of us, I had gone through, I had come here. I had lived in the Caribbean for quite some time, lived in Puerto Rico, went to college down there and spent much of my time in that place. and ancient works. I have lived in the motherland equally. As a matter of fact, I was born somewhere in Ethiopia, and they said, according to my mother, my father made me someplace in the Suez Canal. That's her, and I don't disagree. She should know. But the question of John Clarke seems to be very easy today. But it's not easy for me because I didn't realize that I liked John or loved John that much until the day when he passed away. And I asked his widow, did he really die? Because I couldn't believe he had died. I had spoken to him the morning before. I was making a picture to the same person who had made his picture. They were making a picture for me. So when I asked her, did John, and before I could say what I had to say, she said, yes, he had passed. Well, you could imagine, I was asking when I'm going to see him and be involved in his going away and so forth. And they told me that arrangements are made in front of the Unity, the Belter Funeral Home in the Presbyterian Church there. And I immediately said, church? John in a church? Because I know that he wasn't a man prone to religion. But nevertheless, I went to church and I tried to speak over John's bier. But it was like this, and to look down and to speak and watch him in that box was more than I could take, and I passed out. The brothers brought me back together, and I was told that he would be in Adam Powell Church the next day. I decided I couldn't do it. So I went down the next day, Brother, Sister Sibyl and everybody come with a big car and everything, they were glamorous treatment. And I went to Powell's church. And I went up at the rostrum, just like this, and to speak about John. And I started to speak, but you see, I have always wanted a brother. My mother had 7 children. I was the 4th child, in between. And none of them, those before me and those after me, they make 3 years old. I alone survived. So you can imagine that John had become close to me in a sense that I can't explain materially. He was more than that.